realms as diverse as politics, economics, society, science, technology, literature, cinema, and sport. Today, over the course of the next 48 hours, 2 days, we're going to see thought leaders come together on this stage right next to me. Now, the India Today Conclave Mumbai is a reflection of the India Today's Conclave National. It aspires to be a transformational platform where visionaries, artists, cultural icons, activists, entrepreneurs, leaders, authors, and inventors come together to create positive change in the world. We're hoping you're going to tweet out under the hashtag of Conclave Mumbai 23. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, I do hope you're going to be very active on social media today and tomorrow and tweet out under the hashtag Conclave Mumbai 23. Once again, it gives me great pleasure to welcome you all to the India Today Conclave, our Mumbai edition. I'll take a quick minute to thank our sponsors this afternoon. Thank you. Our sponsors, we thank the India Today Conclave presented by Darwin Platforms Group of Companies, our knowledge partner, NL Dalmia, tourism partner, Gujarat Tourism, conclave partner, Motwani Jadeja Foundation, celebration partner, Radico Khaitan, jewelry partner, De Beers Forever, Mark, luxury partner, Mercedes. A quick house announcement. We have lots of thought leaders, authors who would be joining us over the course of the next 2 days, and we would also be looking forward to their book signing. So do make your way out. If you enjoy someone's session, you like them, just step out once their session is over, and we'll guide you to where there will be book signings.
Check.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, I take great pleasure in welcoming you all to our India Today Conclave, the Mumbai edition. The India Today Conclave, started since 2002, has become a leading forum for the exchange of ideas. Provocative, edgy, insightful, its sessions are designed to spark debate, to spark thought. Over the course of the next 2 days, we're going to see thought leaders from across platforms come together on this stage and share their thoughts with you. The India Today Conclave aspires to be transformational, a platform for visionaries, artists, cultural icons, activists, entrepreneurs, leading authors and inventors. And you're going to see all of them over the course of the next 2 days. For those of you outside, we're ready to power into our inaugural session on day 1 of the India Today Conclave, Mumbai. Do come in, find yourself a seat, put your cell phones off or in silent. We do hope you're going to be very, very active over the course of the next 2 days on social media. Do tweet out using the hashtag Conclave Mumbai 23. There'd be a lot of authors who'd be joining us in the next 2 days. If you enjoy their books, you like their session, you can step out for a book signing. We'll guide you to it as and when their session takes place. All right, let's quickly, viewers, move in this afternoon to our inaugural session of the day. The coalition Dharma, managing multiple allies. This session is sponsored by Darwin.
Indian conglomerate with global footprints. It is setting up offices globally and tying up with companies across the globe for multiple sectors. The company has ventured into real estate and construction, stockbroking and finance, arms and ammunition, mining, airlines and many other sectors.
Coalition Dharma, managing multiple allies. To take it from here, I'd like to invite on stage our sessions moderator, Sahil Joshi, managing editor, Aaj Tak, Mumbai bureau chief, and Mumbai Tak. To come up on stage, I'd also like to invite our guest for our inaugural session, Mr. Devendra Fadnavis, Deputy Chief Minister, Maharashtra. Ladies and gentlemen, please raise a warm applause.
वेलकम सर। सेशन शुरू करने के पहले मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूं कि कल फडणवीस जी सुबह 3 बजे दिल्ली से आए हुए हैं और जो हमारे सेशन का टॉपिक है कि कोalition पार्टनर्स को कैसे हैंडल करना है, उसका सबसे बड़ा उदाहरण यह है कि कल 3 बजे तक देवेंद्र फडणवीस दिल्ली में थे और आज सुबह यहां पर आने के बाद इंडिया टुडे कॉन्क्लेव में शामिल हो रहे हैं। लेकिन सर, आप पिछले साल इसी वक्त इंडिया टुडे कॉन्क्लेव में शामिल हुए थे, तब आपके पास 6 बड़े पोर्टफोलियोज थे। अब जब आप यहां पर आ रहे हैं, आपके पोर्टफोलियोज कम हुए हैं, लेकिन आपकी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी बढ़ी हुई है, क्योंकि कोalition गवर्नमेंट में सबसे बड़ी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी यही होती है कि कोalition पार्टनर्स को कैसे संभाला जाए। आपका 3 बजे तक दिल्ली में रहना, यह भी एक उसका उदाहरण देखा जाता है। आप किस तरीके से इस चीज को देखते हैं? ये रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी आप किस तरीके से निभा रहे हैं?
देखिए, कोई भी सरकार चलाना ये हमेशा चुनौती होती है। इट इज ऑलवेज अ चैलेंज टू रन अ गवर्नमेंट। एक पार्टनर हो, 2 पार्टनर हो या नो पार्टनर हो, तब भी चैलेंजेस तो होते ही है। और मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी को अपने पार्टनर्स के साथ सरकार चलाने का एक लंबा अनुभव है। ठीक है, कभी अच्छा होता है, कभी बुरा होता है, कभी 2 चीज़ें आपके मन अनुसार होती है, कभी नहीं होती है। पर मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि जिस प्रकार की परिस्थिति की आवश्यकता है, उस आवश्यकता को समझकर अगर आप सरकार चलाते हो, तो मुझे लगता है कि आप रेलेवेंट भी होते हो। और अल्टीमेटली व्हाट इज योर एम? एम तो है कि लोगों को डिलीवर करना। तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि डिलीवरी के लिए आपको हॉट सीट में तो रहना ही पड़ेगा। तो इसलिए मुझे लगता है ये ठीक है कि कोएलिशन गवर्नमेंट के कुछ अपने प्रॉब्लम्स भी होते हैं, लेकिन उसके साथ उसके एडवांटेजेस भी होते हैं। तो मुझे लगता है कि वी आर मैनेजिंग वेल।
आप जो डिलीवरी की बात कर रहे हैं, गवर्नमेंट के डिलीवरी की बात कर रहे हैं, उस पर मैं आऊंगा और किस तरीके से पिछले आपकी सरकार के मुकाबले इस बार की डिलीवरी को लेकर भी हम बात करेंगे। लेकिन सबसे बड़ी बात यहां पर सभी लोगों को जाननी है, वो ये कि कोalition हर कोई समझ सकता है कि सरकार बनाने के लिए ठीक है। आपका कोalition बना शिवसेना और भारतीय जनता पार्टी का, पहले भारतीय जनता पार्टी और शिंदे गुट का बना, उसके बाद शिवसेना उन्हें मिली। किसी को यह समझ में नहीं आया कि आपने अजीत पवार को इस कोalition में क्यों लिया, जब आपकी पहले ही पूरे बहुमत की सरकार बन चुकी थी पिछले साल, तब आप यहां पर आए थे। अब 3 महीने पहले अचानक अजीत पवार यहां पर आ जाते हैं और आपकी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी बढ़ा देते हैं। यह कैसे होता है?
मैं ऐसा नहीं मानता कि मेरी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी बढ़ी है। मैं तो ये मानता हूं कि रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी शेयर हुई है। देखिए, हमेशा राजनीति में आपकी जो ताकत होती है उसको ज़्यादा संगठित भी करना पड़ता है और उसको बढ़ाना भी पड़ता है। और आज जब इंडिया अलायंस के माध्यम से देश भर की विपक्षी पार्टियां एक होने का प्रयास कर रही है केवल एक टारगेट को लेकर कि हमको मोदी जी नहीं चाहिए, तो ऐसे समय भारतीय जनता पार्टी भी अगर कोई पार्टनर साथ में आना चाहता है तो उसको न ले, तो ये तो कोई राजनीतिक वास्तविकता नहीं होगी, सही निर्णय नहीं होगा। तो अगर अजीत पवार जी हमारे साथ आना चाहते हैं तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि एक ताकत बढ़ती है, इसलिए हमने उनको साथ में लिया। ये जरूर था कि शिंदे जी के आने के बाद हमारी सरकार भी बनी थी, सरकार अच्छे से चल भी रही थी, हमको प्रॉब्लम कुछ नहीं था। लेकिन अगर ताकत और बढ़ती है तो राजनीति में उसको नकारा नहीं जा सकता।
नहीं, लेकिन कैसे हो रहा है ना अभी कि देखिए 3 महीने हो गए अजीत पवार को डिप्टी चीफ मिनिस्टर बन के। 3 महीने में ये दूसरी बार है कि वो बीमार पड़ गए। वो कैबिनेट मीटिंग में नहीं आते हैं, और पिछली बार जब वो बीमार पड़ते थे बारामती चले जाते थे, हम सबको लगता था कि देखिए शरद पवार से रूठ गए। अभी भी सब लोग यही कयास लगाते हैं। ये जो फर्क हुआ है ना, जिसकी वजह से आपको दिल्ली जाना पड़ रहा है, आपको बात करनी पड़े कि कैबिनेट एक्सपांशन किस तरीके से करें।
देखिए, राजनीति में आज परिस्थिति इतनी खराब है कि हम जेन्युइनली बीमार भी पड़े तब भी उसकी न्यूज़ बनती है और उसके अलग अलग प्रकार के उसमें से संदेशे जाते हैं। कल सुबह जब मैंने अजीत पवार जी से बात की, लिटरली कहता हूं कि उनका आवाज ही नहीं निकल रहा था, इतना उनका आवाज चोक था। और उन्होंने कहा कि मैं आज नहीं आ पाऊंगा, तो इसलिए वो नहीं आए। हमारा दिल्ली जाना ये पहले से तय था, कोई इसका इससे संबंध भी नहीं है। पहले से तय था कि हम लोग जाएंगे, हम लोग दिल्ली गए। तो मुझे लगता है, देखिए, अल्टीमेटली जब फेडरल गवर्नमेंट, हमारी सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट दिल्ली से चलती है, हम एक ऐसे फेडरेशन में काम करते हैं कि जिसमें लगातार राज्य की सरकारों को केंद्र की सरकार के साथ, केंद्र के नेताओं के साथ, केंद्र के मंत्रियों के साथ एक कोऑर्डिनेशन रखना पड़ता है। तो इसलिए दिल्ली जाना पड़ता है, तो इसलिए हम दिल्ली गए। तो मुझे लगता है कि इसमें कोई आश्चर्य की बात भी नहीं। हाँ, ये जरूर है कि ऐसी बातें जब होती है तो हमारे जो पत्रकार है उनकी पावर ऑफ इमेजिनेशन जो है उसका एक नया नया आविष्कार हमको देखने को मिलता है, और हमको भी कभी कभी आश्चर्य होता है कि भाई इतना कैसे कोई सोच सकता है।
सर, ये पावर ऑफ इमेजिनेशन हमें इसलिए दिया गया है क्योंकि इंडिया टुडे ग्रुप ने पिछले साल 15 अगस्त को एक सर्वे किया था मूड ऑफ द नेशन का। उस सर्वे तक आपके पास एकनाथ शिंदे आ गए थे। उस सर्वे में दिखाया गया कि अगर लोकसभा के चुनाव महाराष्ट्र में होंगे तो एनडीए यानी आप और शिंदे, आपको 14 सीटें भी मुश्किल से मिलेगी। 34 सीटें उस सर्वे में दिखाया गया था महाविकास आघाड़ी यानी इंडिया अलायंस, तब तो इंडिया अलायंस था नहीं, उनके साथ जा रही है। उसके बाद जनवरी में हमने और एक सर्वे किया मूड ऑफ द नेशन का, उसमें भी यह दिखाया गया कि आपको 20 से ज्यादा सीटें नहीं मिल पा रही है। तब से हम लोग कह रहे थे कि तीसरा पार्टनर आएगा, यह हमारा इमेजिनेशन था। हमारा इमेजिनेशन आखिरकार जुलाई महीने में सही साबित हो गया। तो इसलिए हमारा इमेजिनेशन करना हमारा काम है। आज की स्थिति में भी अगर हमने 15 अगस्त को सर्वे किया, उसमें भी दिखाई दे रहा है कि इंडिया अलायंस को 28 सीटें मिल रही है और आपको 20 से ज्यादा सीटें नहीं मिल पा रही है। किस तरीके से आप उनको देखते हैं? क्या इसी वजह से आपको एक मजबूत सरकार में तीसरे पार्टनर की जरूरत आ पड़ी?
देखिए, पहली बात तो यह है कि जो भी सर्वे होते हैं मैं उनका रिस्पेक्ट करता हूं, अपने अपने तरीके से वो इंटरप्रिटेशन होता है। लेकिन मैं साथ में आपको ये कहना चाहता हूं कि मूड ऑफ द नेशन में मूड ऑफ महाराष्ट्र आप समझ ही नहीं पा रहे हो। ये देखिए, आप महाराष्ट्र में जब सर्वे करते हो या कोई भी एजेंसी करती है, तो जिस प्रकार से मोदी जी के प्रति महाराष्ट्र में एक लगाव है, और मैं तो कहता हूं कि अगर हम मोदी जी का रेटिंग पूरे देश के महानगरों में देखेंगे तो मेरा दावा है कि वो तो बहुत ऊंचा रहेगा, लेकिन उसमें सबसे ऊपर मुंबई रहेगा। इसलिए ये जो बेसिकली ये जो एक भावना है, इस भावना को आप पकड़ ही नहीं पाते हो। मैं आज भी आपको दावे के साथ कहता हूं, और अगले साल आप वापस मुझे बुलाओगे तो उस समय मेरा दावा आप पूछोगे, मैं आप भी आपको कहता हूं कि हम लोग 40 का आंकड़ा पार करेंगे।
सर, ये तो दावा
48 में से 40।
सर, ये दावा तो आप अकेली पार्टी थी, तब तक शिंदे का नहीं हुआ था, तब भी आप कर रहे थे।
हाँ?
उसके बावजूद आपको एकनाथ शिंदे को लाना पड़ा। जब एकनाथ शिंदे साथ में आए तब भी आपने वही दावा किया था, लेकिन फिर भी अजीत पवार को लाना पड़ा। आपने खुद पार्टी के विधायकों के सामने कहा कि अगर हमें लोकसभा जीतनी है तो हमें अजीत पवार की जरूरत पड़ेगी और इसीलिए हमको लाना पड़ रहा है।
करेक्ट है। अरे भैया देखो, कुल सीटें 48 है। अब 48 सीटों में 49 तो नहीं जीत सकते ना, 40 के ऊपर जाएंगे, 42 जाएंगे, 45 जाएंगे, 40 बहुत हो गया तो 48 चले जाएंगे, उससे आगे तो नहीं बढ़ सकते। तो इसलिए दावा तो ये रहेगा कि 40 के ऊपर हम रहेंगे। जैसा मैंने पहले बताया कि राजनीति में जब सारे लोग इंडिया अलायंस के नाम से एकत्रित आकर हमारे खिलाफ लामबंद होते हैं, तो हमको भी ये आवश्यकता लगती है कि कोई हमारे साथ आ रहा है तो उसको लेना चाहिए। तो निश्चित रूप से अजीत दादा के आने के बाद, जैसे शिंदे जी के आने के बाद ताकत बढ़ी, तो अजीत दादा के आने के बाद भी ताकत बढ़ी। देखिए, पॉलिटिकल अर्थमेटिक और पॉलिटिकल केमिस्ट्री, ये दो चीजें होती है। पॉलिटिकल केमिस्ट्री मोदी जी के कारण हमारे साइड में है ही, और पॉलिटिकल केमिस्ट्री पॉलिटिकल अर्थमेटिक को डिटरमिन भी करती है। लेकिन साथ साथ हमेशा यह प्रयास करना चाहिए कि जैसे पॉलिटिकल केमिस्ट्री करेक्ट है, वैसे पॉलिटिकल अर्थमेटिक भी करेक्ट होना चाहिए, वो हमने कर लिया।
तो बेसिकली एकनाथ शिंदे को आपने साथ में लिया पॉलिटिकल केमिस्ट्री ठीक करने के लिए और अजीत पवार को आपने साथ लिया अरिथमेटिक ठीक करने के लिए।
ये तो आपने बहुत अच्छा बता दिया मुझे। इसके बाद मुझे कोई पूछेगा कि आपने क्यों लिया तो मैं ये जवाब दूंगा।
नहीं, मैंने आपसे ही जवाब लिया हुआ है क्योंकि आप कह रहे हैं कि शिवसेना हमारी नेचुरल अलायंस है और अजीत पवार हमारे प्रोफेशनल अलायंस पार्टनर है। आपने खुद कहा था, इसी की वजह से यह सवाल उठता है।
मुझे लगता है साहिल जी, अजीत पवार के आने का आपको बहुत दुख है, ऐसा आपके बातों से मुझे प्रतीत होता है
सर।
लेकिन हमको दुख नहीं है, हमको खुशी है।
देवेंद्र जी, मुझसे ज्यादा भारतीय जनता पार्टी के उन कार्यकर्ताओं को दुख है जिन्होंने 3 साल पहले देखा था कि अजीत पवार विलन नंबर 1 थे बीजेपी के खिलाफ। बीजेपी जब चाल चरित्र की बात करती है और ऐसे वक्त में अजीत पवार जो उनके विलन नंबर 1 थे उनको साथ में लिया जाता है। 1 साल पहले तक उनकी बहन, उनके बेटे, वो खुद, उनके घरों पर ईडी या इनकम टैक्स डिपार्टमेंट की रेड होती है। अजीत पवार प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करके कहते हैं कि मुझे टारगेट करो, मेरे फैमिली को टारगेट क्यों कर रहे हैं। और 1 साल के बाद जब वो आपके साथ आके बैठेंगे तो ये सवाल उठना लाजमी है।
ऐसा है
और इसीलिए आपको बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ताओं को समझाना पड़ रहा है कि क्यों हम अजीत पवार को ले रहे हैं।
ऐसा है कि बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता मुझसे आकर बोलेंगे, आपसे आकर थोड़ी बोलेंगे।
सर ऑफ द रिकॉर्ड तो बोलते हैं।
कोई ऑफ द रिकॉर्ड आप तैयार करते हैं सारा ऑफ द रिकॉर्ड, कोई ऑफ द रिकॉर्ड नहीं होता है। मेरे कार्यकर्ताओं को आपसे ज्यादा मैं जानता हूं। मेरे कार्यकर्ता ऐसे हैं कि जो अपने पद का त्याग करके भी पार्टी के लिए खड़े होने वाले मेरे कार्यकर्ता है, मेरे पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता। इसलिए आप उसकी चिंता मत कीजिए, हमारे कार्यकर्ताओं की आप बिल्कुल चिंता मत कीजिए। हाँ, ये जरूर है कि हमने अजीत पवार के साथ लड़ाई की है, हमने एनसीपी के साथ लड़ाई की है, लेकिन फैक्ट ऑफ द डे ये है कि जिस समय आपको कॉर्नर करने की कोशिश होती है राजनीति में, जब आपको समाप्त करने की कोशिश होती है, ऐसे समय एक सर्वाइवल भी होता है, ऐसे समय कुछ निर्णय भी आपको लेने पड़ते हैं। मुझे बताइए, ये जो इंडिया अलायंस बना हुआ है, इसमें कौन एक दूसरे के साथ रहा हुआ है? ये तो सारे एक दूसरे के विरोधी है, फिर भी साथ में आए हुए। आज भी अभी अलायंस इन्होंने तैयार किया, ममता जी बोलती है कि कम्युनिस्टों ने आना नहीं, केजरीवाल बोलते हैं कांग्रेस ने आना नहीं, अखिलेश जी बोलते हैं कांग्रेस क्यों चाहिए, उधर वही परिस्थिति बिहार में दिखाई पड़ती है। तो राजनीति में कोई 100% फॉर्मूला नहीं होता, या 100% सेटिस्फैक्शन में नहीं होता है। उस परिस्थिति में आवश्यक क्या है, वो आवश्यकता के अनुसार काम करना पड़ता है।
तो फिर ये आपको ज्यादा चैलेंज लगता है कि आप अपने लोगों को समझाएं कि अजीत पवार को हमने अरिथमेटिक के लिए साथ में लिया हुआ है, आज की स्थिति में उनकी जरूरत है इसलिए उनको साथ में लिया हुआ है। ये जिम्मेदारी आप पर है, इसीलिए पूछा जाता है कि आप
ये देखिए, मैंने पहले ही दिन मैंने बताया, ये आज नहीं बोल रहा हूं, मैंने पहले ही दिन बताया कि शिवसेना हमारी नेचुरल एलाय है। एक नेचुरल एलाय के रूप में हमने शिवसेना को साथ में लिया है। राष्ट्रवादी कांग्रेस ये हमारी पॉलिटिकल एलाय है, ये अभी नेचुरल एलाय बनी नहीं है, क्योंकि कई सालों तक हमने एक दूसरे के खिलाफ काम किया है। अभी अगले 10-20 साल साथ में रहेंगे तो शायद वो भी हमारी नेचुरल एलाय बनेगी।
लेकिन रहेंगे आपको लगता है?
हाँ, क्यों नहीं रहेंगी, पक्का रहेंगे, 100% रहेंगे। तो इसलिए आज हमारा नेचुरल अलाय शिवसेना है, हमने पॉलिटिकली एनसीपी को साथ में लिया है और मेरा विश्वास है कि इस कोएलिशन को हम ठीक से निभाएंगे और सारे चुनाव जीतेंगे।
सर, जब अजीत पवार आने वाले थे उसके पहले आपने यहां पर मीडिया में कुछ इंटरव्यू दिए थे और आपने कहा था कि शरद पवार की भूमिका इस पूरे एनसीपी कांड में बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। और तब आपने कहा था कि अभी तो मैं अर्ध सत्य बता रहा हूं, बाकी चीजें हम समय आने पर बताऊंगा। तो आज इस मंच पे आप पूर्ण सत्य बता ही दीजिएगा कि शरद पवार की भूमिका इसमें क्या रही थी। आप शरद पवार के साथ, क्या शरद पवार कहते हैं कि हमने कभी बीजेपी के साथ अलायंस करने के लिए ओके नहीं किया था, लेकिन अजीत पवार पार्टी के खिलाफ जाकर बीजेपी के साथ चले गए हैं। सच्चाई क्या है? 2019 की सच्चाई आज लोगों को पता चलनी चाहिए। क्या शरद पवार का आशीर्वाद 2019 में जो हुआ उसको था या नहीं था? आपका वर्जन क्या है इसमें?
पहली बात तो यह है कि पूरी सच्चाई के लिए आपको थोड़ा वेट करना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि पॉलिटिक्स में एक समय होता है चीज को पूरे तरीके से उजागर करने का। यू हैव टू हिट एट राइट टाइम, सो जस्ट वेट फॉर द राइट टाइम। पर मैं इतना कहता हूं, 2019 में जिस समय शिवसेना ने हमको धोखा देकर कांग्रेस के साथ और एनसीपी के साथ बातचीत शुरू की और यह ध्यान में आया कि अब उद्धव जी को मुख्यमंत्री की कुर्सी बुला रही है और ये कोई अपने साथ आने वाले नहीं है, उस समय हम लोग ये विचार कर रहे थे कि अब इसके ऊपर हम क्या उपाय कर पाए। उस समय राष्ट्रवादी कांग्रेस से कुछ लोगों ने मेरे सामने प्रपोजल रखा कि हम लोग आ सकते हैं क्योंकि हम 3 पार्टी की सरकार नहीं चाहते, वी वांट अ स्टेबल गवर्नमेंट। मैंने उनको कहा कि ठीक है, मैं कुछ चर्चा करके आपको कहूंगा। फिर चर्चाएं भी हुई। उसके बाद शरद पवार जी के साथ हमारी बैठक हुई। शरद पवार जी ने यह कहा कि हम बीजेपी के साथ आएंगे। हमने यह तय किया, जिम्मेदारी मुझ पर और अजीत पवार जी पर डाली गई। हमने बैठकर अलायंस कैसा होगा, उसमें किसको कौन सा पोर्टफोलियो मिलेगा, किसके पास कौन से जिले जाएंगे, ये सारी चीजें तय की। उसी अलायंस करने के वो जो प्रक्रिया थी, उस प्रक्रिया में यह भी तय हुआ कि चूंकि दिन खत्म होते हैं तो उसके बाद सरकार बनने को थोड़ा समय लगता है, तो राष्ट्रपति शासन लगाना पड़ेगा, तो लगा दिया जाए। तो सोच समझकर राष्ट्रपति शासन भी लगा। और उसके बाद एट वन फाइन मॉर्निंग शरद पवार जी ने अपना निर्णय बदल दिया। और फिर अजीत पवार को यह लगा कि यह सही नहीं है, क्योंकि हम इतने आगे बढ़ चुके हैं और इसके बाद इस प्रकार से निर्णय को बदलना ये विश्वासघात होगा, ऐसा अजीत पवार को लगा। और इसलिए उन्होंने कहा मैं तो बीजेपी के साथ जाऊंगा, जो तय हुआ है। उन्होंने पवार जी को भी बताया कि भाई जिस प्रकार से, क्योंकि आपने ये सारा अलायंस किया, आप इसको यहां तक लेकर आए और इसके बाद इस स्टेज पर यह चेंज नहीं हो सकता है। और इसलिए हम लोगों ने शपथ ली। फिर उसके बाद क्या हुआ वो हिस्ट्री है, आपने सबने देखा हुआ है। तो इसलिए मैं ये कहता हूं कि हमने उस समय चर्चाएं अजीत पवार जी से नहीं की थी, हमने चर्चाएं शरद पवार जी से की थी। शरद पवार जी के साथ निर्णय हुआ था। शरद पवार जी ने ऑथराइज करने के बाद ही अजीत पवार और मैं बैठे थे।
तो इस बार चर्चा किससे हुई? सीधे अजीत पवार से हुई कि आप इस बार भी शरद पवार से बातचीत हुई?
नहीं, अजीत पवार से हुई, लेकिन अब उनकी शरद पवार जी से क्या बातचीत हुई ये तो आप ज्यादा जान सकते हैं।
शरद पवार तो कहते हैं कि मैं तो बीजेपी के साथ जाने के लिए तैयार नहीं था, मेरे ये करने की वजह से शिवसेना और बीजेपी में दरार पड़ी और उसका फायदा अपोजिशन पार्टीज को हुआ। तो उनके हिसाब से ये एक तरीके से उनकी एक चाल थी और जिसमें बीजेपी फंसी।
देखिए, वो नई नई बातें बताते। उन्होंने एक दिन ये बोल दिया कि राष्ट्रपति शासन उठाना था, इसलिए मैंने ये किया, ये कहा ना उन्होंने। अब मैं आपको उसकी सच्चाई बताता हूं। आपको सच्चाई चाहिए तो बता ही देता हूं।
जी बिल्कुल, बताइए।
आपको थोड़ा और सच बता देता हूं जो मैंने रिजर्व में रखा था। राष्ट्रपति शासन लगाने का आइडिया ही शरद पवार जी का था। शरद पवार जी ने कहा कि देखो, मैं इतने जल्दी यू टर्न नहीं ले सकता, आप राष्ट्रपति शासन लगाइए। राष्ट्रपति शासन लगने के बाद मैं महाराष्ट्र का दौरा करूंगा और फिर मैं यह भूमिका लूंगा कि महाराष्ट्र को स्टेबल गवर्नमेंट चाहिए, इसलिए इसलिए हम बीजेपी के साथ जा रहे हैं। और फिर अपनी संख्या हो जाती है तो ऑटोमेटिक राष्ट्रपति शासन उठ जाएगा। इतना ही नहीं, मैं उसके आगे बढ़कर बताता हूं कि राष्ट्रपति शासन जब लगता है तो एक एक पार्टी को लेटर देकर पूछा जाता है कि आप सरकार बनाओगे क्या, आप सरकार बनाओगे क्या। तो वैसा ही लेटर एनसीपी को दिया गया और हम सरकार नहीं बनाएंगे। ये जो एनसीपी का लेटर था ये मैंने टाइप किया था, ये मेरे घर पे टाइप हुआ था। और उसके ऊपर पवार साहब ने उसमें कुछ करेक्शंस बताए थे। उस करेक्शंस को एग्जीक्यूट करके वो पत्र एनसीपी का दिया गया कि नहीं, हम भी सरकार नहीं बनाना चाहते, तब जाकर राष्ट्रपति शासन लगा था। तो इसलिए देखिए, पवार साहब बड़े आदमी है, बड़े नेता है, वो अलग अलग प्रकार की बातें कहते। सच बात यह है कि जब हमारे साथ शिवसेना ने विश्वासघात किया, हमारी पीठ में खंजर भोंका, उस समय पवार साहब ने ही हमारे साथ बातचीत की थी। पवार साहब ही हमारे साथ सरकार बनाना चाहते थे और फिर जो हुआ वो आप सबने देखा।
तो आज की स्थिति में आपने पवार साहब का बदला पूरा किया, ये आप कह सकते हैं आपने, क्योंकि पहले कहा था कि हमें उद्धव ठाकरे का बदला लेना था, इसके लिए जो भी हुआ वो पिछले साल हो गया।
देखिए,
तो इस बार क्या शरद पवार के साथ बदला पूरा हो चुका है आपका? 2 जुलाई को जो हुआ?
मैंने जरूर एक बार ये कहा था कि जो बदला है वो पूरा किया, लेकिन उसके बाद मैंने ये भी कहा था कि मेरे जैसे राजनेता को बदला लिया वगैरह ये शब्द ठीक नहीं है, ये गलत है, और इसलिए मैंने किसी से बदला नहीं लिया। हाँ, ये जरूर है, जो लेजिटिमेट राइट मुझे लोगों ने दिया था, लोगों ने चुनकर बीजेपी शिवसेना को दिया था, लोगों ने लेजिटिमेट राइट टू गवर्न ये मेरे को दिया था, क्योंकि मेरे नेतृत्व में चुनाव लड़ा गया था। और जब लोगों का राइट छीनने का काम उद्धव ठाकरे जी ने किया, तो लोगों का राइट उनको वापस दिलवाया, और जिस सरकार को उन्होंने चुनकर दिया था उस सरकार को हमने वापस बिठाया, अब उसमें एक पार्टनर और लाए।
तो क्या अभी भी शरद पवार के साथ बातचीत चल रही है? हम बार बार देखते हैं कि शरद पवार अजित पवार को जाके मिलते हैं, बातचीत होती है, कभी जाके पांव छू लेते हैं कि आप मान लीजिए, कुछ बातचीत चल रही है अभी, या वो मामला अब खत्म हो चुका है?
हमारे साथ शरद पवार जी की कोई बातचीत नहीं चल रही है, कोई बातचीत नहीं चल रही है। अजित पवार जी के साथ चल रही होगी तो मुझे पता नहीं है।
तो आज की स्थिति में आपका अलायंस अजित पवार के साथ में, और उन्हीं के पास एनसीपी की कमान जाएगी, जिस तरीके से इलेक्शन कमीशन में शिवसेना का फैसला हुआ है।
देखिए, कुल मिलाकर
लोग कहते हैं कि बीजेपी ये इंश्योर कराती है कि पार्टी तोड़ो और पार्टी हाथ में ले लो।
अरे भाई, तो आप ऐसा क्यों करते हो कि आपकी पार्टी टूटती है? आपकी पार्टी आपने बचानी चाहिए, हमने थोड़ी ठेका लिया आपकी पार्टी बचाने का। हमको राजनीति करनी है, हमारे पॉलिटिक्स में तो हम लोगों को जहां अपॉर्चुनिटी मिलेगी हम आगे जाएंगे। और यह बात पक्की है कि पिछले 20 सालों में इलेक्शन कमीशन ने जिस प्रकार के निर्णय दिए हैं, उन निर्णयों का आधार अगर हम माने तो मुझे लगता है कि एनसीपी का या अजित पवार जी का पलड़ा भारी है।
आपने कहा कि लेजिटिमेट सरकार बनाने का मौका दिया था, आपको मौका दिया गया था, बीजेपी नंबर 1 की पार्टी महाराष्ट्र में बनी। 2022 में भी जब यह मौका आया, तब बीजेपी नंबर 1 पार्टी होने के बावजूद आपने एकनाथ शिंदे को मुख्यमंत्री बनाया। अभी चैलेंज आपके पास यह है कि आगे लोकसभा चुनाव होने वाले हैं। लोग कहते हैं कि अगर, मतलब ये चर्चा काफी है महाराष्ट्र में, आपने भी सुनी होगी, कि अगर सुप्रीम कोर्ट का फैसला होता है या फिर स्पीकर का फैसला एकनाथ शिंदे के खिलाफ जाता है डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन पिटिशंस में 10th शेड्यूल के अंडर, तो हो सकता है कि विधानसभा चुनाव लोकसभा चुनाव के साथ आए। ऐसी सूरत में आपका 3 पार्टी अलायंस किस तरीके से सीट डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन करेगा? क्योंकि वो सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज होगा, आप सबसे बड़ी पार्टी है।
देखिए, आप बहुत हाइपोथेटिकल बात करते हैं, राजनीति में ऐसी हाइपोथेटिकल बात होती नहीं है। लेकिन मैं आपको एज ए लॉयर, मैं लॉयर भी हूं, एज ए लॉयर बताता हूं कि जिसने इलेक्शन कमीशन का शिवसेना के मामले में फैसला पढ़ा है, वो ये 100% समझ सकता है कि स्पीकर के सामने भी शिवसेना की केस ज्यादा मजबूत है, स्पीकर के सामने भी एकनाथ शिंदे जी की केस ज्यादा मजबूत है। ये तो क्या है कि जो शरद पवार जी का गुट है या उद्धव ठाकरे जी का गुट है, ये बार बार ये चीजें फैलाता है। क्यों फैलाता है? अभी कुछ लोग उनके पास बचे हुए हैं, उनको बचाना है, उनके मन में एक होप रखना है कि नहीं नहीं देखो ये डिस्क्वालीफाई हो सकते हैं और वापस हम आ सकते हैं। ये होप उनके मन में जारी रहे, इसलिए इस प्रकार की बातें फैलाने का वो प्रयास करते हैं। आप किसी भी अच्छे लॉयर को शिवसेना के मामले में इलेक्शन कमीशन ने दिया हुआ फैसला, सुप्रीम कोर्ट का फैसला, ये दोनों चीजें दिखा दीजिए, वो आपको 1 मिनट में बता देगा कि किसकी केस भारी है।
सर, सुप्रीम कोर्ट के फैसले में जो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल बेंच ने फैसला लिया है, उसमें एक बहुत अहम बात रखी है उन्होंने कि 10th शेड्यूल में विप का फैसला कैसे करना है, उसका गाइडलाइंस उन्होंने एक तरीके से दी हुई, जो आज तक कभी हुई नहीं थी। उन्होंने कहा है कि पहले स्पीकर को यह तय करना है कि पॉलिटिकल पार्टी कौन सी है, और इलेक्शन कमीशन के फैसले के आधार पर वो तय नहीं हो सकता। जून 2022 में पॉलिटिकल पार्टी किसके हाथ में थी, उसके आधार पर यह फैसला होगा। ऐसे में स्पीकर के सामने चुनौती है, आप नहीं मानते?
देखिए, स्पीकर इसमें क्या करेगा ये मैं प्रीएम्प्ट नहीं कर सकता।
एज अ
लॉयर मैं बोलता हूं कि मैं आपको वापस बोलता हूं साहिल जी, एक बार आप शिवसेना के मामले में इलेक्शन कमीशन ने जो फैसला दिया है उस फैसले को पढ़ लीजिए। उस फैसले में आपको जो स्पीकर फैसला कर सकते हैं उसके सीट्स उसमें आपको दिख जाएंगे, उसमें दिख जाएंगे। आखिर स्पीकर ने क्या फैसला करना है तो स्पीकर को तय करना है। और मैं तो ऐसा कहता हूं कि ऑनरेबल सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने इतना वाइड पावर दे दिया है स्पीकर को कि नाउ ओरिजिनल पॉलिटिकल पार्टी भी स्पीकर को तय करना है, उस पॉलिटिकल पार्टी का व्हिप वैलिड कौन है, ये भी स्पीकर को तय करना है। तो मुझे लगता है स्पीकर करेंगे। मैं जहां तक शिवसेना की बात करता हूं या एकनाथ शिंदे जी की बात करता हूं, एज ए लॉयर, मैं अगेन बोल रहा हूं, एज ए लॉयर मेरा यह मानना है इट्स अ सॉलिड केस, एब्सोल्यूट सॉलिड केस।
क्योंकि इसी के आधार पर कई लोग कह रहे हैं कि अजीत पवार कह रहे हैं कि शायद उनको चीफ मिनिस्टर बनने का मौका मिल सकता है। 6 महीने मुझे दीजिए, बार बार वो कहते हैं कि 6 महीना मुझे दीजिए, मैं चीफ मिनिस्टर बन के सारा चीज बदल के दिखा दूंगा। क्या इस तरीके की कोई वादा उनको किया गया है या?
देखिए, पहली बात तो 6 महीने में कोई चीजें नहीं बदलती, तो अजीत दादा को जब बनना है पूरे 5 साल के लिए बनाएंगे। ये कोई 6 महीने के वगैरह से
आप कह रहे हैं कि आप अजीत पवार को चीफ मिनिस्टर बनाएंगे 5 साल के लिए?
जब आएगा मौका तब। अभी तो मैं आपको बहुत स्पष्ट रूप से कहता हूं, एकनाथ शिंदे जी चीफ मिनिस्टर है, एकनाथ शिंदे जी चीफ मिनिस्टर रहेंगे। लोकसभा का चुनाव हो, विधानसभा का चुनाव हो, एकनाथ शिंदे जी ही चीफ मिनिस्टर रहेंगे। चीफ मिनिस्टर के नेतृत्व में चुनाव लड़े जाते हैं। इसलिए आप ये दिमाग से निकाल दीजिए कि महाराष्ट्र में चीफ मिनिस्टर बदलने वाला है। महाराष्ट्र में चीफ मिनिस्टर नहीं बदलेंगे, नहीं बदलेंगे।
आपकी स्थिति क्या होगी? क्योंकि आप पार्टी को लीड कर रहे हैं और आपकी पार्टी नंबर 1 की पार्टी है। जब सीट डिस्ट्रीब्यूट जब भी होगा, आप हाइपोथेटिकल की बात नहीं है, लेकिन जो रियलिटी है उसके आधार पर अगर हम देखें तो ऐसी स्थिति में आने वाले विधानसभा चुनाव में क्या बीजेपी ही नंबर 1 पार्टी बनकर उभरेगी विधानसभा चुनाव में? और ऐसी सूरत में आप दोबारा चीफ मिनिस्टरशिप क्लेम कर सकते हैं? क्या आपका खुद का दावा रहेगा?
देखिए, 2 चीजें हैं। पहले तो इसमें किसी के मन में शक होना ही नहीं चाहिए कि बीजेपी विल बी नंबर 1। बीजेपी ही नंबर 1 पार्टी बनने वाली है। महाराष्ट्र में दूसरी कोई पार्टी नंबर 1 बन ही नहीं सकती। बीजेपी ही नंबर 1 पार्टी बनने वाली है। और मेरा क्या होगा, कौन चीफ मिनिस्टर बनेगा, हमारी पार्टी में इसका फैसला हम नहीं करते। इसका फैसला भारतीय जनता पार्टी का पार्लियामेंट्री बोर्ड करता है, हमारे नेता करते हैं, हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी करते हैं। उचित समय पर वो फैसला करेंगे। जो वो फैसला करेंगे आपको उससे अवगत कराया जाएगा। जहां तक भारतीय जनता पार्टी का सवाल है, 2024 की लोकसभा में, 2024 की विधानसभा में बीजेपी विल बी नंबर 1 पार्टी इन महाराष्ट्र।
आपका क्लेम यानी पार्टी का क्लेम चीफ मिनिस्टरशिप पर रहेगा कि नहीं रहेगा? क्योंकि ये सबसे बड़ा सवाल है। पिछले साल की सिचुएशन अलग थी, पॉलिटिकल सिचुएशन अलग थी, उसके आधार पे आपने फैसला लिया था।
देखिए, आपको जो हेडलाइन चाहिए बीजेपी ने क्लेम किया, ये मैं नहीं दूंगा, क्योंकि इसका फैसला 2024 में ही होगा, हमारा पार्लियामेंट्री बोर्ड करेगा।
ठीक है ना, लेकिन ये तो आप कह सकते हैं ना कि पार्टी किस मतलब आपने चीफ मिनिस्टरशिप पर क्लेम नहीं छोड़ा, ये तो आप कह सकते हैं। आपका क्लेम तो रहेगा उसमें, आप चीफ मिनिस्टर रह चुके हैं।
आपको लगता है हमने छोड़ दिया है?
नहीं छोड़ा है।
आपको लगता है हमने छोड़ दिया है?
मुझे तो नहीं लगता।
बस ठीक है, चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं।
सवाल यह आता है इसके बाद में कि आज की एक चर्चा यह हो रही है कि जैसे मध्य प्रदेश में हमने देखा या पश्चिम बंगाल में हमने देखा कि कई केंद्रीय मंत्रियों को या सांसदों को कहा गया कि आप विधानसभा के चुनाव लड़िए। उसी तरीके से रिवर्स में महाराष्ट्र में देखा जा रहा है, उसमें कई लोगों के नाम आ रहे हैं कि उन्हें कहा जाएगा कि आप लोकसभा के चुनाव लड़िए। आपका भी नाम उसमें लिया जा रहा है कि बड़े फेसेस हमको दिल्ली में चाहिए, नए फेसेस हमको दिल्ली में चाहिए। आपकी बात पहले भी हो रही थी कि आपको शायद दिल्ली में बुलाया जाएगा, आपको कैबिनेट मंत्री बनाया जाएगा। महाराष्ट्र में कई लोग ये इच्छा व्यक्त कर भी चुके हैं। क्या आप दिल्ली जाने के लिए उत्सुक हैं आज की स्थिति में, या आपका कार्यक्षेत्र आपको लगता है कि महाराष्ट्र होना चाहिए? आप कहां खुश रहेंगे सबसे ज्यादा?
देखिए, पहली बात तो यह है कि पार्टी जिस दिन कहेगी दिल्ली आना है, दिल्ली आऊंगा। जिस दिन कहेगी मुंबई रहना है, मुंबई रहूंगा। जिस दिन कहेगी तुम्हारी आवश्यकता नहीं, नागपुर चले जाओ, उस दिन नागपुर चला जाऊंगा। मैं पार्टी का कार्यकर्ता हूं, पार्टी मेरे बारे में तय करती है, मैं तय करता नहीं हूं। इसलिए मेरी उत्सुकता का कोई विषय नहीं है। लेकिन ये जो पतंगबाजी चलती है कि इनको कहा गया है, उनको कहा गया है, उनको कहा गया है, ये पतंगबाजी में कोई उसमें सच्चाई नहीं है। किसी को कहा नहीं गया है, कहा जाने का सवाल भी नहीं है। मैं आपको एक चीज बोलता हूं, देखिए अल्टीमेटली चीजें पॉलिटिकल रियलिटी से ड्राइव होती है। और पॉलिटिकल रियलिटी क्या है? तो मेरी पार्टी ने महाराष्ट्र के लिए मेरी लीडरशिप को कल्टीवेट किया
जी।
तो उन्होंने कल्टीवेट किया, इसलिए आज मैं महाराष्ट्र का लीडर हूं। तो जिस दिन उनको लगेगा कि कोई दूसरा लीडर कल्टीवेट करना है तो दूसरा लीडर कल्टीवेट होगा। जब तक दूसरा लीडर वो कल्टीवेट नहीं करेंगे तब तक मैं लीडर हूं। और आज मैं जिस प्रकार की पॉलिटिकल रियलिटी को समझता हूं और मेरी पार्टी की वर्किंग को मैं जितना समझता हूं, मुझे लगता नहीं है कि अभी मुझे दिल्ली बुलाया जाएगा। महाराष्ट्र में मैं काम करूंगा, महाराष्ट्र का ही काम मुझे दिया जाएगा और महाराष्ट्र में मैं सरकार वापस लाऊंगा।
सर, कोalition का सबसे बड़ा फ्लिप साइड ये होता है कि आप जैसे नेता की जिसने महाराष्ट्र में एक ऐसी सरकार चलाई कि जिसमें आपको निर्णय लेने के लिए दिल्ली जाना नहीं पड़ता था, आप कोई भी फैसला मुंबई में बैठकर कर सकते थे। आज की स्थिति में वो चीज बदल गई है। आपके तरफ से आप कौन सा गवर्नमेंट प्रेफर करेंगे, जिस तरीके से आपने 14 से 19 में चलाया या जिस तरीके से आज की स्थिति में सरकार चल रही है? आज हम देखते हैं कि जो एमवीए सरकार में भी था या किसी भी कोalition सरकार में होता है कि खींचतान काफी होती है एक दूसरे के बीच में। कोई भी प्रोजेक्ट को लेकर हर कोई अपने आप को दावेदार के तौर पर साबित करना चाहता है। आज की स्थिति में महाराष्ट्र में कम से कम 6 लोग हैं अलग अलग पार्टियों की जो कहते हैं कि हमारी पार्टी से चीफ मिनिस्टर बनना चाहिए। ऐसी स्थिति में आप सरकार चलाना कितना डिफिकल्टी होगा?
पॉलिटिक्स में प्रेफरेंस का सवाल नहीं होता है, मैंडेट का सवाल होता है। प्रेफरेंस तो आपका कुछ भी हो सकता है। प्रेफरेंस तो ये हो सकता है कि 288 में से 288 सीटें हमारी आ जाए और सब हमारा ही बने, लेकिन मैंडेट का सवाल होता है और पॉलिटिकल रियलिटी उस समय की जो होती है उसके अनुसार निर्णय होते हैं।
सर, इसी के वजह से तो 2014 में बीजेपी का फैसला था कि हमें अकेले लड़ना है, क्योंकि जब तक आप अकेले नहीं लड़ोगे तब तक आपकी पार्टी की सीटें पूर्ण बहुमत की तरफ नहीं जा सकती।
नहीं,
आप कोalition में लड़ेंगे तो आप कोalition में अटक जाओ।
मैं आपको वापस बताना चाहता हूं, 2014 का चुनाव भी शिवसेना के साथ लड़ना चाहते थे, लेकिन फैसला एक चीज पर अटका था। हम उनको कह रहे थे आप 147 लड़िए, हम 127 लड़ेंगे, बची हुई सीटें अपने दोस्तों को देंगे। उनका कहना था हम 151 से नीचे एक भी सीट नहीं लेंगे। 4 सीटों के लिए शिवसेना ने उस समय हमारे साथ का अलायंस तोड़ा। उन्होंने तोड़ा तो हमको मौका मिला तो हमारी क्षमता लोगों को पता चली और हमको भी पता चली।
आज की तारीख पे भी आपकी उतनी क्षमता है महाराष्ट्र में। तो आज की स्थिति में जब तीसरे पार्टनर के साथ आप चुनाव लड़ोगे तो आपकी वो क्षमता नहीं रहेगी पूर्ण बहुमत से सत्ता लाने की।
देखिए, ऐसा है, हम लोग अपने पार्टनर को डिच नहीं करते, हम विश्वासघात नहीं करते। कोई पार्टनर हमारे साथ करे तो उसका जैसा जवाब चाहिए वैसा जवाब हम देते हैं, लेकिन जो पार्टनर हमारे साथ है उनमें से किसी को हम दूर नहीं करेंगे।
तो आने वाले 6 महीने में आपकी प्रायोरिटी क्या रहेगी? क्योंकि आपको एक साथ 2 अलग अलग पार्टनर को संभालना है कि जो एक दूसरे के धुर विरोधी रहे, जिनके वजह से एकनाथ शिंदे ने पिछली सरकार छोड़कर आपके साथ वो आने के लिए तैयार हुए, आज वो दोनों साथ में आए हुए हैं। आपको इन्वेस्टमेंट भी महाराष्ट्र में ले आनी है, आपके पास भले वो पोर्टफोलियो नहीं है एकनाथ शिंदे के साथ में, तो ये सारी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी किस तरीके से देखी जाएगी? क्योंकि एक तरफ हम हर चीज के लिए हम देख रहे हैं कि 2 डेप्यूटी चीफ मिनिस्टर, एक चीफ मिनिस्टर, हर कोई चाहता है कि हमारा रुतबा बना रहे, हमें इसका जो काम का नाम है वो हमें मिलता रहे। ऐसे सूरत में आप किस तरीके से उसको हैंडल करेंगे?
मुझे इस बारे में कोई चिंता नहीं है, क्योंकि हमारा फोकस ये महाराष्ट्र का विकास है। और मैं आपको एब्सोल्यूट नंबर में बताना चाहता हूं टेस्टिमनी क्या है। देखिए, मैं मुख्यमंत्री था, एफडीआई में महाराष्ट्र नंबर 1 था और इतना नंबर 1 था कि एक साल 49% और एक साल 42%। देश में जितनी इन्वेस्टमेंट आई उसमें 49% महाराष्ट्र में, एक साल 42% आई। उद्धव जी चीफ मिनिस्टर बने, उनका 1 साल पूरा हुआ, इन्वेस्टमेंट में हम 3rd नंबर पे चले गए, गुजरात नंबर 1 चला गया। उसके अगले साल हम 4th नंबर पे चले गए, कर्नाटक नंबर 1 पे चला गया। वापिस हम लोग आए, हमारे आने के 1 साल बाद वापिस सर्वे आया, महाराष्ट्र नंबर 1 बना। अभी दूसरा साल शुरू है, 1st क्वार्टर के रिजल्ट आए, वापिस महाराष्ट्र नंबर 1 है। तो मैं ये कहना चाहता हूं कि हमारा फोकस राजनीति नहीं है। देखिए, लोगों को राजनीति परोसी जाती है, लोग राजनीति देखते हैं। हमारा तो फोकस है विकास है, डेवलपमेंट है। हमने एक बहुत ही प्रोग्रेसिव बजट दिया है जिसको हम इंप्लीमेंट कर रहे हैं। आज पिछले 13, 14, 15 महीनों में हम लोगों ने महाराष्ट्र में कोविड के बाद हमारे ध्यान में आया कि अपनी सिस्टम्स को अपग्रेड करना है। हम 14 न्यू मेडिकल कॉलेजेस कर रहे हैं। महाराष्ट्र में हम लोगों ने इरिगेशन के करीब 8 लाख हेक्टेयर के का इरिगेशन हो सके, इतने प्रोजेक्ट्स को हमने मान्यता दी है, उसका काम हमने शुरू किया है। महाराष्ट्र में आज करीब हम लोग 20,000 करोड़ के रोड्स तैयार कर रहे हैं। तो इसलिए महाराष्ट्र में अलग अलग प्रकार के डेवलपमेंट के जो प्रोजेक्ट्स है, इसको हमने गति दी है। हम महाराष्ट्र को इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चरली एक बहुत एडवांस स्टेज में ले जाना चाहते हैं। आज वाढ़वण जैसा पोर्ट, कि जो पोर्ट देश का सबसे बड़ा पोर्ट बनने वाला है, आज देश का सबसे बड़ा पोर्ट जो है ये जेएनपीटी पोर्ट है। जेएनपीटी से भी 3 गुना बड़ा पोर्ट ये वाढ़वण में हम बना रहे हैं, जहां 20 मीटर डीप ड्राफ्ट है। दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा वेसल हम लोग वहां पर ला पाएंगे। जो हमारे बंद पड़े हुए काम थे, कोस्टल रोड का काम था, ट्रांस हार्बर लिंक का काम था, न्यू मुंबई एयरपोर्ट का काम था, बुलेट ट्रेन का काम था, ये सारा इतनी तेजी से हमने शुरू कर दिया कि इस साल के अंत से हम उसकी डिलीवरी करना शुरू करेंगे। तो कुल मिलाकर नागपुर मुंबई समृद्धि एक्सप्रेसवे,
तो ये अकेले की सरकार में ज्यादा हो पाएगा कि यो?
नहीं, ऐसा अकेले की सरकार में या दो अकेले की सरकार में नहीं होता है। जिसको करना है वो कहीं पर भी करता है। अभी देखिए हमारी सरकार का अंडरस्टैंडिंग क्या है, तो मुख्यमंत्री हमारे नेता है, मुख्यमंत्री को सारे अधिकार है, लेकिन साथ साथ मुख्यमंत्री जी ने भी हमको अधिकार दिया है कि स्टेट के हित के लिए आपको जो मीटिंग लगती है आप करिए, जो निर्णय लगता है करिए। अल्टीमेटली लेजिटिमेट निर्णय के लिए फाइल तो उनके पास जाती है, तो पूरा 100% फ्रीडम हमारे पास।
तो मुख्यमंत्री और डीसीएम 2 उनमें कोई
नहीं, बिल्कुल नहीं, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है। मुख्यमंत्री, डीसीएम 1, डीसीएम 2 और पूरा मंत्रिमंडल साथ में,
सब लोग साथ में,
सब एकदम।
तो आज की स्थिति में जो कास्ट बेस्ड सेंसस का चैलेंज आपके सामने खड़ा हुआ है, क्योंकि एनसीपी कह रही है कि कास्ट बेस्ड सेंसस होना चाहिए, छगन भुजबल या बाकी सारे नेता कह रहे हैं, बीजेपी का रवैया अब तक उसको लेकर साफ नहीं है। कल प्रधानमंत्री ने उस पर आलोचना भी की है कि कास्ट बेस्ड सेंसस को लेकर। तो आपकी भूमिका क्या रहेगी? क्या महाराष्ट्र में कास्ट बेस्ड सेंसस का सपोर्ट आपकी गवर्नमेंट करेगी?
पहली बात तो कास्ट बेस्ड सेंसस ये शब्द ही गलत है, क्योंकि सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने ये बता दिया है कि सेंसस ये स्टेट नहीं कर सकते, ये सर्वे है।
ठीक है, सर्वे,
सर्वे। और इस प्रकार का एक एम्पिरिकल सर्वे हम लोग पिछले समय भी करा चुके हैं महाराष्ट्र में। सबसे महत्वपूर्ण 2 चीजें इसमें है। देखिए, कास्ट बेस्ड सर्वे को किसी की ना नहीं हो सकती है, लेकिन इसमें जो एकदम मूलगामी बातें जो है उसको हमको ध्यान में लेना पड़ेगा। पहली बात, देश में 2011 में एक इस प्रकार का सोशो इकोनॉमिक कास्ट सर्वे हुआ था, लेकिन उसके बाद मनमोहन सिंह जी ने ही उस समय निर्णय लिया था कि इसके आंकड़े डिक्लेयर नहीं किए जाएंगे। क्यों नहीं किए जाएंगे? इसके कुछ कारण हैं। आज भी देखिए, बिहार ने सेंसस या सर्वे करने के बाद जो आंकड़े घोषित किए, अब वहां पर लड़ाई जुड़ गई है। कुर्मी कहते हैं हम इतने कम नहीं है, कोयरी कहते हैं हम इतने कम नहीं है, और कोई कम्युनिटी कहती है हम तो 6% हमको 2% दिखाया गया है। तो इसलिए इसका जब तक ऑथेंटिक मॉडल तैयार नहीं होता है, कोई मॉडल नहीं ऑथेंटिक।
सर, वो तो करना ही पड़ेगा ना। आपकी स्टेट पे भी मराठा समाज कह रहा है कि हमें आरक्षण चाहिए, धनगर समाज कह रहा है कि हमें अलग से आरक्षण चाहिए, आपने वादा भी किया था उनको। ऐसे में आपको ये तो करना ही पड़ेगा। जब तक आप उसका आकलन नहीं करेंगे तब तक आरक्षण की घोषणा कैसे करेंगे?
देखिए, इसीलिए जो हमारा बैकवर्ड क्लास कमीशन होता है, जब ये आरक्षण की मांगे उनके पास जाती है, तो वो पद्धति तय करते किस प्रकार से एम्पिरिकल डेटा हम जमा करें, किस प्रकार का सर्वे हम करें, उस प्रकार का एम्पिरिकल डेटा वो जमा करते हैं। तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि कुल मिलाकर समझ लीजिए, अब बिहार ने कुछ एक निर्णय किया है, अब हमको देखना पड़ेगा उसका परिणाम क्या है, उसकी ऑथेंटिसिटी क्या है। ये सारी चीजें देखने के बाद ही इसके ऊपर डिस्कशन हो पाएगा।
तो आज की स्थिति में आपके सामने इस तरीके का कोई विकल्प नहीं है, क्योंकि यहां पर ये मांगे बढ़ना शुरू हो गया है।
देखिए, हमने बार बार ये कहा है कि इंपेरिकल डेटा तैयार करने के लिए हमारी ना नहीं है। वी आर फॉर इंपेरिकल डेटा, लेकिन जिस प्रकार से बिहार ने किया या जिस प्रकार से इससे पहले कभी किया गया है, उसमें के शॉर्टकमिंग्स तो आपको दूर करने पड़ेंगे। आखिर में हम देश में जाति जाति में लड़ाई नहीं कर सकते। हमारा उद्देश्य क्या है? देश के पिछड़े, देश के ओबीसी, इनको हम आगे कैसे ले जाए, उनके लिए अच्छी योजनाएं कैसे कर पाए, देश के विकास में हम उनको किस प्रकार से ला पाए। आज देखिए, मोदी जी की सरकार ने ओबीसी के लिए जो किया, इससे पहले कभी नहीं हुआ। देश में ओबीसी का आयोग तो कई सालों से था, लेकिन उसको कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल दर्जा देकर उसके माध्यम से ओबीसी समाज के लिए अलग अलग फैसले जो लिए गए, ये तो मोदी जी ने लिए। तो मैं ये इतना ही कहना चाहता हूं कि अल्टीमेटली हम लोगों को एस्पिरेशंस भी पूरे करने हैं, लेकिन एस्पिरेशंस पूरे करते समय मेथोडोलॉजी ऐसी होनी चाहिए कि हम जाति जाति में लड़ाई न करें।
ठीक है, आखिर में सर, अब 26 जनवरी 2024 को हमारा मूड ऑफ द नेशन का और एक सर्वे आएगा. क्या चौथे पार्टनर की जरूरत पड़ेगी आपको लोकसभा के पहले?
आप एक बात ध्यान में रखिए, आप कोई भी मूड नाप लीजिए, महाराष्ट्र का मूड तय हो चुका है और ये मूड ये मोदी जी के साथ है और ये मोदी जी को 40 से ज्यादा सीटें देकर ही रुकने वाला.
सर बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया. आपने इंडिया टुडे कॉन्क्लेव की शुरुआत आपने इस तरीके से की. उम्मीद करते हैं कि अगले साल जब आएंगे तब हम महाराष्ट्र के प्रोग्रेस पर बात कर पाए. कोalition धर्मा आप कैसे निभाते हैं उस पर भी हमारी नजर रहेगी.
मेरा तो आपको निवेदन होगा, कोalition धर्मा वगैरह चलते रहता है साहब, विकास के ऊपर बात होनी चाहिए. ऑलवेज हम लोगों ने एटलीस्ट 60% टाइम ये विकास के ऊपर देना.
सर विकास पर बात तब होगी जब अरिथमेटिक ठीक होगा.
नहीं, अरिथमेटिक की जरूरत नहीं है, बिना अरिथमेटिक के भी हम कर लेते हैं.
चलिए सर, थैंक यू सो मच.
Ladies and gentlemen, please raise a warm applause for Deputy Chief Minister Maharashtra as I call upon Mr. Vijay Harinath Singh, Darwin Platform Group of Companies, to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation to the Deputy CM. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, do put your hands together for Devendra Fadnavis. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Sahil. There's a bit of breaking news given in that quick session. Do tweet it out under the hashtag Conclave Mumbai 23. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, without much delay, let's quickly power into our second session this afternoon. G20 Impact, the emerging global order. To take it from here, inviting on stage session's moderator, Rahul Kaval, News Director, India Today and Aaj Tak, and Executive Director, Business Today.
Hello and welcome to the India Today Mumbai Conclave. We've heard at length from the Indian government about the success of the G20 Leaders Summit. To get an outside perspective on how the rest of the world deconstructed what we saw in New Delhi during the G20 Summit, we've got here in Mumbai on special request the High Commissioner of the United Kingdom, Alexander Ellis. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us, and it's a pleasure to have you.
It's a great pleasure to be back. Thank you.
I want to start by asking you about your and your country's impressions of the G20 summit. In India, the government has declared this to be a grand success. There was consensus on the joint declaration that came out of the Delhi summit. In the way that you see it, in the journey of the G20, how do you assess the Delhi summit?
I think you're absolutely right to put it in the context of the G20 overall. I think really India broke the mold on what a G20 presidency is, and I feel for subsequent presidencies because India sets a standard. Getting agreement at the summit was a remarkable achievement. I think very few people thought it was possible, and I think that tells you something about the capability and the craft of the Indian system. I also think it tells you something about Indian power. The kind of planet India is getting bigger, its mass is getting bigger, and so as its gravitational pull, I think, is getting bigger. You can see that in lots of different ways. And countries did not want to get on the wrong side, I think, of the Indian presidency. And so it could achieve something which I wonder if any other country could achieve at the moment, which is to get, we have a very divided world, but to get all those different countries to align behind a single text.
You know, we have some images of Prime Minister Sunak and Akshata Murthy coming to India during the G20 summit, and I'm sure all of you would have seen it as well. Prime Minister Sunak's popularity back home in the context of the elections next year is something that he's working very hard to salvage. But in India, he had smashing popularity. I mean, just pressing all the right buttons. There they are at the Akshardham temple. The Canadian Prime Minister had a different kind of reception. The British Prime Minister was smashing all records. What were you and the High Commission making of the kind of warm reception the son-in-law of India was getting while he was here?
Well, it was amazing to see and amazing to be alongside the Prime Minister and Mrs. Murthy. And it was great that they came together. I think that has a lot of impact when they as a couple are together. And you saw the enormous interest of people here in them. The fact that they are living in number 10 Downing Street, drawing deer, lighting deer and drawing rangoli outside of Downing Street tells you something about my country, which is a very different country from the one I grew up in. That's a fast change, but I think it's a remarkable change. And that attracts interest in the UK, attracts interest here. It actually attracts interest all over the world. And it was wonderful to see. They were very well received here as well. And also, I think they really enjoyed it.
It's very interesting to see how Prime Minister Sunak wears his religion on his kurta.
Yeah.
Most people would be very low-key about it, keep religion as private. In those images from the Akshardham and even what he does back home,
yeah,
whether it's with the cow, and as you said, it says a lot about British politics at this time. For him to be Prime Minister and for it to be acceptable to people at large, how do you see that having changed? Because I studied in the UK, many people sitting here would have spent a lot of time in the UK. Yeah. It really has changed since.
It really has. What's so interesting in the UK is that it's just not an issue. The Prime Minister, I also admire him because he doesn't sort of play one game at home and one game abroad. He just is himself. He's completely relaxed about it, open about it, and the response in the UK, I think, tells you something about how much the country has changed. It just does not figure as an issue in the UK. What they look for from the Prime Minister is what every country looks for from the Prime Minister, which is competence, leadership, and so forth, and that's as it should be. And I'm very proud, actually, to represent a country which has changed so much. And it's not just the Prime Minister. If you saw King Charles's coronation, in a way, the kind of core of the British state, you had people from different faiths, artifacts from different faiths. It was something quite extraordinary to see. And that tells you something about the country I live in, or country I'm from.
And it gives Indians, many sitting here and otherwise, some level of vicarious pleasure that a son-in-law of India is trying to fix the broken British state.
We could unpack that statement. I think that Rishi Sunak is as British as I am, what he has is some style and taste and culture which is very identifiable here. He's a Hindu, practicing Hindu. He loves his laddus, I discovered, and was enjoying a few when he was here. But he is just. He reflects.
You were telling us that he has laddus with most meals?
Oh God, he does like a kaju katli. Actually, we're having a very good kaju katli when we're preparing for a meeting. But he's both a leader, but he's also reflecting a change in British society, and you see it in lots of different ways. And I think we are a stronger, healthier society for that.
And I think it's quite incredible. All jokes aside, because it's taken so many people of Indian origin to go and run American tech companies, and they're doing a stellar job. So it feels really nice. But of course, as you said, he is fully British, and the British people have accepted him. And that's most important. Everybody else is just on the sidelines commenting on the match, but they're not playing the match. I want to come to the tricky issue of Khalistan, where we saw quite disturbingly the Indian High Commissioner, Mr. Doraiswamy, in Scotland getting heckled by some separatists. And from what I hear, those separatists haven't been arrested, and from the reports that I read from the Scottish media, they don't seem to have anything big happened.
So something happened which absolutely should not have happened. And our ministers have been very clear about that, both publicly and in private. You have to put individual incidents within a context. First of all, that context is the extraordinary diversity of the UK now. We've just been talking about in relation to the Prime Minister, and the extraordinary achievements of the community of Indian heritage in the UK, which is frankly fantastic. About 1.5, 1.6 million people achieving in every walk of life, represented in our parliament, represented in all sorts of fields in the British state. So that's a great thing. Second thing is that extremism is an issue in many countries, and actually Prime Minister Rishi Sunak, when he was here, was very clear: we do not tolerate extremism in any form. There are always going to be a few folk who are going to be at the extreme ends. And how we deal with that, I think we deal with it in different ways. We do arrest people, or I should say the police have the powers to arrest people and exercise them. We had a demonstration outside the Indian High Commission on Monday, I think. Somebody was arrested there. There was an arrest, excuse me, when we had the demonstration back in March, I think it was.
But there the Indian government gave images of those who were part of the protests and the vandalism, and again, nothing happened. So this is something that many people watching and sitting here don't seem to understand. If there are people who are advocating secession, picking up the gun, fomenting trouble, sponsoring terrorism, Britain, more so Canada, but also Britain, just doesn't seem to do enough.
Well,
if they were causing terrorism on British soil, then the British point of view would be very different.
So let's again unpack that a bit. So first of all, things do happen, and they do happen. We arrested the police. First of all, it's not the government's job. It's the police decide who they're going to arrest and not they're going to arrest, and then you go to a court, and the court decides ultimately on conviction or otherwise. There was an arrest in March. There was an arrest on Monday. There are other ways in which the British authorities can act where they see extremism, and again, of any form, for example, closing down TV stations, for example, closing down charities, for example, closing down schools, none of which are what they say they are. I give those examples because in all those cases, the British authorities have acted. The other thing that happens is to strengthen the security around the people and the buildings of India in the United Kingdom, and that has happened as well. There's been a clear increase in security. What you won't hear about is the many demonstrations which have taken place since March outside the Indian High Commission, which have taken place without incident because of very effective policing. Excuse me, I'm having that change of season, cough and cold, which everyone will be familiar with. So things do happen. We have a very good communication with the Indian authorities. We have created a joint extremism task force. But as our own security minister said when he came here, extremism, it's not an Indian problem. It's a British problem. If we are seeing young British, mainly men, radicalized, that is a problem in our society and one we have to and we do deal with. So beneath the headlines, actually, we do act. We talk all the time to the Indian government. The police, obviously independent, make their own judgments, but we take it seriously. And that's why we have taken the measures we have, whether in terms of security or in other ways to frustrate unacceptable extremism in my country.
So what's your message as a country that's part of the Five Eyes to Ottawa and to the government in Canada in terms of how they're handling the same issue? They don't seem to be doing quite as much as the UK's.
I think any British High Commissioner should be focusing on Britain, UK, India. What I think is it takes a lot of effort at a lot of levels and also communication between countries about how things work. For example, we've had judges out here talking to Indian authorities about sort of evidence which be accepted in the British court, stuff like that. Quite sort of down-to-earth cooperation. And it's a permanent process, but we should never lose sight of the enormous benefits we get in the United Kingdom from having a very diverse population, which contributes a great deal to my country. And I always want to look at the good, the vast majority good, as well as dealing with the occasional bad.
One of the things that's been in the news of late is the decision of your country to increase visa fees for Indians, visa fees in general, and particularly Indians, the process becoming more complicated and costlier than earlier.
You're right, we have increased the visa fees. Our visa is still very competitive. Our process, in my view, is outstanding. We are clearing the very vast majority of all the visa applications within 15 working days. The good news is demand for visas is enormous. We issued over 500,000 visit visas over the last year, 140,000 student visas. These are record numbers, over 50,000 skilled worker visas. About 1/3 of all the visas we issue are to Indian nationals, and demand is enormous. We have a system which we're always trying to improve. That requires investment, so the fees go up, but we are still very competitive. And luckily, people are still wanting to come to the UK.
Sure. The other thing that we're noticing is that the number of students going to the UK, a few decades ago, the UK was the number one choice for Indian students wanting to study abroad. Now other countries are catching up and overtaking the United Kingdom as well. Why do you think that is happening? And what's your government doing to try and maintain the competitive advantage of universities and colleges in Great Britain to attract students from India?
I believe in competition, so it's great that you have competition. I think it's much better for the students, international students in general. But I should say that the UK is surging enormously in the number of students we get coming from India to the United Kingdom. India is now the number one source of international students, overtaken China. We have record numbers this year because we have a very good offer. People like coming to the UK. The quality of the universities, even you, I think, Rahul, may have been tempted by the quality of the university in the UK. Actually, the numbers show enormous demand and growing demand. Part of that is because people like to work after they've studied in the UK, and the UK allows for that as well. I would guess US would probably be number one in the world for attracting international students. The UK is very close behind. We're up to about 700,000. That's a very high number, and that's because of the quality of the offer. And long may it continue, but long there may also be competition, because that's what drives improvement in our universities as well. What I would like to get more of, though, is young Brits coming here. One of my aims is to set up something which gets more young Brits to see the real new India of today and tomorrow. I had that experience when I was 18. Our Minister of Justice, our Lord Chancellor, he had that experience when he was 22. Our Finance Minister, Jeremy Hunt, came here when he was 18. I think we need more folks coming over to see what India is like today.
So what does India look like to you now relative to what it looked like when you'd come in your teens? You were in Madhya Pradesh, right?
I was, yeah, that's right. I lived in Indore. I went back there the other day. I taught in a school. India has incredible cultural depth. It's the oldest country I've ever lived in. But it also has this extraordinary modernity. So it's a most unusual combination of the two. And what I'd like people to see is that modernity. The extraordinary changes going on in the country in the last 20 or 30 years. And the sense that people always talk to, the India story, it'll happen. We're in it now. Yeah, it's not the next chapter, it's this chapter.
We had Borje Brande, the president of the World Economic Forum, at one of our summits recently, and he spoke of India becoming a $10 trillion economy in the next 10 years, and the geopolitics of the world, in his view, being defined by a G3. The US, China, and India. Is that too presumptuous, you think, or do you think inevitably that's the way the stars are aligning?
I think power does come from economic power, and India's is transforming at the moment. I think India has rightly got that ambition to become third biggest economy in the world. It will become the third biggest economy in the world. As I said, its magnetic pull, you can feel it increasing. I'll go back from here, I'll go to see the board of Barclays Bank coming here back in Delhi this evening, because people want to come to India. Everybody wants to come to India. The G20, we had over a dozen ministers coming here just to see what India is like. By the way, one of the very good things about the G20 was it allowed ministers to see the reality of India today. So that economic power will come. In my view, no country can do that alone. If you look at the very best in the world, Neeraj Chopra. Yeah? Neeraj Chopra, he's Indian, he comes from fantastic background in Haryana. He trains in the UK, amongst other places, to become excellent. To become excellent, you need international competition, and you need to be at the very best. And I think India is attracting the very best and should continue to do so. I think India will be one of the three defining countries of the rest of my life, of my lifetime. What happens in India on environment, what happens in India on health, what happens in India on food security, all those things will define what happens in the world, alongside, I agree, China and the United States. That is a very exciting prospect for India. It's also a change in the way the world works. A generation ago, I started in diplomacy, the richest countries in the world are the most powerful. That has changed. And India is setting essentially a new paradigm for how you exercise power at the same time as you drive internal development.
I am delighted that the High Commissioner is cheering for Neeraj Chopra, which is fantastic. You're pressing all the right buttons as a diplomat. I also hope in the same way you will be rooting for Rohit Sharma and the Indian team rather than the English team, sir. Now he's British first.
No. There are many things you
He
learn.
doesn't go that far.
There are many things you learn in India. One is the value of not speaking and just rolling your head a bit. India should be, I think they're favourites, marginal favourites for the World Cup.
Your team is?
And I think India probably is. Home advantage
No,
matters.
we want you to think your favourites.
I will always put India as the favourite. I think England has a very strong team. England is the holding champion, is the reigning champion at 50 overs. It's the reigning champion at 20 overs. It has an outstanding side. We were terrible at one-day cricket for about 10, 20 years, but now we're back and very strong. You need good spinners. I think it was Rajdeep Sardesai was saying that to me, and I think he's right. New Zealand have some good spinners. We have good spinners. You need power in the middle order. 5, 6, 7 have to score fast in very few balls. And that's interesting to see from India. I think they have great opening batsmen. I think they have, in Jasprit Bumrah, they have the X factor. Can they get the power through the middle order? But I think that getting R. Ashwin back is a very good thing for India because he has the craft to bowl good spin.
It's fantastic. I like the depth and the passion. And it must really be like that. It can't be any other way. So it's fantastic. You play some cricket yourself, sir?
I do.
You bat, you bowl, you field?
Yeah, sadly, I think that my chance of getting into the England squad is looking small at the moment, although I'm always available and ready to play. I'm glad you laughed. I still play. It's a great game. It's lovely playing in India, actually. It's a very different experience. Going to the games is fantastic. I'll be at the opening match tomorrow in Ahmedabad. I'll try and get to see England play in Delhi. I'll try and get to Kolkata as well. I think it's a wonderful opportunity to see different parts. And also, I've actually played at Eden Gardens, but I've never watched a game there. And that has to be on the bucket list of things you do in India.
Fascinating, very fascinating. We're very happy for England to do really well till it comes to the finals or whenever it comes across India and lose. I mean, till then, we're very delighted for England to do really well. They have been setting the benchmark, which hasn't been the case, as you yourself said, for a long time. They're a formidable team. We're just trying to keep expectations very low. The problem with India and Indians is we get carried away about this, about the possibility of our team doing well, with people like you saying, oh, you're favorites. We don't want to be favorites. We just want to go out and play well. We just want to go out and play well. I see you watch a lot of Hindi movies.
I do. I should have mentioned just before we get off, the other thing we have is Ben Stokes. When you get into the knockout games, if England gets to a semi-final or a final, which I hope they will, I was at the 2019 final when I saw what Stokes did in that final. By the way, I was at the 1983 final as well. That was a good game to go to. Hindi movies, I'm trying to learn Hindi. The G20 has not been kind to my Hindi.
Why is that?
Because there's so much work. G20 बहुत काम दिया.
Fantastic. तो कितनी अच्छी है आपकी हिंदी?
मेरी हिंदी आजकल मेरी हिंदी खराब है. मेरी शिक्षिका बहुत गुस्से हैं क्योंकि गुस्से हैं क्योंकि हर दिन में G20 मंत्री आते हैं काम करता हूँ इसलिए मेरी हिंदी नहीं.
तो कितना अभ्यास करते हैं आप? कितनी प्रैक्टिस करते हैं हिंदी बोलने?
Not enough. क्योंकि मैं एक कक्षा करता हूँ हर हफ्ते, more or less. But it's language requires work, and I haven't worked hard enough. So I'm going to try and use the World Cup to get my cricket Hindi back in shape. The first words in Hindi I learned here were actually playing cricket. Koi bat nahi, as I dropped another catch. It was so embarrassing. So I might try and use the World Cup. And I welcome any suggestions of good phrases to learn for cricket.
नहीं, अगर इंग्लैंड सही टाइम पे इंडिया से हार जाए तो हम लोग सब कहेंगे कोई बात नहीं.
I'm not even going to respond to that.
It's like I'm a diplomat. I know when the ball is swinging outside the off stump, I can just keep my bat in. I don't need to stick my bat out. We let Stokes do the rest.
Yeah, very wise.
So what Hindi film have you watched recently?
I watched Sholay again the other day. What else?
So Sholay or Chole? Oh, sorry.
Well, that's all right. I make mistakes all the time. I've been watching Panchayat, the series, which is really good. Fantastic series and also good for my Hindi as well. I was watching, what's the show with Saif Ali Khan? The other
Saif Ali Khan.
Yeah,
sure.
yeah.
Come on, Bombay, help me. Sacred Games?
Yeah, Patriot Games. It's a very good show, and I know Safe from times past, so it was very nice to see. I must admit, I switched a little bit back into English to watch Barbie, and which was a fantastic film, as well as Oppenheimer. So I'm pretty eclectic in my taste. I've watched Gangs of Wasseypur, Part 1. I learned some very interesting vocabulary from that film. Maybe more for the cricket pitch than people saying Part 2 is very good as well. Actually, it's a beautifully made film, so I might try and watch Part 2 next.
मेरे पास आपके लिए एक सुझाव है. अपनी हिंदी सुधारने का एक बहुत अच्छा तरीका है कि आप दिन में आधा घंटे आज तक देख लें. हम लोगों का जो हिंदी चैनल है, उससे भी आपकी हिंदी खूब सुधरेगी. हाई कमिश्नर साहब, आप आए, आपने हमारे देश के बारे में, हमारी संस्कृति के बारे में, हमारी भाषा के बारे में सीखने की कोशिश की. वाकई में आपका देश बदल रहा है. आप खुद इतनी मेहनत कर रहे हैं. हिंदुस्तानियों को वहां पे इतनी जगह मिल रही है. बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आपका.
बहुत शुक्रिया.
Thank you. All the best. Do really well in the World Cup. Just tell
Ladies and gentlemen,
Stokes and company
raise a warm
not to beat
applause.
India. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
A warm, may I please request the gentleman, the British High Commissioner, to stay on stage as I quickly call upon Mr. Dinesh Bhatia, Group CEO, India Today Group, to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation to Mr. Alex Ellis, British High Commissioner to India. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, may I request you to raise a warm applause for how sporting Mr. Ellis was. Thank you. Once again, a quick reminder, do keep the conversation going on social media. Tweet out under the hashtag Conclave Mumbai 23. With that, ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to our next session this afternoon. Her Space, Her Story, Women Scientists at the Frontier of Space Exploration. To take it from here, I'd like to call upon stage our moderator, Raj Chengappa, Group Editorial Director, Publishing, India Today Group. May I also invite on stage our panelists, Dr. Annapurni Subramaniam, Director, Indian Institute of Astrophysics, Nigar Shaji, Project Director, Aditya Solar Mission. Handing over to Mr. Chengappa.
Morning, everyone. And this really is a celebration of India's achievement in space exploration, particularly our brilliant women scientists. And firstly, let's of course give Team ISRO and India as well a huge applause for Chandrayaan-3 success. They are our space heroes. And today we have the privilege of having two of India's top women scientists who are poised again to make space history, if I may say so, with the Aditya L1 mission, which is India's first mission to explore the sun. Both of these scientists have overcome tremendous gender biases and patriarchal resistance to reach the top of their respective positions. Let's give them a very warm round of applause for that as well. Joining me on the extreme left is Nigar Shaji, a top ISRO scientist and the project director of Aditya Solar Mission. And we have, of course, Professor Annapurni Subramaniam, director of Indian Institute of Astrophysics. Both of them are linked intimately with the Aditya project. Nigar for sending up the spacecraft right up to this tremendous distance, and Annapurni for designing the various experiments that will bring back this. Of course, you're also involved. But let's begin. You just had a review meeting, I'm told, this morning. You'll had a Zoom meeting on Aditya and the progress. Can you give us an update? Aditya was launched last month. Where is Aditya, the spacecraft, reached in terms of the distance, and what more needs to be done?
Yeah. After the successful soft landing of Chandrayaan-3, Aditya L1, we had the launch on September 2nd. And following that, we had our orbit-rising maneuvers, and that is completed successfully. And it's on September 18th, it left the sphere of influence of the Earth. And now presently, it's at around 10 lakh kilometers. It is
so that's 1 million kilometers, right? The distance from here to the moon is about 400,000 kilometers, 4 lakh kilometers.
Yes.
So you've crossed well beyond the moon, and now
yes. Now we are just orbiting around the sun. We are totally from the influence of the Earth. So because around 9.2 lakh kilometer, we'll be totally out of the influence of the Earth.
What is the speed it's traveling at when you, is it about 11 kilometers per second or higher?
That's because it varies, depends on the orbital position. So average, you can say.
So the speed that they're traveling it is that if you took a flight from Europe from say Berlin to New York, you'd reach there in about 5 minutes. Is that the speed you're traveling? That's just to give an idea of that speed, right? Yeah. And you are now going to reach, when will you reach the point where you can begin your observation? Which date is that?
Yeah, we have 2 more course correction maneuvers. And by January 1st week, we'll be in a position to insert into the halo orbit around the Sun-Earth Lagrangian point.
So the Lagrangian point is where it'll be 1.5 million kilometers away?
Yes.
That's 1% the distance to the sun, right?
Yes,
the sun is like 150 million kilometers.
Yes.
But that point allows you to stay stationary and observe the sun without untrammeled observations, without the solar eclipse and lunar eclipse.
The point rotates along with the Earth. So we'll be able to view the sun on the other side. So that's a very vantage point for the sun observation.
Now let's come to you, Anupulni Subramaniam. You have, designer of one of the key experiments. Let's ask an ABC question. Why should we be studying the sun? I mean, we've had 20 missions in the past before Aditya went up, and USA and Germany and others have dominated. But firstly, why should we look at the sun? What will the sun tell us?
Yeah, so I come from the Indian Institute of Astrophysics, and we have the huge heritage of studying the sun for more than 100 years. So we have this famous Kodaikanal Solar Observatory. It was established in 1899, and we have been observing the sun from 1904 onwards.
So what makes Aditya so special?
So that's what I'm saying. So look at the sun, that's a star we live with. And we need to understand it, we need to understand its tantrums, because we do see the coronal mass ejections from sun and the magnetic field activities of the sun. So the activity is of the time scale of 11-year cycle. So you need to have multiples of 11 years to actually understand what the solar cycle means.
So it sort of flips 11 years.
That's right. So in fact, it becomes 22, right? So you need to have multiples of this to understand. So we already have more than 100 years of data, and we have been collecting it and studying the sun. Now, what else do you want to do now, right? So if you have seen total solar eclipses, people go take experiments to do total solar eclipse, right? Why do you want to do that? Because sun has got a corona. And corona is where you actually see the coronal mass ejections come, and the way in which the matter flies out to the interplanetary space, including the Earth. So if you want to see the corona, you have to actually cut out the light of the solar disk. And that's when you actually get to do the experiment. Now you have to wait for a total solar eclipse to happen, to do that, right? But what if you can actually make a total solar eclipse inside your instrument? And you can do it all the time.
Right.
So that is what the thing is. And why do you want to see the corona? Corona is because that is when the mass ejection starts. When the sun erupts or sun burps, then the mass ejections come. And that is what it travels towards the interplanetary space, causing space weather and the eruptions in our power grid, your communication, etc., etc.
I think that's a very important point, because we don't realize it. There's solar winds that's blowing across.
That's right.
There are magnetic fields that come across. And if it blows too much, our entire telemetry and everything else will be disturbed.
That's right,
And so you're studying the behavior. One of the things you're studying is looking at the behavior of the corona and the solar wind process that is in there, right?
Yeah. And also heating of the corona. The gas in the corona is 1,000,000 degree Kelvin.
1,000,000 degrees?
Yeah, that is the same temperature as inside the sun. The surface of the sun is about few thousands, 5,000. But how did you heat up the gas just outside it to 1,000,000? So The
And then it
scientific
gets
world
hotter,
is,
apparently. It goes to 15,000 degrees centigrade as
yeah,
it moves
then
into the corona.
chromosphere and then corona. So the corona is a very thin gas, very hot gas.
Just
so
to give
what
you-
is, yeah, so,
Just to give you an idea of the temperature, steel melts at what? 1,000 degrees centigrade?
yeah.
So you're going at 15 times, and therefore any spacecraft, if it gets too close to it, will just
Yeah,
vanish.
yeah.
Am I right?
That's right, yes.
So
yeah.
let's come to you, Nikhil. What is the, we built Chandrayaan, we had a lander, we had a rover, highly successful. We failed the first time, but second time we came back with glorious results. What's the degree of difficulty, and what is it that you specialize in when you look at Aditya? What is the area that you've, apart being project director, what is the degree of difficulty in this process of reaching the sun? Because then you have the experiments, but before that.
Yeah, actually, we are doing it for the first time. We are going to this Lagrangian point around L1. When you know Lagrangian point is it's an imaginary point where the gravitational pull of both the sun and earth balances, and it acts as a small force. So having a spacecraft around it, it's the first time we are trying. So the spacecraft need to balance between the pull of the sun and the earth and has to be around that. So that's a real challenge. Mission management is the real challenge in Aditya L1. And it's you can visualize like a ball on the hilltop. So if you don't balance, either it can move towards the either side, that is towards the sun or towards the earth. So that's the first time we are. It's also a three body problem, and also it is the orbit also is a 3-dimensional orbit. So it's not a perpendicular plane or anything. That orbit will be wobbling, and it is a 3-dimensional one. So such a thing we are trying for the first time. That's the biggest challenge. And also the instruments, what they have developed, it requires a very high pointing accuracy to look at the sun. So for that we have made special sensors so that we will maintain that pointing accuracy what the instruments demands. So these are all the major two challenges. Apart from that, any spacecraft making is a big challenge. So because it involves a lot of complex engineering and science. So that way, these two are the major challenges.
Well, yeah, I mean, you've put it very well. Could be a physics lesson in some senses, but the fact is that even to get to that precision point, it's like, firing a 1 rupee coin at some great distance and trying to hit it, right? I mean, it has to be so precise. If it just moves a little this side, you lose the spacecraft.
Yes.
Am I right on this one? But let's come to the other part of this, which is women and space exploration. And we'll begin with you, Annapurni. Both of you all come from small towns, right? You come from Palakkad, that's in Kerala, and you come from Tenkasi, that is in Tamil Nadu. When you took it up, why did you take to space or astrophysics in this particular thing? Was there resistance from your family? Your family were musicians. I'm told your father and mother were very good players of this. Why didn't you take to art and, why didn't you take to art and not science?
Yeah, so I grew up in Palakkad, and one of the things which I still cherish when I was a small child was looking up at the night sky. And we had the privilege of looking at the night sky and seeing the stars. I don't think any of this younger generation have this privilege. And if I have to tell them that how beautiful the sky is, they just stare at me, where can I go and see it? Right? So that's a very sad situation. But two things happened when I was in a remote place, and also we had power cuts. Nothing to do. You have to go out, you have to watch the sky. And that really inspired me. Ellis comet and the constellations and so many things out there totally inspired me. At home, I breathed music because my parents are musicians and all the time music in and out.
You actually play the violin and
yeah,
chord.
I'm a Carnatic violinist as well. So we can't escape music at home. But I was very passionate about doing science. My parents were not against me doing science, but they were kind of not very happy me doing engineering though. So pure science, they didn't have a problem, but it's just all up to me because I had a plan B that was always music, but then I thought if I take music, I will not be able to continue science. But if I take science, I can continue music. So I decided to do that and then continued science.
And why astronomy? Didn't your parents have any issues with astronomy? But give a warm round of applause for that. Yes.
Yeah,
astronomy. Did your parents have any objection to astronomy? You said engineering, they were not.
yeah, but when I took up astronomy, they said fine. But then I told them that I'm going to look at the night sky and spend time, hours together or days together, weeks together in the observatory. A few days later, my mom came and told me, how about studying the sun? You see The sun rises up in the sky in the morning and then sets in the west in the evening. Isn't that the better way to study the stars or whatever? I didn't understand what she's aiming at because she didn't have any idea about anything. So then I realized that as a girl child, she didn't want me to go and spend time in the observatory.
At night.
At night. So the good thing would be to study the sun. The only way to overcome that was to take them there and show them. So what is the observatory like? How does things work there? Why I'm passionate about it? Show them, and actually I shared my passion with them and how happy I'm doing that. That really changed the whole scenario.
Another round of applause for her. And Nigar Shaji has an equally inspiring story. You come from a real small town in Tenkasi, actually a village, Senkota, if I got the name right. And you then wanted to take up science. Was there resistance from your parents? Was there resistance from, your friends around you, society? How did it work and how did you get in?
No, actually, my parents were very supportive. Actually, my father he did his undergraduate in maths, so he is very much interested in maths and physics. And even my brother he's a PhD in physics. So that way, we have an interest in physics. But engineering, I always like to do what many are not doing. So that way I chose engineering at that point of time. Now that lot of women are doing. So that point of time, it was not very a common one. So I like to do that.
How many women were there in your class when you were doing engineering?
Yeah, we were the total strength of 120, 100 are male and 20 are women.
Wow. So the ratio is very little. And did you face discrimination? You also come from, if I may say, ask this question, from a Muslim community. Was there any problems you had mingling, and were there any societal issues at that particular point?
I didn't face any problem, but in our community at that point of time, women were not very encouraged to do very higher education. So, but my parents were not like that, so I could do it. Okay,
let's give a warm round of applause for that as well. Let's come to the other issue, is women at the workplace, in this case, and your, scientific institutions. Do you all have a level playing field? Is there a lot of patriarchal resistance to having someone like you on top of Indian Institute of Astrophysics is one of the most prestigious institutes. Were there any difficulties you faced, and what would be the correctives you would say are required if there was?
Yeah, the Institute of Astrophysics actually has a long heritage of having women at all levels. So people in general see women taking part in decision making at levels, etc. But we never had head of the institution as a woman.
You're the first woman director.
Woman director of that. So what basically happens is that what I have come across is that there's no direct discrimination, but there will always be an obscure thing that, okay, can she do it? Can she live up to the expectation? So if something goes wrong, they'll say, okay, maybe she can't take it, she can't do it. So that kind of a confidence level with the feel around you is not very positive or supportive. So always you have to take a double dose of confidence within you to take the next step. Can I do it? You'll always question yourself, can I do it, can I do it? Particularly because you yourself, you don't see too many role models around you, but also because the kind of feel around you is not very positive about it. So you have to overcome doubly.
Wow.
Yeah. So I think I always tell women that don't doubt yourself. There won't be any feel around you to support you. So don't even look for feels around you. Just you are confident about it, just go ahead and do it. So that's what I keep telling myself, because I also end up in such situations quite often.
What a wonderful message. Let's give a warm round of applause for that, for all women on this. And Nigar, I'm sure you also, when you come to, what is the, in terms of ISRO seems a more enlightened organization, as we can see a lot of scientists. But were there issues, especially when you were young and you were trying to move up, were there issues of discrimination, and how did you overcome it? What was the kind of things you did to do that, as well as balance your family life? I guess that's the other issue that you have to do.
It's actually, in ISRO, there is no glass ceiling or anything, and I never had a feeling that I'm a female, so I need to do. But naturally, women, I feel, because of the stereotyping and the societal we have, our self-assessment is comparatively less, and you have to put more than double the effort to be more assertive and to be in the place of decision making. It's the inherent and the societal pressure what you get that's only pulling you. Otherwise, as an organization, it was the environment was very conducive, and I never felt I have to. But otherwise, for climbing up the ladder, you have to put in a lot of effort. So that time, the work-life balance comes into play. So unless you have a good support system at home, because still it's not, so many places we can talk that, and we are sharing all the burden of the families, but still it's the more percentages on the women's shoulder. So set up a good supportive system so that you can spend more time in your career, and you can spend, because it's naturally you need to spend more time if you want to climb up the ladder. It's irrespective of men or women, you have to put in a lot of effort. So for that, you build what I learned is have a good supportive system to take care of the family responsibilities too. So my family was very supportive, and my mother was very supportive for me. So I could spend extra hours, because in space there is no time. So if you go in the morning, you don't know when you will be back.
Right.
So that's the type of work we do. So that is a support system which helped me to climb the ladder like this.
And how would you look at it, this work-life balance where I think both of you all have two children, son and a daughter in your case. How did you balance these two things?
It's not easy at all. My message is that, of course, I fully agree with Nigar that support system is extremely important. And it changes from person to person, so you need to figure out how you handle it. But I also go into the guilty feeling of, you spend more time at home, at work, then you feel that you're not, covered much at home. So I tell people that don't take average over a short time scale, because you cannot achieve everything every day. You cannot achieve everything every week. So take an average over a month or a couple of months. Then you will not feel into this guilty trap. So guilty trap is another problem where you get up doing, but actually you need to deliver, because you need to be conscious about all the requirements you have to play, but somehow manage to balance time. And discipline is the underlying term you have to take care, because without discipline, very difficult to handle multiple things.
I see Kali Puri there, who's our vice chairman of the India Today group, as well as group editorial director, a fine example of women leadership. Kali, you wanted a question? You had one? Mike, should I come? Mike? Yeah, take this. Come.
Sorry, my question is to Dr. Subramaniam. You said something very important about having a double dose of confidence. I think young women these days have a lot more role models to look up to, but along with societal pressure, they have a lot of social media pressure. And this belief of imposter syndrome. So can you tell us a little bit about how do you do that double dose of confidence, like every day in the morning? How do you pep yourself up and say, I can do this, and I'm the woman for the job. I am the only woman for the job.
It is not easy at all. We go into this kind of thing, can I do it? Should I do it? Can I take this up this quick? Keeps coming back to you. You have to keep talking to yourself, saying that you have done it. Do not doubt yourself. Even if something fails, going wrong, you said, no, be yourself. Just be yourself. You have the instinct in you. You have the capabilities in you. Just do it. Wonderful. Just go ahead and face it and do it. You can just be normal. Don't get overwhelmed. Don't get pressurized. So these should not be in the parameters at all. You're just doing your duty. So just go ahead and do it. Otherwise, if you start thinking about the peripherals around it, you get overwhelmed, and you will not be able to even deliver, whatever, even in the scariest of scenarios, you can't deliver that. So I think Nigar would be the right person to talk about 30 seconds.
Go ahead and, what is your advice?
Situations.
Your thoughts on this?
It's not just confidence building, it won't come on its own. Okay, you have to look at the models, and it's inherent quality, what you get it and you can develop it. The confidence building is an art, and you can always develop it. So I feel from my childhood, maybe the environment what I have grown in have given me a lot of confidence, and so that I continue to nurture it, and that helped me in my career too.
So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give them a very warm round of applause to these two inspirational women of science. Louder, please. They are now in the cusp of history.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, raise a very warm applause for our panelists as I call upon Kishore Vora, Dubai's India Private Limited, to come up on stage and present a very small token of our appreciation to our panelists this afternoon. Dr. Subramaniam, Ms. Shaji, thank you for coming and sharing your thoughts with us. Thank you, ladies. Thank you, Mr. Chingappa. Thank you, sir. All right, ladies and gentlemen, after our session with the two women scientists, let's move in to our next session for the day, the future of banking, building a robust financial ecosystem. To take it from here, calling on stage, session's moderator Rahul Kaval, News Director, India Today and Aaj Tak, and Executive Director, Business Today.
Our next guest at the India Today Conclave in Mumbai is an institution builder par excellence, India's most renowned banker. Corporates latch on to every word of his, and he's the man the government turns to when there is a sign of stress in the financial system. He's recently dropped a bombshell saying he wants to step away ahead of time from his executive functions, and he hasn't spoken much in the public since. So we're absolutely delighted to be joined at the India Today Mumbai Conclave by the founder and director of Kotak Mahindra Bank, Uday Kotak. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us here. Thank you.
Thank you, Rahul, and delighted to be here at the India Today Conclave. I think one of the most prestigious and outstanding events which India Today manages to do year after year.
We're delighted to have you here, sir. Shorn of all political and economic rhetoric, bankers are often the best people to get a strong financial sense of the state of the Indian economy. We're seeing some macro green shoots in terms of India being amongst the fastest growing global economies. Private investment, though, is refusing to kick off. We were here a couple of years ago on the back of corporate taxes coming down, and you'd expressed hope that this would create a virtuous investment cycle. We're still waiting for that cycle to kickstart. And we're seeing household savings, which had been one of the big strength areas of the Indian economy, now declining, as is the case in many countries. So could you start by giving us a temperature reading of your understanding of the current growth prospects and the state of the Indian economy?
I think in the last 3 years, in the post-COVID period, India has come out remarkably better than what I would have thought about at the beginning of COVID, which is March 20. And if you look at 3 years later, we look like in a much better place than what we would have thought. Therefore, India has battered and navigated through the COVID period extremely well. Simultaneously, if you look at the Russia-Ukraine situation, India has once again positioned itself so beautifully from a geopolitical point of view, and actually Indian economics getting lower energy for India, at the same time standing up in the world to say India will think for its own interests versus anything else. These two are one of the most outstanding developments from an economic point of view in a fast-changing geopolitical landscape. And kudos to all of us in this country, and particularly to all the policymakers and the government for really bringing us and navigating us through what was clearly 3 years of turbulence. And therefore, I do believe from a temperature check point of view, India is in a good place. However, the world is not in such a good place. And the reason I say it is because the US has lived off the world's money for a long time, because most of the countries around the world keep their surpluses with the US. And therefore, US gets all the money being the reserve currency. And at the same time, US deficits are very high. And you've seen from zero interest rates now in US have moved up more than 500 basis points and don't seem to be stopping. And the world's reserve currency, if it pays 5.5% on its money overnight, then the rest of the world has to adjust on the interest rates. So that is one part. Second is China. I frankly cannot figure out what is really happening inside China. And the latest Evergrande situation, which is a large real estate developer in China, has gone bust. They did not take quick action. It was a problem 2 years ago. Let it fester for a long time. And the Chinese economy is not in a shape which I think it should be for getting the world out of trouble. And then, of course, you have the Russia, all the other issues. Therefore, the world, both economically and geopolitically, is not in a good place. Therefore, India is in a good place, but we are in an interdependent world.
So the banking system is more robust than it has been. According to the RBI's financial stability report for June, gross non-performing assets are continuing a downward trend at about 3.9%. That's a decadal low. Deposits growth, which had come down in 21, 22, 23, 23 is standing at 11.8%. Personal loans are growing at 22.2%. So the banks are doing well. Private investment, though, hasn't kicked off in the way that you would have liked, the government would have liked, and every Indian citizen would like. Why do you think that's the case?
You're completely right. Indian banks are in phenomenally good shape. And this is a great time to be from the point of view of Indian banking. However, a lot of the Indian banking lending, if you look at last decade or so, has moved away from corporate lending to much more retail lending. For a lot more consumer loans and funding, consumer financing has become the core of most of banking. On the other hand, corporate lending businesses are not growing at the same time. And there could be 2 or 3 reasons. One, I wonder where are the animal instincts of all the corporates? What is it that is holding corporates from going ahead and expanding at speed and scale?
You explain the answer, that we can see.
No, I think my view is a lot of the global uncertainty is something which may be weighing on corporates' minds. The geopolitics is uncertain. India's competitiveness is something which we must look at. We have to ask the tough question that despite China going through all its trouble, why does India have a net trade deficit with China, close to $100 billion a year? Why is it that we in India cannot manufacture and find it cheaper to import from China? $100 billion a year is what India net pays to China in terms of net imports. And that is the question which we need to ask to our corporates, that for all our strong fundamentals, why is it that corporate India is not able to compete with a China?
Do you see that change, or do you think we're caught in a situation where because of the way things are, that is unlikely to change? Because everybody's been waiting for a virtuous investment cycle, which hasn't started. And if it is to start, and if you were advising Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman and Prime Minister Modi, what would be your bullet points?
I think first, we are doing the right thing by increasing government spending, because government spending has to happen. On the back of it, we need to create an environment where corporate India is ready to take big calls on investing into the future. And here, again, I'm saying something which is close to my heart. There is a significant concentration of new investments happening by only a few groups. What India needs to see is many flowers bloom. What we are seeing today is many people are not going ahead and taking the animal instincts call, as a result of which we are seeing significant consolidation and concentration.
So that could happen for two reasons, Mr. Kotak. One is that the animal instincts of those promoters and industrial groups is stronger than the others, and they're taking punts which the others don't want to, or policy is skewed to favor some over the others.
So my sense is, from a policy point of view, and I'm not saying the policy is skewed, my sense is policy must encourage many flowers to bloom.
And that's not happening right now, because many flowers aren't blooming.
Let me give you a few examples. Look at the telecom sector. If we met here 5 years ago, there were 13 players. Now, at the best, we are 2.5. Let us look at the airline industry. You've consolidated effectively to 2.25. Let's look at the steel sector. 2 big guys and a lot of small guys. So massive consolidation has happened and continues to happen. And with that, the risk of concentration of business power as distinct from wealth. I'm talking about business power in a few hands, which in the short run can give us results. But long run, you want many businesses to flourish in India.
What would you do differently? Because post-pandemic, in any case, we've seen at the top of the pyramid, more concentration of wealth globally. Plus, creating this national champions, for example, in countries like South Korea, did help their growth. But you don't want so much concentration of wealth in a few industrial houses. What would you do differently?
I think first, most important, free and fair markets. Backed by policy, which actually allows a competitive marketplace. I would certainly want to see a stronger role of the Competition Commission to ensure that there is fair play in the marketplace. You do not want such concentration in a few hands, which I think long term, as an Indian, I would love to see many more Indians succeed. It's good to see a few big successes, but how do we multiply them exponentially?
You know, I started the session by saying that people latch on to every word of what Uday Kotak says, and I think in the last few minutes you've demonstrated that, because you speak your mind, you speak it fearlessly, and that is fantastic. In the last 21 years, the RBI has given 4 full-fledged licenses for banks. Do you think, in the manner in which the Indian economy is projected to grow, say 10 trillion by the next 10 years, by 2033, are we building enough of a financial sector infrastructure to be able to power the kind of growth the Indian economy is anticipating?
No, I must first compliment the RBI for a phenomenal job in the last 3 years. The way RBI has navigated India through these difficult times, we must compliment the regulator, particularly in the areas of monetary policy and macroeconomic stability. The RBI has also played a very significant role in the health of the Indian banking sector. So we must credit the RBI for dramatically and profoundly managing the Indian financial system to very stable shores. The question which we have to ask for the future, and this is not about the present or the past, is what are we doing for our aspiration? And this is where I think there is an opportunity for Indian practitioners, Indian bankers, Indian policymakers, all of them, to manage risks but get a little bolder. And what do we need to do to change the rules of the game? Yes, we want to minimize accidents on the road. The way to do it is to have better traffic signals, better supervision, better regulation. It is undoubtedly necessary. But along with that, we must encourage lot more cars on the road and lot more roads to be built for a future. And therefore, there are areas where we can do much better for our future.
But you don't want the traffic policeman to be telling the driver constantly on how to drive. Do you think there's too much interference and over-regulation on aspects of operations on the part of the RBI in the affairs of banks?
No, I think our RBI has an important role to do. Keep in mind, banks are much more leveraged institutions than most average companies. Banks can leverage 10, 12 times its equity. So there is a need for proper oversight. But how do you manage risk whereby you say, I want to minimize accidents, but we cannot get to a situation where there will be no accidents?
I, for one, and I'm itching to ask this question to Mr. Kotak, can't understand why the Reserve Bank of India must pick from the list of potential successors that you've given, Shanti Ikambaram and KVS Manian, or somebody else coming out. Shouldn't it really be the decision of the Kotak Bank and you as founder to pick who you think is most capable of getting the job done rather than having the RBI weigh in?
So first of all, the regulation is clear on this now and for a long time in the past. That's how it has been. The board of the bank has to recommend 2 names in order of priority to the regulator. Thereafter, the regulator will make its call and give an approval to 1 name. That's the process which has been there in India for a while and continues to be that. Therefore, as a regulated bank, Kotak Mahindra Bank has followed the regulation as required. Now, whether regulation is right or wrong, it is not for me representing a regulated entity to be speaking about. Rahul, you are a much freer man, but as me, I am regulated and I respect regulation.
Okay, he's like a good batsman, just let that ball pass, which is perfectly sensible. Given also the fact that you will now have more free time and you're such a bundle of energy and ideas, I wonder what you intend to do.
I hope, Rahul, you call me more on your channel.
So if you ask us, we'll call you as frequently as is possible. You're very difficult to get hold of and you very rarely come, which is why we're so delighted to have you here. But when Uday Kotak is not looking at balance sheets and financial statements, what is he doing?
So let me first say, once I have been 38 years doing this. And there comes a time to take a view and sit back. That there is many more things in life which matter. And for a founder, it's normally very difficult to say, I give up. But once you take the call that you want to do things in life, in addition to your responsibility as a board governance member, which I continue to be on Kotak Mahindra Bank board and a significant shareholder, I think life has a lot more opportunity. And I'm basically saying that I'm going back to have a plain white canvas so that I can paint the future the way I feel like.
What do you want to paint? Like you must have some, like as an artist, what's your vision? What do you want to paint on your life's canvas?
Artist paints and must paint freely. Because that's the true opportunity. Therefore, I do not call myself an artist, but I do feel a plain canvas is a very big opportunity at a turning point of India's future. I think India is at a cusp of a major, major change and opportunity. India's time is now over the next 5 to 10 years. And at that point of time, to say I have a plain canvas to do whatever I want is a sense of relief and release from a day-to-day operational responsibility.
Speaking of succession, Mr. Kotak, do you see your son Jay one day run your bank?
Today's times, first of all, kids have a mind of their own. He decided to come back and work in the bank like any other professional. And it's up to him. If he performs, he may have an opportunity. It's merit, professional merit, and it is for the bank and its board to decide. I am a believer that there are 2 business models in corporate India. And I'm meandering a bit, but I want to talk about these 2 models. There is one model, which I call as the Raja Praja model, where the Raja decides what is right for the company and goes ahead and does it. The Praja has to accept what the Raja does. And the Raja has tremendous power, therefore can create disproportionate wealth for the company, but the Raja will decide how much Praja will get. That is one model. The second model is what I call as the trusteeship model, where you say that you are a trustee for all the stakeholders and create a fair business model for all the stakeholders. The trusteeship model obviously is not as influential in terms of getting opportunity as the Raja Praja model, but it is far more fair to all stakeholders. My instinct always has been in favor of the trusteeship model, because I think that is truly what builds a country, a nation, and a company.
You know, you've been a institution builder, you've been a wealth creator for your team, and you virtually treated your senior leadership as part owners. And I think that's one of the big reasons behind the success of the Kotak Bank. You spoke of consolidation, and you spoke of a few big industrial groups having a disproportionate sway. Speaking of which, Jio is coming into financial services. And when they came into the telecom sector, we saw how 13 batsmen became 2.5, 2.25. How do you see that play out in the context of the financial sector?
So I just want to clarify, Rahul. I have great respect for what a Reliance or any of these big houses have really built. I think they've really created world-class institutions of excellence. I mean, everything they've done, they've created it world-class and of quality. Therefore, I'm fully supportive of what they've done in building of India. But I believe that in addition to what they've done, India needs a lot more and lot broader. That was the point which I wanted to clarify. And specifically with reference to Jio's entry into financial services, I think that's a very good thing, because you really want people in any sector to always be on the edge. Moment you get complacent, things don't move. And being on the edge is critical for any company's future. And I believe in the line, only the paranoid survive. And if you're paranoid, you will survive. If you're not, you don't need to be in the business.
So I want to ask you two questions. If you are advising Mukesh Bhai and KV Kamath on what they should do, what would you tell them? Where do you see the space in the sector? Where could they come in? What could they do which is disruptive, which then puts the existing players on their toes?
Rahul, I take advice from Mukesh and KVK. I don't give it to them.
And he charges a lot for his advice, so pocket mein nahi milegi. That's the other part. If you are now strategizing from within, and you've got this behemoth coming in, they'll buy some domestic funds, they've already tied up internationally, how are you preparing to deal with the challenge? We don't know what form and shape it will ultimately take, but winter is coming, there's a challenge coming, so how are you preparing to deal with it?
I will learn from the India Today model in media. It has survived all the competition and all the players come in, and I'm delighted to be here.
Artificial intelligence has been a big area of conversation. So two aspects. One, as a consumer, how are you using AI within Kotak to make my life easier? B, because the banking sector is as big an employer as it is, how much disruption do you see artificial intelligence cause on jobs in the banking sector?
I think AI is a game changer, and it's going to make it possible for us to be able to provide significantly superior outcomes to customers and people in general. It can change society. It can change how we do our work, how do we look at our future. And if you look at the last 50 years, the amount of change we have seen is just enormous. I remember 50 years ago, we were barely seeing the beginnings of television in India. From there to where we are, to where AI will take us. It is another leapfrog from the current level of the digital age. It's going to think for us, and what has happened in chess, where the computer is superior than the human, is something which we need to watch out for. And as humans, we need to figure out how we are going to be relevant with competition from a machine. And we need to hone our skills and get better, because otherwise the machine will get the better of us.
So what's your advice to young bankers at this time, given that the machine can throw up better analysis than you can possibly do through the human brain? How should the next generation of bankers be planning to lead when machines are smarter than men?
You know, there are two parts of the brain. There's the left brain and the right brain. On the left brain, the machine will get better of humans. The right brain, which is the creative brain, is where the humans will always score over the machine. And therefore, my advice to all younger generation is think out of the box what is not apparent and take those bold calls which the computer doing 010101 will never get there. Therefore, AI is a left brain competitor. It's much less a right brain competitor. Therefore, use your right brain a lot more for the future.
The other part of the question was on job losses as a result of AI, which is in banking and elsewhere, especially for your tasks which have a monotonous element to them, you may not need those many bankers. How do you assess the prospects of job losses? Not just in your bank in general, I'm talking about a more macro question.
I think more generally, from the point of view of jobs, we're going to see new industries really take off. I think one of the biggest growth areas for the future is going to be the leisure industry. It is the gaming industry, it's the sports industry. We're going to see what we think about as traditional business and industry is undergoing a fundamental change. However, the world will deal with a question whether there are enough jobs for human beings versus the number of activities which the machine will do. And from a long-term political point of view, the question which we will have to address over the next 5, 10, 15 years is the concept of universal basic income. It is something which is very unaffordable for most countries, but it is an issue which the politicians of the future will have to deal with for its people as the base level of universal income which needs to be provided by the state for all individuals, whether they have a job or do not have a job.
Many top economists like Abhijit Banerjee at MIT, Arvind Subramaniam, Raghuram Rajan, they've all been advocating for a UBI. Do you believe India can afford a UBI? Should India definitely find a way of affording a UBI? What would be a typical level of UBI that you think is relevant? And do you think this is where the conversation should be heading to?
I think we will most probably move in this direction if the number of jobs are taken over more and more by machines. I have suggested in the context of sustainability, one of the finest laws India has compared to any other country in the world is the CSR law. A 2% CSR by every company paying out of its profits every year for doing its social responsibility. I've suggested that what India is doing, why can't every company in the world have a rule where instead of giving it to the state, companies as good citizens give 2% of their profits for social responsibility. If we can create this kind, and if we see a world where there will be fewer companies as big winners with large profit pools, the time has come for these companies to give some direct allocation of some of their profits annually for things which are changing the planet, whether it's climate change or whether it's moving in a direction for a minimum income for all.
In fact, Mr. Kotak was part of the B20 deliberations where the committee that you headed actually came up with a recommendation along those lines.
Yes.
To try and generate up to $4 trillion of climate financing.
Yeah.
So we're running out of time. Before I end, you mentioned that the traffic policeman, which is the RBI, needs to regulate RES.
I did not say that.
That's what I understood. Could you suggest a few particular pain points where you'd like the RBI to back off and let bankers do their thing?
No, I think RBI has done a lot of changes. I find that RBI very flexible and open to suggestions. Therefore, if I take the liberty of giving suggestions, one area which I would think India needs to be ready for is, say, acquisition finance. How can Indian companies get acquisition finance from Indian banks? Today, if a company wants to buy another company in India, you're dependent on foreign banking for sources outside India. The current limitation of lending against shares, even for acquisition, is a limit which was fixed in 1992 of rupees 20 lakhs per individual.
That's ridiculous.
So we need to be looking at, if India really wants to unleash its animal spirits, including for smaller and medium-sized businesses and even some larger corporates, access to finance is going to be one of the most important differentiators for building an India of the future. And we need to make that easily available with guardrails for risk. Risk management is the core of any leverage finance business. But along with that, we need to make it available for Indian entrepreneurs to get to scale.
America had the Lehman Brothers moment. India had IL&FS, where you stepped in and tried to play a role in ensuring that the contagion didn't spread. Where do you think China went wrong on Evergrande? And you mentioned that things aren't emerging with very clear data sets suggesting how the Chinese economy is doing. So how bad do you think things are, and where could China's economy go from here?
From late 70s to 2020, for a 40-year period, China was focused on pragmatism in economics. Politically, they were clear that they wanted a command economy, but pragmatic on economics. I think China is moving away from pragmatism on economics to ideology, which is working against Chinese entrepreneurship. I think it's a very important opportunity for India to grab it and grow at 9 to 10%, not 6% as we are.
No, you can't say that without me asking, what do we need to do to go from 6 to 9? And the big political question, and I'll ask you about whether there is inevitability to India's growth story, like the Congress and the likes of Chidambaram and Jairam Ramesh have us believe, or do you believe it is a lot dependent on the nature of government that gets elected in 2024 and the kind of governance? So is India's growth story inevitable, or is it dependent largely on politics?
Never take anything for granted. We have to work for it. Therefore, to say growth is our birthright, I don't agree. We will have to work for it, have the right policies, right execution. And only then can we take growth to the next level. We may have a base level of growth, which is 4 or 5%. But if you want to get to 9 to 10%, it goes back to Gita. You have to do your Purusharth. And you have to think.
What is the 3% that could be that Purusharth? Like, what could governments do to go from 6 to 9? Because I interviewed Ruchir Sharma in New York recently, and he said 6 is the new 9. Like, you can't expect 9, 10, because that's a different world where the world is more open, there's more global trade. Now, countries are getting protectionist, there are new trade barriers coming up. So this is a different world.
Ruchir is talking from a Western world point of view, where growth is 2 to 3%. I respect Ruchir a lot. But if you want to change India's destiny, and China has shown it, I'm not saying we want an autocratic rule by any stretch, but India can do it in its own ways over the next 10 or 20 years, go for 9 to 10% growth, unleash Indian entrepreneurship, have great guardrails for fair competition, and encourage free and fair markets with enterprise to transform India, not just to the third largest economy, but to a much higher per capita income.
That's true. That is very, very important. I could go on, but we're also out of time. So I want to thank you for joining us and for being so 2 things. One, he could give Dr. Jaishankar a run for his money when it comes to diplomacy. He said what he said, but he said it in such a guarded and careful way that nobody can object to anything that he said. And I think that's quite commendable. So apart from being a fantastic banker, you're a terrific diplomat, and we saw that. And I really look forward to seeing what you paint on that canvas of yours. You have a fantastic new canvas, your life ahead. And thank you so much, Mr. Kotak, for joining us at the India Today Mumbai Conclave. Thank you, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, raise a warm applause as I call upon Mrityunjay Shahi, Darwin Platform Group Companies, to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation to Mr. Kotak. Once again, do put your hands together. Thank you, Mr. Uday Kotak, founder, Kotak Mahindra Bank. Thank you. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go into a very, very quick lunch served in the courtyard. We reconvene in exactly half hour, 3 p.m. We start with our next session. We are running a little behind. So let's see you back here, 3 p.m. I do hope with all that you're imbibing, all that you're taking in, listening into, you're very active on social media. Do tweet with the hashtag Conclave Mumbai 23. We once again want to take the opportunity to thank our sponsor.
From a land older than time, amidst the magnificent palaces, enveloped in the mystic fog, where the elusive tigers exude a timeless valor, comes India's finest yet, for connoisseurs of fine taste. Royal Ranthambore.
with most of us.
You know, when you look at feminism, it comes in various shapes, forms, and people. There is a form, shape, and a person that we've come to accept over the years, the stereotypical form of feminism, the one who openly speaks of women's rights, of gender equality. Then, viewers, ladies and gentlemen, there is this other form of feminism that makes some of us deeply uncomfortable, that intimidates some of us. It's a disruptor in the old field of patriarchy. Its language is too raw. It makes some of us a little nervous, that we look away or we dismiss it. But then it goes back, it gets into a new attire, it comes right back in your face and makes you confront with what is our bitter truths. We have a face of feminism, unapologetic, possibly unintentional in doing what she does. Ladies and gentlemen, please raise a warm applause. Urfi Javed for our next session, dressed to slay, turning heads with a bold sartorial sense. And that's the big reveal moment. Please raise a warm applause for Urfi Javed. Well, that reel usually would get like millions of likes on Instagram. So come on, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together, Urfi, come. Thank you. We're glad to have you. And what you just saw was possibly one of her reels, which will go into millions of likes soon. But what we're going to do is quickly play for you one of the reels, which has clocked in how many millions of likes. Let's quickly take a look, and we are back with Urfi Javed. Sensationalism, is there a method to the Urfi madness? We spoke of possibly burning a path of feminism, which is rarely treaded in India with what you do. Unintentional. How does Urfi Javed look at Urfi Javed? Who are you?
I'm still discovering. I swear to God, I have no idea. Every day I look in the mirror. एक कभी-कभी किसी दिन ऐसा लगता है मैं बहुत powerful हूँ, मैंने कितना कुछ कर लिया है. Suddenly the next day I'm like, shit yaar, kuch nahi hai mere paas. The entire world is making fun of me. There are days. So every day is different for everyone.
उर्फी, एक तरह आपको कह सकते हो आप एक फेमिनिस्ट आइकॉन हो. आप ऑल्टरनेट फेमिनिज्म जो इंटिमिडेट भी करता है, थोड़ा स्केयर भी करता है, लोगों को अनकंफर्टेबल भी करता है, क्योंकि आपने एक पूरा जो करियर अपने लिए बनाया है, एंड द वे यू पुट इट टुगेदर, इट्स अमेजिंग. और एक दूसरा सेंस है उर्फी जो देखता है कि देखिए ये उर्फी जावेद फेमिनिज्म का बिल्कुल उल्टा है, कॉन्ट्रडिक्शन है, क्योंकि ये मेल गेज जो है उसको फीड करती है, उसको ओन करती है, एंड शी इज बेसिकली पैंडरिंग टू द मेल गेज. जैसे आपके आउटफिट्स रहते हैं, आपका जो इंस्टाग्राम मूवमेंट होता है.
तो ऐसे तो फिर वो, जैसे मैंने आपको बोला भी था, वो 6 महीने की बच्ची जिसका रेप हुआ, क्या वो भी मेल गेज को फीड कर रही थी? भाई जिसको फीड कराना है अपनी मेल गेज, हम वो मेल गेज वाले को नहीं बोल रहे हैं, हम आदमी को नहीं बोल रहे हैं कि आपकी गेज गलत है, मैं ही गलत हूँ. दिस एंड ठीक है, यस आई एडमिट आई एम कैपिटलाइजिंग ऑन माई सेक्शुअलाइजेशन, बट इट इज नॉट समथिंग न्यू. Movies and directors have been doing that for ages, and the point is they sexualize women in their movies, still the women face the backlash while the directors and the producers are making money. I wanted to take in charge, I want to sexualize myself, and I want to make my own money.
Urfi, when was that moment when Urfi Javed decided that she will monetize her own sexuality for herself? She'll build a career on it.
मैंने 7 साल बहुत स्ट्रगल किया. जब मैं आई थी, I ran away when I was 17 and I've been wandering like a vagabond here and there.
आपने घर छोड़ दिया था जब आप 17 साल के थे?
मैं और मेरी बहनों ने.
क्यों? कहाँ से आप?
मैं लखनऊ से हूँ. घर मतलब ऐसे कोई बहुत वैसे नहीं छोड़ा था, बिकॉज आई वांटेड टू बी अ रिबेल, और मतलब मुझे कुछ आई हैड माई ओन वेज. मैं बचपन से ही बहुत बोल्ड थी कपड़ों को लेकर, छुप छुप के वैसे कपड़े पहनना, फिर घर से जैकेट पहन के निकलना, बाहर जाके खोल देना, थी मैं वैसी. एंड माई फादर वॉज बिल्कुल ही कंजर्वेटिव. you know, and very abusive physically, as in बहुत ज़्यादा. And then दो चार चीज़ें ऐसी घर पे हो गई तो फिर मतलब बिल्कुल ही या तो मैं सुसाइड कर लेती या मैं मतलब भाग के अपने लिए एक नई दुनिया बना लेती. So I chose the latter.
Urfi, were you abused physically as a young child?
Mentally, physically, but not sexually. I would like to clarify that.
Yes.
Yes.
You were. And that is why इसीलिए आपने घर छोड़ा.
फिजिकल से ज्यादा मेंटल जो होता है ना इंसान, शायद मेरी तो स्किन मतलब मेरी जो चमड़ी है ना वो बिल्कुल इतनी मोटी हो चुकी है, मुझे मारो जितना मारना है, बट ये दिमाग अभी भी नहीं उतना स्ट्रांग हो पाता है और सब यहीं का खेल है. तो शायद उस वजह से कहीं ना कहीं आई वाज ट्रॉमेटाइज्ड बचपन से ही, यू नो, बीइंग टोल्ड कि कैसे रहना है, क्या करना है. एंड देन समवन अपलोडेड माय पिक्चर ऑन अ पॉर्न साइट व्हेन आई वाज 15. I've spoken about it a lot.
जी हाँ, आप बोल चुकी हैं.
So then everyone blamed me.
घर पे?
हाँ, relatives, they thought I'm a porn star, and you know, it's so weird. I felt like I was the victim here, but no one took me as the victim. मतलब सब मुझे ही blame कर रहे हैं, and the guy who actually did it, no one cares about it. So it's just I was very, I don't know what happened then. I think it changed my personality then.
और तब जो 15 साल की उर्फी जिसकी एक पिक्चर अपलोड कर दी थी एक पॉर्न साइट में, 17 साल उर्फी ने फिर घर छोड़ दिया और बॉम्बे आ गई.
2 साल बहुत झेला सबका, बहुत झेला. मतलब पीपल यूज्ड टू पास वेरी स्नार्कली कमेंट्स लाइक, यू नो, कि इसके पास तो बहुत पैसा होगा, ये तो पॉर्न स्टार है. रिलेटिव्स भी, पापा, मतलब एवरीवन. इनफैक्ट माय फादर वाज लाइक कि नाम खराब कर दिया, अब देखो ये वो मुंह दिखाने लायक नहीं छोड़ा, इनसे तो कोई शादी भी नहीं करेगा. एंड आई सेड मत करो यार, शादी भाड़ में जाओ. बट आई वाज बीइंग ब्लेम्ड फॉर समथिंग व्हिच आई हैड नो, मतलब मेरी कोई गलती थी ही नहीं, मैंने तो कुछ किया ही नहीं था गलत, एंड आई न्यू इट. सो एंड रिलेटिव्स और बातें ऐड करने लगे उसमें कि अरे इसने तो अपनी माँ का भी वीडियो डाला हुआ है ऑनलाइन, जाके चेक करो.
अभी आपकी फैमिली आपसे बात करती है?
हाँ, of course. I have not spoken to my father in 10 years, but apart from that, I don't talk to them. Now that's the difference. I mind my business.
You don't talk to your father anymore. You don't want to talk to him.
10 years I've not spoken to. He is married. He has other wives. He has other children. That's the beauty of not beauty, but क्या बोले, मतलब है ऐसा कुछ कि है अभी
छोड़ देते हैं
आदमी, कर लेते हैं दूसरी तीसरी चौथी शादियां और फिर नहीं समझ आता है. सो है वही हुआ.
बॉम्बे में स्ट्रगल अपना रहा थोड़ा अलग?
स्ट्रगल तो अभी तक ही चल रहा है, बट जो भी है यहाँ की लाइफ मेरी उस लाइफ से बहुत बेटर थी. भले ही मेरे पास यहाँ पैसा नहीं था, मेरे पास फ्रीडम थी. आई कुड, जब मैं घर से भागी थी, आई हैड वन थिंग इन माइंड कि नाउ आई विल बी द इंचार्ज ऑफ माई ओन डेस्टिनी, एंड दैट इज वॉट केप्ट मी गोइंग. आई वॉज इन चार्ज ऑफ माई ओन फेट. I didn't let my fate go to in some man's hand. I didn't want my father or my brother or any one of my relatives to decide things for me. So now I took in charge and I was happy. पैसा नहीं था, but at least I could make choices on my own.
तो जब आप यहाँ पर आए, आप एक एक्टर बनना चाहते थे, आप एक टीवी स्टार बनना चाहते थे, पर यहाँ पर भी प्रेडेटर्स फेस हुए?
हाँ, मैं एक्टर ही बनने आई थी यहाँ पे, सोचा तो यही था मैंने.
So you wanted to become an actor?
Of course, yeah, but I knew it. Movies में मेरा कुछ हो नहीं पाएगा, so I wanted to become a TV actor. I started giving audition. बहुत नहीं थी मैं, you know, I was hardly 18, 19. Of course, predators कहाँ नहीं है.
Fine.
Sorry?
नहीं, बोलिए.
हाँ, मतलब जैसे भी किसी ने अपने घर बुला लिया ऑडिशन के लिए, उस टाइम तो ये भी नहीं पता था कि घर पे ऐसे ऑडिशन होते नहीं है, तो बिना कैमरे के ऑडिशन कर रहे हैं, कुछ समझ नहीं आ रहा है, बट बोलना अच्छा.
When was that moment, Urfi, where you went ahead and you said that I will monetize my own sexuality और मैं अपना करियर ऐसे बिल्ड करूंगी?
I think it was when I started. No, I think it started on social media. So मैं टीवी में काम कर ही रही थी. I was not getting enough money to survive. So I started doing like things on social media, as in posting pictures, and according to people they were bold. But according to me, I was just being myself. तभी मैं हाथ से सिल के कपड़े अपनी डिजाइन में बना के डालती थी. तो I think it started in need of money 4-5 years back.
So how did it happen when you started? You started, you know, first what we'll do is we'll play another reel of yours, because how did it start? 2-3 बार तो आप गए होगे एक आउटफिट पहन के फिर दूसरा आउटफिट पहन के you might have gone couple of times. When did people started taking notice of Urfi Javed?
After Big Boss, मैं पहले हफ्ते में आउट हो गई थी.
Right.
So I saw like paparazzi culture. मैंने पहली बार देखा कि लोग मुझे क्लिक करने आ रहे हैं. क्योंकि मैं पहले हफ्ते में आउट हो गई थी, I knew this is my only chance at fame, at success, or maybe to earn a decent amount of money. So I knew that sexualizing my body in front of the cameras can get me views. I didn't know about money back then, but maybe some attention, and then we'll figure out from there.
Let's quickly dip into another one of your reels, because a very interesting choice of outfit, I must say. You've made outfits from ribbons, you've made outfits from pins. मतलब ये आप ही के it's in your mind, or is there a whole army doing it?
ये आपने बहुत नॉर्मल चीजें बोल दी. लेदर पिन्स नहीं, मैंने कांच से, साइकिल की चेन से, सिगरेट के बट से, अभी मैं अपलोड भी करूंगी. मैंने वर्सोवा बीच पे जाके एक सिगरेट उठाई है, उसकी बट से मैंने आउटफिट बनाया.
Is it your own mind? Are you designing your clothes yourself?
मतलब हाँ, अभी वही. Sometimes I do like take inspiration from designers outside. Not everything. Some things are copied. I can't lie about it.
Some things are copied.
Copied inspiration. Well, same thing.
Let's quickly see another reel and we'll come right back to you.
So hot.
Because when Urfi put this clip on Instagram, you wrote shameless, vulgar, distasteful, and yet so pretty. Are you quoting your own trolls?
No. I was quoting some politician who said these things about me. So I was like, हाँ हूँ मैं shameless, vulgar भी हूँ, but सुंदर तो कितनी हो यार, ये भी तो देखो, ये आप मिस कर गए.
पर उसके नीचे एक और कोट था. मतलब ट्रोलिंग तो मान लो या एक सवाल था. There was a question right there, Urvi, and that question was where this woman asked you that Urvi, you're setting a bad example for my teenage daughter.
तो मैंने ठेका ले रखा है तुम्हारी टीनेज डॉटर का. तुम सुधारो, तुम्हारे बच्चे हैं, तुमने पैदा किए हैं, तुम सही करो. मैं नहीं संभाल रही तुम्हारे बच्चों को. मैंने ठेका नहीं लिया है किसी के भी बच्चों को. अपने बच्चों की रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी मुझ पे मत डालो. मुझे संभालने होता मैं खुद के कर लेती.
पर एक और वहां पर there was another mother who says that you're setting a bad example for her 16-year-old son.
आप जब अपने पति से पिटती हो तब आप बड़ा अच्छा एग्जाम्पल सेट कर रही हो. ये बताओ,
जब आप
अपने पति से पिटती हो तब आप कैसा एग्जाम्पल सेट करती हो अपने डॉटर के लिए?
So you don't care. People can say what they want, you don't care.
Those are not my kids. I don't care. I am not responsible for your kid. I am trying to make a life for myself. मैं कोई पॉलिटिशियन भी नहीं हूं जो मैं पूरी दुनिया की रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी लूं. आई एम एन एंटरटेनर, आई एम इन दिस इंडस्ट्री. आई एम स्टैंडिंग अप फॉर माई सेल्फ. दैट्स इट.
यू आर स्टैंडिंग. लेट्स क्विकली टेक अनदर एक और रील, क्योंकि इस पे आपको काफी फ्लैग पड़ा था. कहा था कि आपने कॉपी किया है, आपने लिफ्ट किया.
This was done by John Paul Gaultier in like 15-16 years back. Use of Moschino also keeps doing teddy bear inspired outfits. तो ऐसे तो फिर वहां पे ही 5-6 डिजाइनर्स ने किया हुआ है. आपस में उन्होंने इतना कॉपी कर लिया, अब मैंने 6-7 कॉपी बना लिया, तो क्या हो गया?
Do people come to you and say उर्फी मेरे लिए डिजाइन कर दो कुछ?
हाँ, मतलब ऐसे मजाक में बोलते हैं अभी.
Do they come to you? They ask you that can you put something together for me which will maybe show and off?
मतलब ऐसे मजाक में दोस्त यार बोल देते हैं, ऐसे कोई पैसे लेके नहीं आया है.
But you are open to do it.
पैसे दो. Time is money.
तो you are open to do it.
I mean, I'll hire people. मैं खुद बैठ के नहीं सिलने वाली हूँ.
But how big is your team?
My team right now,
who actually puts it together. You're the one who decides that okay, fine, this is going to be my Instagrammable moment. This is what I'm going to wear. But who puts it together for you?
तो 4 लोग हैं जो बैठ के हाथ का काम करते हैं. मैंने रिसेंटली एक 3 BHK ले लिया. उसमें से एक रूम पूरा वर्कशॉप है. एक वर्कशॉप अलग है जहाँ पे मेरे 7 टेलर्स बैठते हैं.
2 वर्कशॉप हैं which go into creating Urfi Javed, और Instagrammer, influencer Urfi Javed.
हाँ.
Another clip. Last 3 minutes and we'll try and do as many clips as possible.
ये मैंने किसी और को करते देखा था एक रील पे, बट सेम नहीं. मैं सोचा काफी कूल है, बैग लेदर ही होता है, तो मैं ये आइडिया.
Have you seen Urfi opinion on Instagram shift? From one, in the beginning there used to be a slew of celebrities who would say that she's setting a bad example. Do you want to be like Urfi Javed? I was just reading 2 days ago, you had the likes of Kareena Kapoor saying she's so cool.
पर उसके भाई ने बोला शी इज नॉट. रणवीर कपूर said I'm not. So see, सबका अपना अपना ओपिनियन होता है यार, एंड अब दैट्स ओके.
That's okay.
As long as you're not abusing me, I feel it's opinion, तो ठीक है यार.
Does it matter to you?
किसको
Because
अच्छा.
in the beginning you said it's not about the physicality, it's what's in your head. Sometimes your head plays games.
यार वैलिडेशन किसको नहीं अच्छा लगता है, स्पेशली अ गर्ल लाइक मी. बचपन से ही I've been looking for validation from here and there from guys. So चाहे मैं जितना बोलूं, but everyone likes you at your job. बॉस से तारीफ मिल जाती है, अच्छा लगता होगा, तो हमें भी अच्छा लगता है यार.
I agree. One more. The last clip. Let's just do the last clip right now. Urfi, you know, with this, it catches my eye, and thoda sa controversial hai, but I'll ask you that question. From the faith that you come, which usually will warrant you to cover your face, and here you've covered your face, but you've practically bared it all.
ये मेरे दिमाग में नहीं था. नहीं, मैं राज कुंद्रा से इंस्पायर थी यार.
हाँ?
मैं राज कुंद्रा से इंस्पायर थी, किसी और रिलीजन से नहीं.
Raj Kundra se inspired. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it off to that.
This was inspired by Raj Kundra. Credit goes to him.
पर आप बहुत vocal भी रहे हो. You've been very vocal where you say that being not just a Muslim but also the way you dress, you don't get a place to stay. There've been, people have had issues renting houses to you. So it's been a struggle from where you come from, especially from the faith you also represent.
Sometimes, yeah, but I'm not a very religious person. मैं उस एंगल से इतना सोचती नहीं हूँ. पता है, सोच की बात होती है. अगर मैं एक निकलूंगी सोचते हुए कि मुझे कहीं 10 का सिक्का मिल जाए, 10 का सिक्का मिल जाए, शायद 1 महीने के अंदर मैं देख लूंगी पड़ा हुआ. पर अगर मैं वो सोच के साथ नहीं निकल रही तो वो सिक्के पड़े हुए हैं, मैं नहीं देखूंगी. तो अगर मैं ये सोचती जा रही हूँ कि मैं मुस्लिम मेरे साथ गलत हो रहा है, मैं मुस्लिम मेरे साथ सब गलत हो रहा है, तो मुझे वही चीजें दिखेंगी.
उर्फी, जब कहते हैं ना, जब मास्क हटता है, और when the mask is removed, who is Urfi Javed at home? How do you dress? Do you have a personal moment, maybe in prayer or where you meet your family? How do you dress?
I stay naked. मैंने 3 BHK खरीदा है, इतना महंगा.
You stay naked?
हाँ, मैं कपड़े नहीं पहनती हूँ घर पे. बहुत अच्छा लगता है मुझे. अब पहले इतने रूममेट्स होते थे, पैसे ही नहीं थे, घर एक रूम में 8-10 लड़कियां भरी पड़ी. अब मैंने 3 BHK ले लिया अपना, मैं नंगी घूमती हूँ. मैं बाहर नहीं, मैं घर पे भी नंगी रहती हूँ.
But कभी, मतलब, otherwise you're in your what? मतलब, does Urfi Javed wear a pajama and a t-shirt because she's bored?
मैं पजामा सर पे पहनती हूँ, टी-शर्ट नीचे पहनती हूँ.
Urfi, how do you see yourself now? What's the next step? Because what you've done is, in terms of being an influencer, it's a new dimension that you've created as well.
Honestly, I'll be very honest with you. I do not have any work at this moment. मेरे पास काम नहीं है. I'm trying. तो मैं कुछ बोल नहीं सकती हूँ आपको. मैं अपना कर रही हूँ, मुझे जो आता है ना मैं वो कर रही हूँ. मैंने टेलर्स रख लिए, मैं अपना, मुझे जो आता है मैं करूँगी, आगे भी करती रहूँगी. Because it is something that, the most happy I am is in front of the paps. I'm not going to lie. I love flashing lights. मतलब मैं बहुत ही चिड़चिड़ी सी लड़की हूँ, मुझे बहुत गुस्सा आना, मैं अकेली रहती हूँ, बिल्कुल बहुत सड़ी सैड लाइफ है मेरी. और जब मैं पैप्स के सामने जाती हूँ ना, मैं खुश हो जाती हूँ. So that's what I love. I will continue doing that. आगे at this moment मुझे कुछ भी नहीं पता है, और ना ही मेरे पास कुछ है.
Can you, Urfi Javed, give a 2-minute master class to all of those budding influencers who maybe want to be Urfi Javed? And some of them are trying, huh? They are failing, but some of them are trying.
मैं don't try to be me. That's all. Everyone is unique. That's what I've embraced in myself. I've embraced uniqueness, and I would just say कि consistency is the key. बस रुकना नहीं है.
Consistency in coming up with one outfit after the other, which is different, bolder. Is bold something that you think of?
Sometimes, yeah. More boobs, more views.
More boobs, more views.
Yeah.
But when Urfi Javed is not more boobs, because I've seen a picture of yours where you've had full-blown conjunctivitis and you've taken a selfie and put it there. उसमें आपके boobs से ज़्यादा views थे.
यार पता है एक है जब लोगों को सड़क पे दो लोग लड़ते भी हैं ना तो भीड़ इकट्ठा हो जाती है. सड़क पे दो लोग खुश होते हैं ना भीड़ इकट्ठा नहीं होती है. जब कोई लाश ले जा रहा होता है ना लोग आके देखते हैं क्या हो गया. So people want to see sadness, people want to see you doing, you know.
So for you that's the alternative, because there's so much boobs that when Urfi Javed is barefaced with conjunctivitis, it's shock and awe for them.
अब यार मैंने तो वो सोच के नहीं डाला था पर लोगों को लग गया तो good for me.
Well, thank you Urfi, unapologetic as always. Thank you for joining us.
Thank
and wish you well going ahead. Better outfits, bolder outfits, more boobs.
More boobs, yeah. Boob job next time maybe.
No, boob job really?
I'm pro surgery. I'm pro all these
You're
things.
pro surgery. All right. Okay. Well, pro choice.
Pro choice.
Pro choice.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, please raise a warm applause for Urfi Javed. Can I please one second. Thank you, Urfi.
To English.
There's a reason why we have her here. She's unabashed. All right, may I? No, I'm going to just quickly call Mr. Dinesh Bhatia, Group CFO, India Today Group, to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation to Urfi Javed. Ladies and gentlemen, please raise a warm applause for Urfi Javed. Thank you, Urfi. Thank you. All right, with that, let's quickly get into our next session for this evening. Uniform Civil Code, Majoritarian Agenda, or Much Needed Reform. To take it from here, may I please call upon stage sessions moderator Rajdeep Sardesai, Consulting Editor, India Today.
Can I just invite first the panelists, Sushil Kumar Modi, Asaduddin Owaisi, and Flavia Agnes. Please come. Sir. Oh, sorry. You're here. Sorry. There's a mic here. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Few issues have been as contentious, as polarized, and indeed as enduring as the Uniform Civil Code debate. A debate that took place in the Constituent Assembly of this country is part of Article 44 of the Constitution. It's been reignited in our times. Some believe it's just a political trial balloon with a name on the elections. Others believe it's an idea whose time has come. Joining us to discuss this, whether a Uniform Civil Code is a majoritarian agenda or much needed reform, three very special guests. Sushil Kumar Modi is Member of Parliament of the Bharatiya Janata Party, but more importantly also the head of the Standing Committee on Parliamentary Affairs and Law, which will take an important role to play in pushing the Uniform Civil Code forward. Please give him a very big hand. Asaduddin Owaisi is the charismatic Member of Parliament of Hyderabad from the AIMIM. Please give him, ladies and gentlemen, a big hand. And Flavia Agnes is long-standing activist and lawyer who's been fighting for gender issues for many years now. I appreciate all of you joining us. Mr. Modi, I want to start with you by asking a very simple question. We are debating a uniform civil code without a draft in hand. The government of the day wants a national debate on uniform civil code, but you haven't even given the nation a draft. So can you first tell us when will we have a draft of the uniform civil code, since you've called the law ministry representatives and law commission representatives, or is this typically another trial balloon being floated by the BJP?
देखिए, मैं कोई टाइमलाइन नहीं बता सकता हूं कि लॉ कमीशन कब अपनी रिपोर्ट देगा, एंड व्हेन द गवर्नमेंट विल float a discussion paper on common civil code. But the issues are very transparent. Even without a consultation paper, you can work out what are the issues of common civil code. And according to me, for example, marriage, there are two main issues in common civil code: marriage and succession. And under the head marriage, minimum age for marriage, there should be a minimum age either for Hindu or for Muslim. As on today, it is not the common minimum age. Then simple law for divorce. The law should be simple, and the same ground should be for divorce, either it is men or women. Number 3, maintenance after divorce. Number 4, monogamy. There should not be polygamy, either it is Hindu or Muslim. And the 5th point is compulsory registration of marriages. According to me, these are the 5 major points. Either the consultation paper is there or it is not there. मैं सोचता कि ये 5 मुद्दे हैं, and they are और ये gender neutral हो. There should not be gender discrimination. किसी प्रकार का स्त्री और पुरुष में कोई भेदभाव नहीं होना चाहिए. और सेकेंड इशू है रिगार्डिंग सक्सेशन. सक्सेशन में 2 चीजें, एडॉप्शन एंड इनहेरिटेंस. इनहेरिटेंस में स्त्री पुरुष दोनों को बराबर का अधिकार मिलना चाहिए. और मुझे लगता है कि इनहेरिटेंस में मुस्लिम लॉ इज मोर प्रोग्रेसिव देन द हिंदू लॉ, बिकॉज अंडर द मुस्लिम लॉ वीमेन गॉट द राइट इन देयर प्रॉपर्टी. तो हर रिलीजन के लॉ में कुछ अच्छी बातें हो सकती है. तो मुझे लगता है, और फिर कुछ चीजें, 3 तलाक, निकाह हलाला आज के समय में. और मैं अंतिम बात ये कहना चाहूंगा कि मैं कोई मुस्लिम लॉ का मैं कोई एक्सपर्ट नहीं हूं, लेकिन मुझे जो जानकारी है, द शरीयत एक्ट इज नॉट अ डिवाइन लॉ. जो कुछ लोग ये दावा करते हैं कि शरीयत लॉ इज अ डिवाइन लॉ, इट इज नॉट अ डिवाइन लॉ. ये ब्रिटिश के जमाने के अंदर ये जो लॉ को तैयार किया गया और जो हादिया थी उसका जो ट्रांसलेशन किया हैमिल्टन ने, मैं उसके विस्तार में नहीं जाऊंगा, लेकिन मैं इतना ही कहूंगा, अगर ये डिवाइन लॉ होता तो दुनिया के सारे देशों के अंदर 3 तलाक की अनुमति नहीं होती, पॉलीगेमी की अनुमति की अनुमति होती. इसलिए मुझे लगता है ये सारे, इसको रिलीजन से कोई मतलब नहीं है. और समय आ गया है, क्योंकि हिंदू कोड बिल आया था 1955 में, और उसमें मुस्लिम लॉ में कोई रिफॉर्म इसलिए नहीं हो पाया कि लोगों ने कहा कि अभी समय नहीं आया है. लेकिन अब समय आ चुका है. 75 साल हो गया देश की आज़ादी को. और मुझे लगता है कि अगर मुस्लिम समाज रिफॉर्म के लिए आगे नहीं आ रहा खुद, तो वैसी स्थिति में सरकार को आगे आना पड़ेगा उन रिफॉर्म्स को लागू करने के लिए. और उसमें क्या आपत्ति हो सकती है कि 1 शादी होनी चाहिए, 4 शादी नहीं होनी चाहिए? क्या आपत्ति हो सकती है कि 3 तलाक नहीं होना चाहिए, सिंपल लॉ फॉर डाइवोर्स होना चाहिए? तो मैं उस बात को रिपीट नहीं करूंगा. इसलिए मुझे लगता है कि ये इश्यूज हैं जिस पर कि एक आम सहमति बन सकती है. और भी कुछ मुद्दे हो सकते हैं, लेकिन मुझे जो लग रहे मुद्दे उसका मैंने आपके सामने जिक्र किया है.
Before I go to Mr. Owaisi, I want to ask you, if it is also simple, as you made it out to be, you should have a draft and provide this draft to the country A, and B, your own law commission in 2018, appointed by the Narendra Modi government, said it is neither desirable or necessary. What has suddenly changed in 5 years? The sense I get, चुनाव आ रहा है 2024 में, कुछ तो करवाना है. राम मंदिर हो गया, आर्टिकल 370 हो गया, अब लगाते हैं यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड. If it is so simple, then you bring it before the nation.
Number one, the 21st Law Commission, they didn't recommend anything. They only gave a consultation paper.
So they said it is neither desirable nor necessary.
I'm coming on that point. You have, आपने एक वर्ड छोड़ दिया, और इसलिए मैं ये कहना चाहूंगा, जो उन्होंने रेकमेंड किया उसकी कॉपी मेरे पास है. उन्होंने कहा which is neither necessary nor desirable at this stage. उन्होंने ये नहीं कहा कि at no stage. उन्होंने कहा कि providing this commission has dealt with laws that are discriminatory rather than providing a uniform civil code, which is neither necessary nor desirable. और आपने दो लास्ट वर्ड छोड़ दिया राजदीप जी, at this stage. इस स्टेज पर आवश्यक नहीं है.
So what has changed between 2018 and 2023?
चेंज ये हो गया बिकॉज द 21st लॉ कमीशन, मैं उनका भी एक रिकमेंडेशन पढ़ दे, रिकमेंडेशन या उनकी एक लाइन पढ़ देता हूं. इट इज डिजायरेबल, आई एम कोटिंग 21st लॉ कमीशन, इट इज डिजायरेबल दैट ऑल पर्सनल लॉज रिलेटिंग टू मैटर्स ऑफ फैमिली फर्स्ट मस्ट बी कोडिफाइड. नंबर वन, all the family laws should be codified to the greatest extent possible, and the inequalities that have crept into codified law, these should be remedied by amendments. ये है कमीशन. और कमीशन ने 2018 में कुछ रेकमेंड नहीं किया, और अपने टेन्योर के लास्ट वीक में उन्होंने कंसल्टेशन पेपर फ्लोट किया. और इसलिए 22nd लॉ कमीशन को, चूंकि अगर उन्होंने रेकमेंड किया होता तो एक बात थी, चूंकि दे आर नॉट रिकमेंडेड, तो 22nd लॉ कमीशन ने 3 साल के बाद नए सिरे से लोगों के सुझाव आमंत्रित किए हैं. और मुझे लगता है इंतजार करना चाहिए, बहुत जल्द कोई न कोई कंसल्टेशन पेपर या डिस्कशन पेपर या कोई चीज आएगी बाजार के अंदर, मार्केट में सामने आएगी, और तब उस पर और ज्यादा डिस्कशन हो पाएगा.
One last time before I go to Mr. Owaisi, can we therefore expect before 2024 elections a draft available of what you see as a uniform civil code? Yes or no?
देखिए, it is a part of BJP's manifesto. और मैं अपेक्षा करता हूं, I am not in a government, I am not a government.
But are you hopeful?
Yes, I am hopeful.
Before 2024?
Yes.
In the winter session of Parliament?
No, I can't say when in this session or that session, और before 24, अब तो अगले इलेक्शन में 6 महीना बचा है ना, तो जब भी होगा हमारा कमिटमेंट है.
ओके.
तो हमारे मैनिफेस्टो का पार्ट है, हम अपने मैनिफेस्टो को पूरा करेंगे, और मुझे पूरी उम्मीद है कि इस टेन्योर में हम अपने मैनिफेस्टो के इस कमिटमेंट को पूरा करने का काम करेंगे.
ओके. Asaduddin Owaisi, Sushil Kumar Modi says that the Sharia is not something that should be treated as divine and immutable, that it is there forever. He says there are basic issues on which agreement can be made. He mentioned a few. I'll mention one to you. For example, polygamy. He says it should be very clear under personal laws, only monogamy will be acceptable. It should be uniformly acceptable. It should not be seen as conflict with Muslim personal laws. How do you respond?
First of all, as far as the Sharia law is concerned, we don't need to learn from BJP man. So we know what Sharia is, and if that will be the last day of all of us, if we have to learn what is Sharia according to the BJP people.
No, who should you learn Sharia from then?
See, I don't want to even say that, I don't want, the Orientalists have written a lot about Sharia. They don't know about Sharia. They don't know about the different schools of thought which are prevalent. They don't know what fiqh is. They don't know the jurisprudence anyway. So the second point which Mr. Sushil Modi is not mentioning is that, why is he leaving out the tribals?
I'll come to that.
No, let me know. Now he talks about polygamy. Now, why isn't he not reading that paragraph of 21st Law Commission, wherein he said in paragraph number 2.9, that Muslims have the lowest polygamy or second marriage in the whole of country. And in fact, he went on to say, it is people of religions apart from Islam who have misused this. Thirdly, please remember that our preamble talks about liberty of conscience. Article 25 to 30, which is a fundamental right of our constitution, it talks about principles of diversity and pluralism. The basic structure of our constitution is based upon one nation but many identities. Now, why I say we don't require UCC is because we have Domestic Violence Act, Juvenile Justice Act, Special Marriage Act, Indian Succession Act. You don't want to use it? The religion law, use this, it is there. And may I tell you, the Special Marriage Act, look at this, the way the Special Marriage Act is working. Now, if two Muslims get married under Special Marriage Act, the Indian Succession Act will apply. If two Hindus get married under the Special Marriage Act, then the Hindu Succession Act will apply to them. Now, what Mr. Sushil Modi and RSS and BJP are trying to do is they want to bring in a Hindu code bill wherein they will be given exemptions because of their culture. So for them, religion means culture. For me, religion means religion. And apart from that, you take about the whole tribal polygamy. Polygamy exists in tribals also. In fact, there's a polyandry in tribals. You don't want to talk about that. India, see, now you talk about gender justice, right? Gender justice, what is happening in our country? Half of our, many of our women are out of workforce. Women work 7.2 hours as domestic help and they don't get any amount for that. You talk about gender justice, what about Bilqis Bano? You talk about gender justice, what about rapes which are happening in Manipur? Now, see, these are important questions which the government must answer.
So but you accept that personal laws that conflict with guaranteed rights under the Constitution of India need to be resolved. If there are existing personal laws in Islam that are seen to be not gender friendly enough, why would you not want the Hindu Code Bill went through this debate in the 1950s? Why should Islam not go through the similar debate?
Do you know Section 5 Hindu Marriage Act? Do you know what is Section 5 Hindu Marriage Act? Please tell me. I want to know from you.
Go ahead.
Now I'm waiting.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
The Hindu Marriage Act Section 5 talked about Sapinda relationship. Will you take it off? Will prohibit? No, hold on. You talk about uniformity. Do it. The Haryana BJP government says we'll ban Sagotra marriages. Will you allow? Why don't you allow it? There are Hindu Succession Act, Hindu Adoption Act, so many exemptions are given in the form of culture. I want to know, will the BJP remove all this? Will Hindu Succession Act, Hindu Marriage Act, Hindu Adoption Act, everything has to go. Will that go or not? No, you cannot bring in a Hindu code bill and tell me to accept it and wherein you give exceptions to yourself. That cannot be. And Raji, please understand, equality and sameness are different things. Kaisa karenge? Aap bole ye kar denge. Kaisa karenge? How will you do it? Tell me. Why don't you celebrate the pluralism and the diversity which this country has?
If the pluralism, and this is what the 21st Law Commission said, sir, if the pluralism is in conflict with certain fundamental rights guaranteed to citizens, if a woman is being denied perhaps her fundamental rights under a particular aspect of Muslim personal law, as the argument is made when it comes to maintenance.
I will quote you September 12 Times of India, wherein one Gujarati person married second time, his second wife was taken away from him. He goes to the Supreme Court and the Honorable Chief Justice of India says, orders an inquiry, and after coming to know that it is cruelty, the second wife goes back to his wife, to the husband. There are cases in Supreme Court and High Court wherein a wife refused to give tea to her husband, a wife refused to serve her in-laws, and it was ground of cruelty for divorce. That is not the case in Islam. My wife has no right, my wife is not obliged or she's not under any obligation to serve my parents or to even make me a cup of tea. Now here you have, so let us talk about the whole gambit. Why are you excluding the Hindu Marriage Act, the Hindu Succession Act, the Hindu Adoption Act, the Hindu Inheritance Act, and moreover, Article 371 A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, will that be removed or not? If Mr. Sushil Modi has gone on record and said that the tribal should be excluded, then what will 44 is throughout the Union Territory? If that is the case, then what is the Article 1 of our Constitution? Then you're not going to have a law you're going to have a law only to control Muslims.
You want to quickly respond to that because this is the primary, you made a comment that the tribals of the Northeast should be excluded. Effectively, it seems that you want to, as you even mentioned in your initial comments, you seem to suggest that Muslim laws need the reformation, personal laws. There are Hindu laws also which are gender unfriendly. They will also need, Hindu Succession Act will need change. Are you ready for omnibus changes? Or are you saying, no, tribals ko mat touch kariye, there are vote bank, therefore tribals will be kept out of this?
एक बात का ओवैसी साहब ने उत्तर नहीं दिया. He says that the least polygamy is in the Muslims. Then you should not have opposed it. Why you are opposing? Why you are not for monogamy?
Sir, can I answer
Why?
please?
No,
just... I'll answer.
जब आपका नंबर आएगा.
One by one. We are not in a TV debate.
Yes. मैं केवल ये कह रहा हूँ कि
But it's going on live on TV.
जहाँ पर डिस्क्रिमिनेशन है और जब हिंदू कोड बिल आया उस समय हिंदुओं के अंदर भी पोलीगेमी था. There was no divorce amongst Hindus and the Hindus vehemently opposed the Hindu code bill and monogamy. In those days, this was more prevalent amongst the Hindus even than the Muslims. लेकिन एक बार जब पंडित नेहरू ने हिंदू कोड बिल लाया और मोनोगेमी का सिद्धांत बनाया, तो आज 3 तलाक, ये क्या निकाह हलाला? आज के समय में अगर डाइवोर्स हो गया किसी महिला का और दोबारा शादी करना चाहती उस पति के साथ, तो ये कहाँ का कानून है कि उस महिला को एक दूसरे पुरुष के साथ शादी करनी पड़ेगी? वो फिर जब उसको तलाक देगा तब पहली पत्नी के साथ वो रह सकता है? इसलिए मैं तो इतना ही कह रहा हूं कि इसको कोई रिलीजन से मतलब नहीं है. जो विमेन के साथ डिस्क्रिमिनेशन है वो जेंडर न्यूट्रल होना चाहिए. और इसलिए मैंने जो सुझाव दिए, मैंने जो बातें रखी, उसके अंदर मुझे नहीं लगता है कि किसी भी धर्म के लोगों को कोई आपत्ति होगी.
Sir, Rajiv, 1 minute. No. It's very interesting, sir, when you quote the, Nehru and the Hindu Code Bill, considering that Hindu conservatives were the one who stood up to Nehru when he wanted to reform Hindu religion. It's good to see how much change has taken place from the 50s to today. But that apart, Mr. Owaisi, you should also respond.
No, I'm going to respond.
You should be open to the idea.
Listen to me.
Sir, just a minute. Like it was with triple talaq, your first reaction is it's an intervention in Muslim personal laws. Allow that to be a freer debate.
Rajdeep, please understand, National Family Health Survey 5. What is the difference between the people among Muslims having second wife and Hindus having second wife? Not even 0.4 or 5%. This is Modi government survey. Now here you have a classic case that if a Muslim marries a second wife, she gets maintenance right. She gets a separate house to live. She is called a wife. Whereas a Hindu marries a second wife, she is not called a wife. I don't want to use that word. Thirdly, he talks about halala. Halala is gone. Why don't you read the Supreme Court judgment? It is not there anymore. And there are social evils. And we have made laws about child marriage. 80% of child marriages, 82% to be right, are from the Hindu community.
Sir, but the challenge is to codify these laws.
These are already, many of these laws are codified. Now, Flavia Agnes have done a study in 1996. She can correct me if I'm wrong. That if a Muslim woman, she gets more maintenance instead of getting that paltry sum of 500 rupees under Section 125 CRPC. The DMMA Act, it is there.
Can I just stop you there because we mentioned Flavia Agnes? It would be extremely unfair that the debate is hijacked by 3 men. Particularly since often it's the women who are most concerned at the moment by a uniform civil code. The idea is to make it gender friendly. Flavia, you have a compromise that you can offer between these two. Is it possible for Mr. Owaisi, Mr. Sushil Modi to sit across a table, look at the laws as they exist, both in Islam and and at the moment in the Hindu Succession Act adoption, and look for best practices? How difficult is that? Is that desirable? Is it necessary?
The problem here is my.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, the problem here is two things. One is all laws have to be gender just. Secondly, whether they should be uniform. According to me, they need not be uniform. Uniform does not mean gender justice. Now here, each law is gender unjust in different ways. Each personal law. Mr. Oasis has mentioned some of them. Mr. Modi has mentioned some of them. In fact, Mr. Oasis mentioned about Hindu law. And Mr. Modi mentioned about Muslim law, where they are gender unjust. Now, how do we resolve it? The question is not whether we need a uniform civil code. Why we need a uniform civil code? And what does it hope to achieve? If it's not BJP agenda, then what is it? What is the need? If gender justice is the aim, then we need not touch the uniform civil code debate at all. We have to straight away address the issue of gender injustice. Now, how this is to be...
Give me an example. Give me an example of a law which you believe can be tackled come tomorrow. Which is a law which you believe is gender unjust?
Christian personal law, which was not always gender just. But over a period of time, the Christian women have struggled and made the law more gender just than it was. And today, if you see, there are no issues there, whether it is succession, whether it is marriage, whatever, registration, age of marriage, all of them are there in the Christian law. Now you can say Christian is a small community and reform within them is possible. But so is possible under Hindu law, so is possible under Muslim law. Now for instance, for Muslim law, rather what the point Mr. Oasis said is very correct. I had done a study, published an article. Hindu men and monogamy. Now what happens if a second wife goes to court for maintenance? The court say only Saptapati was not done, so there is no marriage. And Mr. Oasis didn't want to use that word, but what the Supreme Court labels her as a concubine. And she is devoid of all her rights. All her children are made illegitimate. And this is the state of affairs for Hindus. And we think that is great state of affairs. Because I am a lawyer, I am practicing, and we have a whole organization. And when the woman comes to you, Hindu woman comes to you, and she is the second wife, we don't know how to help her. So now in such a case, for Hindus to say Muslim, point out and say Muslim law is bad, according to me, it shows a majoritarian agenda. It does not show the commitment to gender justice. So there are lots of things within each personal law. And according to me, reform from within is the best strategy. Rather than imposing, whether BJP imposing, anybody else imposing from above a law, that every community of women, and there are a lot of Muslim women taking the initiative as well.
But ma'am, in a patriarchal society dominated by men like Mr. Owaisi, how...
Rajdeep, Brahmins like you also.
Sorry?
Brahmins like you also.
Yeah, okay.
No, you should, Rajdeep, understand, dominated by Mr. Owaisi, I'm the ruling party. Huh?
I'm saying we are all patriarchs. We are all patriarchs.
Yeah, so why don't you start with, are you afraid to name the Prime Minister Narendra Modi?
No,
Say him, start from Narendra Modi, then Sushil Modi, then Owaisi.
My limited
What is stopping you from naming
my
it?
limited
Come on.
point.
No,
just a minute.
Every time,
Sir,
I will not allow you to create a stereotype image of myself. I will not do, you cannot do that, sitting on a live channel.
Sir, can I just complete?
No, Rajdeep, don't do that.
No,
Rajdeep, you don't know anything about Islamic law. That is what I'm saying. You should read about it.
No, sir, 1 minute. I asked you a limited question based on what Flavia just said, which is that every community must initiate reform. That would be the best way forward.
Yes.
In the 1950s, Hindu society went through a very deep debate, eventually ended up in the Hindu court.
Excuse me. I am stopping you because Dayabaga Mitakshara school of thought exception has been taken care of in that. In the form of exceptions. You have created a Hindu law and given all exceptions for customs. Now what is law, what is custom? Please tell me. Now you talk about distribution of property, Mr. Wood talks about. Will this government take away the right of will? Please tell us now. In Muslim law, tomorrow if I decide to give a property to my daughter or son, I cannot give beyond 1/3. Here you have a law, I can give every inch of my property or send to my son or my daughter. Will you stop that? No, these are questions which the government
these
will
are very valid questions.
No, these are not. This is the reality. This is the reality which the government is running away from.
Let Sushil Modi answer that because
मैं तो
सुशील
इतना ही
मोदी जी
कहूंगा।
जब आप रिफॉर्म की बात करते हैं, जब आप यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड की बात करते हैं, क्या आप मानते हैं कि हर समाज में होना पड़ेगा? ये कोई इस्लामिक सेंट्रिक नहीं हो सकता। अगर वो हो फिर लोग देखेंगे मेजॉरिटेरियन एजेंडा। आपने कहा ट्राइबल शुड नॉट बी इंक्लूडेड। व्हाई शुड ट्राइबल्स हैव अ डिफरेंट लॉ? देन द एंटायर बेसिस ऑफ आवर कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन विल फॉल एंड द बेसिस ऑफ यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड इफ यू हैव सो मेनी एक्सेप्शंस।
देखिए, जहां तक ट्राइबल्स की बात है तो मैं यहाँ बैठे लोगों को बताना चाहूंगा, देयर आर सम कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल प्रोविजंस फॉर मिजोरम एंड नागालैंड. The constitution was amended in 1986, in 1962, and section 371G and 371A was inserted in the Indian constitution, which says no act of parliament in respect of religion or social practices of the Naga customary law and procedure shall apply to the state of Nagaland unless the Legislative Assembly of Nagaland by a resolution so decides. You can't compare tribals with the Hindus or the Muslims. The tribals, they were cut off from the society for the last thousands of years. They were in the jungles, they were living in the forest area. और इंडियन कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन ने जब नागालैंड और मिजोरम का मर्जर हुआ इंडिया के अंदर, उस समय इंडियन कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन ने प्रोवाइड किया कि उनके कस्टमरी लॉ में, उनके कस्टमरी लॉ एंड प्रोसीजर्स में, उनके रिलीजियस और सोशल प्रैक्टिसेस में कोई भी पार्लियामेंट इंटरफेयर नहीं कर सकती है.
सर, बट वुड यू बी ओपन टू
एक मिनट, नहीं, मेरी बात, नो प्लीज अलाउ मी टू से
हिंदू रिफॉर्म.
नो प्लीज से, मुझको पूरी बात बोलने दीजिए. उसी प्रकार शेड्यूल एरिया, शेड्यूल 6 एंड शेड्यूल 5 जो ट्राइबल एरिया है, भारत के 10 जिलों के अंदर, मिजोरम के अंदर, नागालैंड के अंदर, मेघालय के अंदर ऑटोनमस डिस्ट्रिक्ट काउंसिल्स हैं. उनको पावर दिया कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन ने कि उनके कस्टमरी लॉ, उनके मैरिज लॉ में किसी प्रकार का कोई इंटरवेंशन नहीं होगा. तो इसलिए ट्राइबल्स की स्थिति अलग है. इसलिए पार्टी का क्या स्टैंड है मुझे नहीं मालूम है, लेकिन मेरा यह व्यक्तिगत मत है कि ट्राइबल शुड बी केप्ट आउटसाइड द परव्यू ऑफ द कॉमन सिविल कोड. यू कांट कंपेयर द ट्राइबल्स विद द मुस्लिम्स और द क्रिश्चियंस और विद द हिंदूज. और इसलिए आगे कम से कम 10-20 साल, 25 साल जो कि कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन ने प्रोवाइड किया है, और इसी शर्त पर वो नागालैंड भारत का हिस्सा बना, इसी शर्त पर मिजोरम भारत का हिस्सा बना.
सर, आई टेक योर पॉइंट, बट हिंदू सक्सेशन एक्ट, वुड यू बी विलिंग टू रीलुक एट दैट?
क्यों नहीं रीलुक होना चाहिए? वी आर रेडी.
ओके
भाई, अगर मैं एक मिनट, राजदीप जी, महिलाओं को हिंदू सक्सेशन एक्ट में संपत्ति का अधिकार नहीं था. 2005 में संशोधन करके वो अधिकार दिया गया. अगर हिंदू समाज में भी कई महिलाओं के साथ भेदभाव है, हम सबसे आगे बढ़कर उस भेदभाव को खत्म करके हिंदू, ये स्त्री और पुरुष दोनों की समानता के लिए कोई भी कानून अगर बनाने की आवश्यकता होगी तो हम 100% उसके लिए तैयार हैं. लेकिन इस्लाम के लोगों को भी उसके लिए तैयार रहना चाहिए. मैं शर्त नहीं लगा रहा हूं, लेकिन आप 1% लोग अगर पोलीगेमी करते तो फिर क्या दिक्कत आपको है? फिर तो आपको आगे बढ़कर स्वागत करना चाहिए.
एक मिनट, सुनिए, सर, आपको 1 मिनट, half a minute, I'll reply to you. Half a minute.
Are you open to reform?
Half a minute. Supreme Court has done what? इस्लाम में जितनी भी चीजें एसेंशियल रिलीजियस प्रैक्टिस से ताल्लुक है, आप जो केरला की मंदिर में क्या कर रहे हैं आप लोग, वो रिफर्ड है ना कुछ सुप्रीम कोर्ट में, जाइए उसमें. ये ऑल विच व्हेन कुरान मेंशंस सर्टेन थिंग्स, ट्रिपल तलाक बोले नहीं, कुरान में नहीं है. अब जब चीजें कुरान में है, ये हमारा एसेंशियल रिलीजियस प्रैक्टिस है हमारा. और 11.5 करोड़ ट्राइबल्स, यू वांट टू एक्सक्लूड देम एंड यू विल कॉल इट अ यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड. Huh?
Are you ready, Mr. Owaisi, are you ready to have a debate on reform? A debate
Why don't you hold
which
a-
will lead to,
why
as
don't-
we
why-
saw with the Shahbano case in the 1980s, government brings in a law.
Shahbano, look, please understand, again you have not read properly. Shahbano was upheld in the Supreme Court.
It was.
Are you ask her, she's here, she has done tremendous, she has spent her whole life on that. Arji, aap padhte nahi
But
aise
no, there was opposition. You opposed, the clerics opposed it at that moment.
Boss, that law was upheld by the Supreme Court.
Subsequently.
That was upheld by Supreme Court. Kya bol-
Final word, Flavia. Do you see this debate being resolved, or do you see us coming back 10 years from now and still having Mr. Owaisi and Mr. Sushil Modi joining us?
I don't see this issue resolved in this manner because of the entire BJP attitude towards minorities. It's not just Muslim, it is Christian, it is minority as a community. So in this atmosphere, there's no place for dialogue. Now the drafting is the easiest part. To make people understand, to take them along is the most challenging part. Now you see what's happening in the country. I speak as a minority. It's not just the Muslims who are threatened, but even the Christians will be threatened. So today is the climate in which such a debate is not possible. You can't say that Muslims are like this or Christians are like this. As a minority, what is the BJP approach in which the UCC can be debated? I feel this is not a question of gender justice. It is a question of gender justice. But the gender justice is formulated how? For instance, this whole Saptapadi under the Hindu law. Now when you say Hindu marriage is a contract, then Saptapadi should not be there at all. Offering the girl itself is so discriminatory. Muslim law is a contract. Christian law is a contract. For instance, simple things like this. There are so many if you actually go and study.
So essentially you're saying first create the conducive atmosphere.
Absolutely.
An atmosphere of trust, which at the moment between Mr. Owaisi and Mr. Modi at least seems very difficult. Hopefully.
Not only
You can
this
become
Modi,
the
but
anchor
big
again.
Modi.
Sorry?
Not just this Modi,
No, no,
but the big Modi.
Sorry, the other Modi. Yes, well, who knows? Well, we could have Mr. Owaisi in the future with the other Modi also.
Yeah, after 24, yeah.
Okay, we'll wait and see. But for now, the Uniform Civil Code, I think, deserves a reasoned debate, and it can only take place in the very first instance if we have a draft in hand. You need a draft in hand before you can have a considered debate. Hopefully, that draft, at least as Mr. Modi is promising us, should be with us soon. He's got worried. The moment I said, is hoping will be with us sooner rather than later. For now, Sushil Modi, Asaduddin Owaisi, and the incredible Flavia Agnes, thank you very much for joining me. Thank you.
Thank you.
With that heated debate, may I please call upon Arvind Kumar Singh, Darwin Platform Group of Companies, to come up on stage and present a small token of appreciation to the three gentlemen. Thank you, Mr. Modi. Thank you, Mr. Owaisi. Thank you, Ms. Agnes. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please raise a warm applause for our panelists this evening. With that, let's quickly move on to our next session, Untold Stories of India's G20 Summit from the Ultimate Insider, inviting on stage session's moderator Rahul Kanwal, News Director, India Today and Aaj Tak, and Executive Director, Business Today.
72 hours before the G20 Leaders Summit began. In fact, even 48 hours before the leaders descended in the capital. So much so that even 24 hours before everyone was in the leaders' room at the Bharat Mandapam, it seemed that consensus would elude Delhi and that there would be no joint declaration. The opposition had their swords unsheathed. Critics were willing, waiting and itching to say that India's G20 was a grand failure, that this was just a big tamasha, lots of song and dance and nothing to show for it in the end. But one man and his team were determined that this would not be the case. They toiled through the day and then through the night to ensure that we had, post-lunch, a joint declaration at the Delhi summit. For that, and for the effort he made for our country, can we have a warm round of applause as I welcome the G20 Sherpa, Amitabh Kant, to the India Today Mumbai Conclave. Mr. Kant was in Berlin for a conference. He's come down specially to Mumbai for this. We really appreciate it. Thakan puri hui? Have you got some sleep after all the action of September?
So Rahul, I've got plenty of sleep. You can grill me as much as you want. No issue.
Did it feel to you at different times during the negotiations which were happening, interestingly in New in Haryana, where there was all other stuff happening as well, that all that you toiled for 1 year may come to naught, that there may not be a joint declaration, and then your neck was on the chopping line, ki G20 Sherpa has failed us?
So Rahul, let me first say that the Prime Minister was the leader of G20, and he was very clear that it has to be a consensus-driven G20. We don't want a divided G20. We don't want to wreck G20. We don't want G20 to fail. And in multilateral negotiation, it's consensus which takes it forward. Now, there were several challenges. There were challenges on climate. There were challenges on energy. There was a huge challenge on geopolitical paras. So first of all, we decided that the Sherpas who are negotiating on behalf of their leaders, we don't keep them in Delhi. We took them about 65 kilometers away, away from Delhi, so that they don't get disturbed. And secondly, we said that we will not allow any media to come in. So we had the German media, the French media all coming in. We just didn't allow anybody to come in. And thirdly, when we started drafting the process of the geopolitical paras, we didn't allow anyone, and these are all very senior people. They are of the level of ministers or NSA. We didn't allow anybody to bring his mobile inside, because we did about 15 different drafts. Actually, the 16th one actually worked. 16 different drafts. We did about, on that one issue, the Russia-Ukraine geopolitical para, we did about 250 hours of non-stop negotiation, non-stop. And we must have done about close to 300 bilateral meetings to understand everybody's red line. And at least, I think about 10 to 11 times I felt that it's not possible, it's not feasible. But I think we were able to come out with a fresh draft immediately. For instance, on the 8th morning, the leaders had started coming in, and majority of the leaders was to come in on 8th evening. We had failed on 8th morning. Around 12 o'clock we had failed. There was no way. We thought we'll just give it up. But within 45 minutes of that, we came out with a fresh draft. And that became the source of the next round of discussion, which we clinched. And these are the toughest negotiators. The Sherpas are the toughest negotiators. They are the most professional negotiators in the world. So you've got to be really tough. You've got to be really strong. You've got to be courageous. And I think because I was representing my leader, and my leader was the Prime Minister, his brief was that I must bring a consensus before him. So I had to be very bold, gutsy and courageous there. And that came from the backing which the Prime Minister was giving to us, that go all out, take the risk and get a consensus. So we took all possible risks. So we gave at about, on the 9th morning, 9 o'clock was the meeting. 8th, 12 o'clock, we called the final round of meeting, and we said, this is the final draft. This is take it or leave it. And this is the final draft. this, we feel, covers everybody's red line. This is the most balanced draft. It takes care of everybody's interest. And at that point of time, we merely said that we've taken care of everyone. But after doing that, we said that if anybody, no more discussions at Sherpa level. If any leader has a challenge, he can talk to my leader. And we finished off with that. But by about 3:30 in the morning, we already had emerging markets with us. So I was negotiating. One of the strengths was that we were negotiating with Brazil, we were negotiating with South Africa, Indonesia as a part of our team. And Mexico, Argentina, Saudi, Turkey all joined us. So that was a group of 8 emerging markets together. And then by morning I had the consent of majority of the G7 nations. But then Russia was still a challenge. So from about 2 o'clock in the night to about 4 in the morning, we negotiated with Russia and got them on board. And then in the morning, the meeting had started. 9 o'clock, the meeting had started. And then China had some bilateral issue with USA, which we had to sort out. So we had to sit with the Sherpas of China and USA to sort out that bilateral issue. And by about 12 in the afternoon, we got that through. We got America and China to sort out that bilateral issue. We were through. And as soon as the lunch finished, we finally requested the Prime Minister to announce that this declaration is adopted. So it was really tough. It was very gutsy. But the Prime Minister, as the leader, was very clear that we have to be very action-oriented. We have to be decisive. We must be bold, gutsy, courageous. And that came because of the leadership, to my mind. So really, from his leadership, we were able to drive this boldly.
If this is a one-day cricket match, it sounded like an encounter that went into the last over. Yeah. It's almost in the last over that the match is
it went down to the last ball.
Last ball.
Yeah.
We had the UK High Commissioner here earlier. And he said that one of the reasons why, despite all their red lines and differences, the countries came together was because of the growing power of India. And as the host and the president of the G20, nobody wanted to be on the wrong side of India. How do you think that India's rise from being a middle power to an emerging global power played a role in ensuring that even those who weren't fully on board, who later got castigated when they went back to their countries, couldn't afford to say no and draw a stronger, starker red line?
No, I think it's a very important point that he's making, and that's the elevated stature of India. And the stature and the standing of the Prime Minister as the leader. And that's simply because we are now the 5th largest economy in the world. We'll be the 3rd largest economy in the world in the next 3 to 4 years. The fact is that in the last 7 to 8 years, we've made 40 million houses, which is like making one Australia. We've provided 110 million toilets, which is like making one, providing everybody in Germany a toilet. We've given 243 million piped water connections, which is like giving a water connection to everybody in Brazil. And we've done about 88,000 kilometers of road. I mean, unbelievable what India has achieved. So that's why the Bank of International Settlement has said that what India has achieved in 8 years' time is what India should have normally achieved in 50 years' time. We've achieved that in 8 years' time. We do about 11x more digital fast payment than what United States and Europe do. We do 4x more than China does. So it's the elevated stature of India, and I think the fact that Prime Minister had already had a very successful visit to the United States, his personal equations were very good with the United States, and the fact that he had been to East Asia before, and the third is that he was absolutely clear as the leader that we have to succeed. And that was the decisive nature. You know, I'm merely a Sherpa to a leader. A Sherpa can be as good or as lousy because depending on the leader. So the leader was very clear that India's G20 must deliver an action-oriented and a decisive G20, and that's what we've managed to do.
You know, one of the things I wanted to do with Mr. Kant during this session is to get him to tell us stories as the ultimate insider that we don't know. Okay, so now this is the challenge. The things we know, now you have to tell us what we don't know. Who's the most brutal, toughest, meanest negotiator you came across?
So, let me tell you, all of them are very tough, but on different areas, different subjects. You know, it was very tough negotiating with China on several issues. Some of it, actually, you people are aware of. You know, on issues of Vasudev Kutumbakam, on issues of life, on issues of women-led development. But we built up a very good equation with the Chinese Sherpa. I mean, it was a very good personal equation and their team. And eventually, you know, China, whatever may be our bilateral relations, China is a multilateral player. Once they realized that all emerging markets are with India, and we had a team of 9 emerging markets working with India, they said, we'll work with India, and they eventually managed.
But Xi Jinping did try and play spoil sport, choosing to sit out of this big conference, almost wanting to trip the summit over.
Rahul, I think it was the best thing that happened for G20.
Why?
Because I was in Indonesia, in Bali, and Xi Jinping came and had a meeting with Mr. Biden. That went on for about 2.5 hours. And the G20 summit was totally eclipsed by the bilateral meeting between Xi Jinping.
ASEAN summit?
Yeah. No, last year's G20.
Okay.
Last year's G20. So it was totally eclipsed. That became the centerpiece. I mean, the intention here was, we are doing a G20. Let's keep, the Prime Minister's focus was on G20. And let's drive G20. What we've managed to do is, we've made G20 the strongest force in the world. It's not a divided house anymore. We made it the voice of multilateralism. We made it the voice of developing countries. We made it the voice for women-led development. We made it the voice of digital transformation. All this we managed to do by putting focus on G20 and not on bilateral issues.
When Xi Jinping announced that he's not coming, Vladimir Putin announced that he's not coming. You know, we do the India Today Conclave. Now suddenly, if in the morning we find out Mr. Kant is not coming, it's not a happy feeling, right? आपको आई वो conclave वाली feeling? कि आ नहीं रहे, क्या हो रहा है, मेरा program खराब हो रहा है?
देखो, ये आप लोगों को लगता है कि फला लोग आ रहे हैं, फला लोग नहीं आ रहे हैं. But as long as, you know, in Italy, for instance, there were just only 14 leaders present. In Indonesia, there were 16 leaders present. We had 18 leaders. I mean, if 2 leaders do not come, and Mr. Putin went to Rome, he went to the Italy G20. He went, gave his speech, and then everybody started giving his counter because Crimea had happened, and Mr. Putin then finally said, no more, and he went. So I think the important thing was that we focused on G20, and we made a success out of G20. That's critical. And if we hadn't made you know, what has happened as a consequence of what India has done is we've ended up making G20 far more powerful than what United Nations is. You know, the final resolution on the issue of geopolitics, United Nations or the Security Council has not been able to achieve what India has achieved.
But they criticized it. The UN Secretary General actually criticized it for not condemning the Russia-Ukraine war enough and for using very muted, toned down.
No, the language is very powerful. The language recalls the Bali paras, the language recalls the UN resolution, and then goes on to say that you can't do territorial acquisition, we have to respect territorial integrity, sovereignty, and political independence of states. So it's 5x more powerful than the Bali language. But you know, New Delhi is New Delhi. The language, 1 year we've moved on from Bali, but it's a very powerful, and it's a voice of moderation. What we have demonstrated is that the solution to many of these challenges does not lie in war, it lies in diplomacy and dialogue.
Did the Sherpa or the delegates from Brazil say to you that the bar has been taken so high that it's difficult for them in the depth, the width, the breadth of our G20 program to be able to now post-December replicate and do something? Their effort will obviously be to try and do something bigger and better.
So, you know, that's largely because of the leadership. You know, I mean, after all, the leader of India was the Prime Minister. He was very clear that you need to, you know, normally when G20 is held, it's held in one city or 2 cities maximum. In Indonesia, it was held in 2 cities. The Prime Minister said, we'll take G20 to every state of India. We ended up taking it to every state of India. We took it to 60 cities of India. We had over 100,000 participants here. We made it a people's G20. Schools, colleges, universities all participated in model G20s, in essay contests, in university connects, a whole range of things. So it was very different from, it wasn't an elitist G20, it was a people's G20. And that is the challenge for every other country to follow.
You know, as you listen to Amitabh Kant here at the India Today Conclave, you'll probably realize that there are very few people who come across quite as passionate as he does. The energy, the passion, the enthusiasm he exudes. So question number 1, what is the secret of Amitabh Kant's energy? And I want to tell our viewers sitting here a story. A very senior minister from the Modi government, we were having this conversation. And he said that, I have a plan. He wanted an airport to come up near his constituency. And he said, the chances of the Prime Minister listening to me are lesser. I need to meet Amitabh ji and convince him. If he tells the Prime Minister the same thing, then mera kaam ho jayega. So how is it that you have this kind of a ear and a connection?
नहीं राहुल ये सब गलत चीजें मत बोला करो.
No, it's true. I'm telling you a factual story.
तुम लोगों की नौकरियां निकाल दोगे ऐसे बोल बोल के. ये सब मत बोलो. देखो मेरे को तो जब शेरपा अपॉइंट किया था तो मुझे तो पता भी नहीं था कि शेरपा का क्या रोल है. तो बाद में पढ़ने के बाद पता चला कि शेरपा को ये माउंट एवरेस्ट तक ले जाना है. तो मुझे तो पता भी नहीं था. तो मेरा ये है कि वॉट एवर जॉब यू डू इट टू द बेस्ट, to your best ability and to your best professional competence, and that requires you to work as a team. I had an excellent team with me. I had great leadership on top of me. I mean, the Prime Minister's leadership was tremendous. External Affairs Minister was phenomenal. I had a fantastic team. It was all great teamwork from India. You can't give this credit to one individual at all. It was just brilliant teamwork by India all through.
Now, one of the key takeaways on the sidelines of the G20 summit was the idea of the India, Middle East, Europe economic corridor. Now, given the fact that so many of the Belt and Road Initiative projects have faltered and not really taken off in the way that was expected, how do you see this India, Mid-East, Europe economic corridor really take off, given the fraught nature of the geopolitical relationships between some of the countries who are members of this plan?
Well, I think it's a really path-breaking project. It's a very strategic project. It can make a huge difference to the world of connectivity, to infrastructure, to telecommunications, to a whole range of areas. But you know, the project is very large. It needs to be now projectized. It needs to be broken down into specific projects. Private sector needs to be brought in several areas. And I think we need to ensure flow of resources and funds. So I think we are at that conceptual level from where a lot of homework needs to be done into specifics now, which will now take place. But I really think it's a massive strategic project. It's really, it can really, India is at the center of it all. So it can have a huge multiplier impact on India's economy in years to come, linking it to both Middle East and to Europe.
No, but what about the nature of the bilateral relations between some of these countries, which at this moment seem on the mend, but things could change and those relationships could fall apart?
So Rahul, I'm a long-term believer that bilateral relationship is a function of economic growth. It's a function of how it benefits countries economically and how it makes a difference to their growth. And if projects like this make a difference to their growth, their progress, their prosperity, if it makes a difference to their lives of their citizens, they will all come along and work with us. And I think it's a really amazing project which needs to be now taken forward into specific projects.
You know, as a storyteller, give everyone sitting here a peek into what a typical G20 meeting looks like. You know, is it at one level long, potentially boring, sometimes sleepy, or is it like very energized, charging, everybody punching each other?
So, you know, let me give you a glimpse of that. You have a hall like this, you have 20 G20 members. India had invited 9 other countries, 29, plus you have all international organizations, the World Bank, IMF, OECD, so 43 members in all. But the key is with these 20 members. Now they are really deciding the future course of economic growth, progress, prosperity, all this. That is being discussed. Every word, every line is being discussed and debated and leads to very animated discussion. Every country has a different perspective. Europe has a different perspective from America, Russia has a different perspective from China, China has a different perspective from Russia. The challenge for the host country is to bring everybody along together, bring a consensus, yet be ambitious, yet be inclusive, yet be decisive. And that is what India has managed to do. So we've done 83 paras, we've 112 outcomes. In Indonesia, there were 50 outcomes. Before that, there were 33 outcomes. We've taken it to 112 outcomes. All 112 outcomes, 83 paras. There is no bracket, there's no reservation, there's no chair summary, 100% consensus. That is what India has demonstrated, is great ability to bring developing countries, developed countries, Russia, China, everybody together on a consensus table. No other country could have managed to do this. This is India's great ability. And that's why we must understand that what India has achieved in the last 7-8 years in terms of its growth, in terms of infrastructure development, in terms of digitization, has had a huge impact in the minds of leaders in other countries.
Which were the countries in the Sherpas who seemed most aligned with India's worldview, who helped us the most? Who were your best buddies?
So, this is one document, Rahul, which really speaks the voice of the Global South. And that's because the Prime Minister, before he started the G20, had held a meeting of the leaders of the Global South. 125 leaders from the Global South participated. And we took their priorities as our priorities. And what we've managed to push through, the Prime Minister has managed to bring African Union as a permanent member of G20, which is remarkable to my mind. It's path-breaking. So this is one document which speaks the language, the words, and the voice of the Global South and the developing countries. That was important because emerging countries this year are going to account for 80% of the global growth in the world. Next year, if you look at the next 2 decades, according to IMF and World Bank, 2/3 of the global growth is going to come from emerging markets. Now, the multilateral development banks and international financial architecture is not weighed in favor of the emerging markets because they were designed in the post-World War II, post-Bretton Woods period. There was no climate action, there was no SDG challenge, and therefore this document speaks really the voice of the developing countries, the emerging markets, the Global South, and that is why it's a remarkable document.
How do you think adding African Union to the G20 changes India's equation with the African continent, which after India will be the next engine of global growth? So how do you see that play out? And does the, just technical question, maybe you think it's a bit silly, does the G20 then become G21?
Well, let me first say that it's important for all of us to understand that by bringing in Africa, you're bringing in 55 nations and you're bringing in 85% of the global GDP in G20. So that means that G20 becomes a very, it's not unwieldy like United Nations, but it'll account for 85% of the global GDP. But more important, I think, is this year, out of the 12 fastest growing countries in the world, 6 of the fastest growing countries out of 12 are African countries. The demographics are young, and like India, the big growth in the next 2 decades is going to come from Africa. And therefore, it's very important that the political and the diplomatic initiative which the Prime Minister has taken is backed by our private sector, our businesses, everyone, the states, everyone together to work with Africa to drive exports, to drive growth. It's a huge diplomatic victory for India, and I think we need to take this forward in terms of implementing as a trade proposition, as an investment proposition, and that's important.
You started this session by saying that your tiredness accruing across the G20 presidency is now over. So you're ready to pad up again?
Pad up in the sense that I want to travel. I want to rediscover India. I'm an ex-travel and tourism person. So, I would like to, there's several, I'd like to travel to the Himalayas. I'd like to travel to the backwaters. I'd like to rediscover myself while traveling in India.
But that's not what I was asking, right? How many of you think that Amitabh Kant might make a good minister? Like, how many people think that might be interesting to see him maybe contest in the Lok Sabha or become a minister? Just once, I'm coming to you. How many people think it's good to have somebody with this kind of energy, these ideas, as a minister in whichever government comes next?
I have...
If they were voters, they'd vote for you. The Mumbai Conclave will vote for you.
I have no political interest.
I
read and I write and I speak, so I'd rather read and write and travel. But I have no other political. I'm not by nature a political human being. That's what I wanted to tell you. So you're asking the wrong question.
No, no.
Like
I don't
always,
buy
you're
that.
asking the wrong question.
No, I don't buy that. I think, no, but surely you've thought about this, right? You have this like slight wry smile कि हो ही जाए तो अच्छा बोल नहीं सकता मैं हो जाए तो अच्छा ही है. What's the problem?
नहीं मैं देखो I've already put in a lot of time. I've done about 44 years in government, and I really want to travel around now, and I want to take life easy, and that's it.
Did you sign up for the job of Sherpa? Like, how does one become Sherpa?
No, I'd done about 6.5 years in Niti Aayog, and it was long time, and nobody had been there for more than 5 years in Planning Commission and Niti Aayog. So one fine morning, I'd gone to call on the Prime Minister, and he said that before that the Principal Secretary had spoken to me, and then when I called on the Prime Minister, he said you joined G20 Secretariat. I didn't know what was it all about. Then he said join as Sherpa. So I didn't know what the Sherpa's job was, but it's turned out to be the most challenging, the most thrilling, the most exciting job. You can't have a more packed 9 months even innings like this ever before. It's not a 1 year. We've done this in 9 months. We brought consensus in 9 months. That's enormous. And we brought it across all issues in the world, all growth, development issues. That's a great achievement for the country, and that's a great achievement for my leader. So that's a phenomenal thing. On 112 outcomes, we took it twice, 2.5x of what Indonesia had done, brought consensus on all developmental growth issues across the world with all the 29 countries, and I think that's a remarkable achievement. And that
most certainly is. India Today Group Vice Chairperson Kali Puri has a question. Can we have the mic sent across to her, please? Yeah, please.
Hi. Amitabh Kantji, I don't know whether we'll ever be in G20 rooms, but what I'd like to ask you is, can you share with us 3 things that you have learned on how to negotiate a good deal that any of us could use with the deals and negotiations that we do on a daily basis?
So, first of all, in negotiations, you have to be very, very thorough. You've got to do your homework. You got to know what is the stand different countries have taken in the past in international conferences. What is the stand they've taken in COP? What is the stand they've taken in previous G20s? What is the stand they've taken in different international conferences? So you know the country position, and that means you have to master the position of 29 countries. Secondly, you have to be absolutely thorough yourself in terms of what you want to achieve. Your objective is that I want to achieve this and I'm going to clinch it, whatever it happens. That is critical. And the third is get a damn good team. And I had a really good team of really outstanding officers, really outstanding. And I would really like to thank Mr. Jaishankar for giving me those very outstanding young team which worked with me to deliver that result for India. So it was really great. And fourthly, I think when you're negotiating, you are negotiating as Sherpa, you are negotiating on behalf of your leader. We could achieve consensus and we could argue, take risks, be bold, be gutsy, be courageous, because my leader gave me the freedom to do that. And that credit for saying that we must have a consensus-driven and an action-oriented G20 for India and deliver on it actually goes entirely to the leader who drove it. Without that, it would not have happened. As a civil servant, it would not have happened at my level.
It's interesting that you are from the Jawaharlal Nehru University, Dr. Jaishankar is from JNU, Nirmala Sitharaman ji is from JNU, and given what some of the BJP spokespeople sometimes say about the politics of JNU, it's very interesting that all of you have come out, and half the Cabinet Committee on Security actually comes from JNU.
When we were there, those were very heady days in JNU, very exciting days. And actually, I learned and evolved much more there than at St. Stephen's. So it was a very interesting period.
Madhur Bajaj has a question for you. Go on.
Amitabh, at the outset, congratulations to you and your team for the great success of G20. Well, there's so much of work done, I'm aware of it. How do we make Brazil, who we passed on the baton to continue with the unfinished work? a lot of work was finished, but a lot of work remained unfinished. Each country has got its own culture, characteristics, ideologies, and ego, if I may use the word ego. They've got their own way of doing things, etc. How do we ensure that whatever efforts that we have made does not go for a waste? And things continue till it's logical, and it could go beyond Brazil, you know. Those things which are long.
Yes, sir.
So, you know, last year, we worked very closely with Indonesia. We helped Indonesia. This year, actually, South Africa, Brazil, Indonesia, all of them worked with us. And next year, in the coming year, we are going to work very closely with Brazil. We are going to support them fully. They've done their bit, and many of the initiatives that we've started, and Prime Minister's already got on to implementation. So there's no breathing time for us. We've already got on to implementing everything. So we are working with Brazil on a range of things. For instance, we started Startup 20, which Brazil is taking forward. They've started a women's working group based on our recommendations. You know, and this particular Leaders Declaration is the most powerful Leaders Declaration, the New Delhi Leaders Declaration on women-led development, on gender equality and women empowerment. It's a really powerful statement, and I'd request everyone to read that, actually.
What happens in November? There's a follow-up virtual meeting before the baton is passed on.
So,
what's the agenda for that?
Prime Minister has announced that there will be a virtual meeting and sometime in November, and that will be a follow-up of...
So all the heads of state and government will be there?
Virtually. And we will then, there will be a review of implementation and some other issue, because the Finance Minister Central Bank Governors meeting is being held in Morocco. Some recommendations of that will come in, and all that will finally find a place in the virtual meeting.
You know, it's very rare that something happens which has bipartisan support. There's so much politics which is split down this... BJP, NDA, Congress stroke India alliance. I think what you did rises above that, and for that, congratulations, and we wish you all the best. It'll be interesting to see what form and shape your new innings takes, even though you're very nonchalant about it. How much golf have you played since you finished?
Well, Rahul, I just wanted to comment on one thing, and that was that, you know, we did the G20 in every state and union territory of India, and the extent of our support from opposition-ruled states was enormous. And this was actually federalism at its best during G20. Every single state supported us. And I think they did remarkable work in terms of improving infrastructure. You know, in Udaipur they cleaned the lake, Kerala cleaned the backwaters. Great amount of, you know, center-state coordination and federalism at work at its best in India.
Well, thank you for your effort. Thank you for making the effort of joining us here at the India Today Conclave. We wish you all the very best. Amitabh Kant, can we have a round of applause, please? Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
And may I please call upon Rishali Malpekar, Motwani Jadeja Foundation to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation to Mr. Kant. Sir, just 2 minutes on the stage. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, warm applause, please. Thank you. May I please call upon Adhya Ajay Singh, Darwin Platform Group of Companies, to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation. Thank you, Rahul. Thank you, Mr. Kant. Appreciate it. Thank you. All right, let's quickly get into our next session this evening. Just give us about 30 seconds turnaround time on the stage and we're ready to go. Quickly introducing our next session. Why the youth vote matters. And for that, let me quickly call upon two men and one young woman who study very closely the behavior of our young voters. Calling up on stage, Nikhil Taneja, co-founder, Chief Yuva; Chaitanya Prabhu, founder, Mark Your Presence; Nandini Raj, Program Officer, Communications ADR. Welcome all three of you for joining us. So why is the youth vote important? Why does it matter? Let's give you some figures. 1 in 5 people globally who are under the age of 25 live in India. 40% of our population is under the age of 25. Our median age, ladies and gentlemen, is 28. I'll give you an example. The United States of America is about 38 and a half, and China is pushing 40 where the median age is concerned. But, you know, there's a huge but to it. Have we leveraged this demographic properly is a question I'm going to be posing to the three of you. To begin with you, Chaitanya, you know, I'm just looking at, at these numbers. Where Maharashtra is concerned, where the age group of 18 to 19 years, 4.5% of the state's total population is that. How much are the registered number of voters there? Not even 1%. Is your mic? Yeah, it's working. Go ahead.
It's audible? Okay.
Yeah, audible.
Before we answer that question, what's important to understand is that we have 900 million voters in India. Approximately close to 400 million voters are young. 65% of India's population is below the age of 35. But sadly, this population is not coming out to vote. And this is a fundamental problem in our democracy. To answer the question, we haven't used our demographic dividend at our best. Only celebrating that India is the world's largest democracy is not enough. We are merely celebrating what is biologically was going to happen or will happen. What we need to do is fundamentally change policies that are youth-centric and create more opportunities for young people. If you look at the union budget, it is approximately 4,500 crores.
Right.
And how much is the allocation for young people? The Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports has an allocation of 3,000 crores. Do the math, it's 0.07%. So we are merely saying that India is progressing in terms of youth development and progress, but there are not enough opportunities created on the ground level. So we haven't used our demographic to the best of our advantage. But yes, we can publicly say that India is the world's largest democracy, and the youth demographic is the highest in this country.
Nandini, why is it that the youth of our country, which is usually highly opinionated, because we see a lot of commentary, they're all very, very opinionated and politically as well. But we don't see that materialize, especially when it comes down to registered voters, where they actually actively go out, cast their vote in an informed manner.
First of all, thank you for having me. So I just want to highlight two major issues why youths are not coming and voting. First, that we have a lot of young migrant youths. So not all youths have that, facility, that logistics and financial facilities that they can go back to their constituency and cast their vote. It's a major concern. So ECI recently proposed the voting facilities for NRIs that they can have, it's a proposal that they can have electronically transmitted postal ballot system, which is commendable. But why can't we extend the same facility for the young migrant workers, and which also involves the youths? So this is a major concern also, and ADR actually organized a webinar on this for the voting facilities of the migrant workers. Therein 3 former CECs, that is Dr. Zaidi, Dr. S.Y. Qureshi, and Shri O.P. Rawat attended it. And one of the suggestions was that it can be extended to the youth, to the young migrant voters, and especially all migrant workers. So, and ADR also wrote to the ECI. We suggested the ECI also that we should have electronically transmitted postal ballot system even for the migrant workers, which involves youths. Another thing is the voter apathy. especially amongst the youth. I asked one of my friends, why you don't go and cast vote? And the answer was, all are the same. All are the same. What difference it can make? But we have the solution, and that solution is Nota. None of the above option is with us. But we need to give more power to Nota. And this was actually done. It's not like something which cannot be done. So in 2018, then Maharashtra Election Commission of India, Shri J.S. Saharia, he declared that if Nota receives maximum votes in an assembly constituency, then none of the contesting candidates will be declared elected and re-elections will be held. So this power can be given to the Nota, so why we are not doing so? Why we are not giving better options to the voters. So once the more power comes to Nota, youths will actually go and vote to Nota.
You see that happening, but Nikhil, I want to bring you in this conversation because, you know, so very often we are sitting in television studios and we deliberate and we talk of this vote bank, which really doesn't follow traditional markers, you know, the woman vote bank, how it can swing elections, you know, when it comes down to race, the usual traditional markers, it doesn't really, you know, affirm to that, caste, religion, none of that. The youth vote can be exactly that when it comes down to swinging elections. But it seems with the kind of sheer numbers that we have, that they don't understand the value of their own vote or their numbers that they actually represent.
It's not about value, Preeti. I think, you know, further to what everyone over here has been saying, we've done roadshows across the country. We've met about 15,000 young people over the last 4 years in campuses in India. And the thing we constantly hear about from young people isn't just about, is not about the state of India or the state of the world. It is about how their own lives are just hard, you know. The number one problem in our country at this point for young people still remains unemployment. It is still careers, it is still education. If you have a gender split, women are more likely to say women's safety, they're more likely to say harassment and abuse. These are still the problems, you know, it's not national level problems. Even in 2019, we did an exit poll with Indian Express. These were the things that were still coming out. When you talk to them about voting, you know, very interesting statistic we also had was 68% youth support Nota. They said that, you know, we'd rather not vote than find a vote going to some party that doesn't really care about making our lives where we are better. Right. Are we, you know, I mean, again, Chaitanya gave these wonderful statistics. There is 65% of our country is under 35 and the average Lok Sabha age of a politician is 54. Only 12% people under 40 in the Lok Sabha. If that's we talk about youth, we project this image of India as the world's youngest country. But how much are we listening to young people? How much are we involving them in the political process?
And for those who are involving, Nandini and I were having a chat right before this. You know, one takes a quick look at even the Dusu elections that have happened of late. In terms of sheer money, power, influence, political alignment, for someone who's fresh off the cuff and really wants to actively get into politics, they really can't see a way in because look at the candidates.
Exactly. So Dusu election is like, so Dusu elections, it sets a precedent at a very educational level. Okay, so there is a very nice coverage, in-depth coverage by India Today only on Dusu elections. Therein, one of the students said that because of Dusu elections, the entire atmosphere of the college has disrupted, which you see at the larger scale as well. When Lok Sabha elections happen, when state assembly elections happen, it's exact replica. And also, one of the students also mentioned that a Dusu candidate spends rupees 5,000 every minute. So, and you also see the same thing, the replica at a broader level, at a larger level, during the Lok Sabha elections and state assembly elections. So the question is like, what kind of precedent we are setting that people, that students or voters with minimal financial backing, they cannot contest in elections. That is one negative precedent we are setting. The another one is that a lot of money, muscle power, and money, muscle power, these things are being normalized during the Dusu elections. So that's another major concern, that what kind of precedent we are setting for the students, that too at an educational level.
Very interesting because I come from Delhi and while we saw Dusu elections, I come from a college which used to not be part of Dusu. So we used to have our own elections, and what's really interesting to say is that there are lots, I come from Ellis, so a lot of women who've come from my college have gone on to take up political posts and done it way better than possibly possibly DUSU candidates who've come up the whole hierarchy of an ABVP or an NSUI, because the process is very different there. It's more internalized, it's more personal. But Chaitanya,
just to add on to what my panelists have said, that young people are very, very interested. We ran something called the Youth Manifesto in the city of Mumbai to ask young people what they want from the elected representatives. And we had a huge list where young people have spoken about what they want. So there is interest.
what is it that they want?
They want good ventilation at railway stations. They want wider roads.
Developmental work.
Yes. They want students union to be back in Mumbai. Like she pointed out, since 1993, Mumbai has not had a students union election. So you separated politics from campus. You've not allowed young people to enter politics at a level. You've not nurtured young politicians. We're a young country with a population of young voters, and we are governed by leaders who are 65 and above. So how is there going to be youth representation anywhere in this country? And I have traveled to different campuses, not only in Mumbai, but in Maharashtra and Delhi. And trust me, young people have wants, they have desires. They want MLC elections to be made easier. They want campus politics. Now, campus politics does not necessarily mean what's happening in Delhi University. It can be refined, it can be made in a correct way. But there is no political will. There needs to be some person who sits and says that I will create this change. There is nobody trying to
because three of you are so closely involved in the mind of the, the young voter. Nikhil, we're having this whole conversation of how informed, the youth is. But is the youth more informed, or if I can say more influenced?
I wish I could say that they were more informed. Unfortunately, they don't have the time in their lives to try and seek out the information. So whatever information is reaching them passively is the information that they take in. And what is happening today, it's content creators, it's YouTubers, it is politicians or entrepreneurs, taking to the internet or trying to reach out to them. And whatever the algorithms tell them, they kind of take as the worldview. If not that, it is people around them who might do it. And they don't have the time to be informed, Preeti, unfortunately. And again, the crux of the issue, unfortunately, is the lives of young people in our country are very hard, and एक ज़माने में क्या होता था ना, लोग क्या कहेंगे was a big deal. Then over the last 5 years, we started seeing that because of a new generation of young people that has grown up on the internet, they have identities that their parents don't allow them to have. And then it became parents क्या कहेंगे. Today, when we are talking to young people, they are actually comparing themselves with the themselves they were yesterday. So it's now become ki main kya, what is the younger me looking at me and saying today? The internet has given so many comparison points to them. When they are on the internet today, they're looking at 3 million, 30 million people who are doing better than them. The distance between what your life could be and is very, very obvious today than it was when I was growing up. 20 years ago, I did not know what kind of a life I can have which will make my life better. Today I know. And when I don't see that happening around me, when I don't see, politicians in my state or my, city actually doing something to make, as he said, ventilation, making small little incremental changes in the lives around me, then I'm just I'm disinterested in the process.
Disinterested and maybe influenced a little more than being informed. Chaitanya, you said more informed, but do you also see the young voter look at politics from a more intersectional lens? On, they pick and choose of what really they want, because it was interesting. Nikhil and I were having this conversation right before we got on stage. Give those figures out, Nikhil. In terms of, did you see where you were talking to the young, a Modi wave coming? And what is the difference when you ask them about BJP and you ask them about Modi in general? What is the answer that you get?
We did in 2019, we did an exit poll with Indian Express. There were 2-3 factors that came out. 86% of the country said that they, care about PM Modi and they see him.
86%. This is 2019.
This is 2019.
Right.
That they look at him positively, and if they did vote, which is not to say that they are voting. If they did vote, they would vote for him. At the same time, when we go deeper into it, what political parties do you support, etc., etc. First of all, 56% said that they'd look at politics negatively. Only 33% said that they even care about politics or would want to vote. And out of that, if you go even deeper, only 40% are saying that I actually like BJP, and most people are saying that we don't like the polarization in the country.
That's a mind-boggling figure, because 40% said they like BJP, but 86% said that they like Modi. Which
it is about the brand today. It is about the individual.
Yeah.
Then it is about politics.
But somewhere down the line, even in politics, it explains why you have a state versus a center election.
Absolutely.
On why possibly you see other parties winning in the state, but when it comes down to the center, it's Modi. Chaitanya, you want to come in on that?
Yeah, like he stated right now with respect to the statistics, a lot of surveys have been conducted, political, non-political. We conducted a survey wherein we tried to analyze how does a voter actually vote and how does he decide who he's supposed to vote for, because that is the fundamentally most important question. And in our data we found out that 80% of these students, the data sample size was 2,000 students. Collectively what was said is they vote on past performances, then partially age, then political leanings and so on and so forth. So that means young India is aware. Young India is conscious. Young India understands. So this perception that young India is not interested in politics and voting should be removed to an extent, because only going out to vote can't be the measuring scale to determine whether somebody is politically interested in the role. So it's time that politicians step up, understand what young people want, and create steps for us.
Nandini, do you see that happening in terms of, because now the political language is evolving and changing a bit in terms of how politicians or parties engage with the young? You can see that shift happening. At one level, if you see a Rahul Gandhi go out and try and make connect on the ground level and maybe sit in DU, though DU elections, the NSUI didn't do well. But on the other hand, let's look at the BJP. Of late, there's a thrust on communicating with young India through maybe the language of very popular YouTubers, where the ideology might swing one way, but very, very popular YouTubers. Do you see that connect happening?
So if you see in general, if I take all the entertainment people, everyone right now in the society who call themselves celebrities or politicians, they all are working on relatability on social media platforms. Am I relatable to my target audience or not? So yes, they all are trying to be relatable. They all are targeting their audiences properly. And yes, influencer marketing is the budding way to reach out to the target audience and to the youths, because yes, youths follow these influencers. That's the truth. And I also want to highlight something, because we were talking about informed voting. I think it's very important. It's just not important that youths go and cast their votes. It's also important that they should be an informed voter rather than an influenced one. That is very important. Influence can not only be just from the social media platforms, it's also from the family members. It's also from your friends. So it's very important for youths to be an informed voter. Do we have a solution? The question is that. Yes, we have the solution, and that is myneta.info. It's a data repository run by my organization, Association for Democratic Reforms, where you can find the candidate information.
But that's something that at least, for example, I hear a lot when we go out on the field in terms of reporting on election. Away from, what are regular markers, we see the youth always talk about, I will vote for my local leader. I will vote for what he's done. I will vote for my constituency. And you see that difference there is an age difference in that. But Nikhil, when we're talking about influencers, do you see it work? For example, do you see, with what, in the last couple of interviews, we've seen a lot of very big leaders from the Bharatiya Janata Party give interviews to YouTubers, which have been wildly successful at that. But also on the other side, you see a Rahul Gandhi biking through Leh Ladakh. You're talking the language of the youth. You're trying to make that connect.
Again, as I said, do they get influenced? Yes. Are all political leaders trying to get them to be influenced? Yes. But as Nandini said, unfortunately in our country, not enough leaders care about ensuring that outside of the good work that they talk about and they try to influence young voters, can we get more of them involved in the political process? Can that information about why to vote, what is the difference when you see a BJP or a Congress or any other party leader on a YouTube show? How does that affect your daily life? Are they your leader? Are they in your state? Are they in your constituency? Are they actually affecting your life on the ground level? They may not even know all of that. And how do we involve them? 15 crore new voters in 2024 apparently. We don't know how many of them are going to vote. We don't know how many of them among young people, how many of them will actually cast the ballot? And we don't know which way they will vote. So obviously the attempt right now is to ensure that they vote in a way that their favorite YouTubers or content creators or influencers are talking about. But at the same time, can we try and find a way to inform them, make them aware why their vote matters, and what are the local leaders whose lives are directly affecting them? Who can get you better employment, who can get you better education, and I think, this year, in 2024, one of the big things that we have noticed at Yuva, is the gender split is going to be very important. Gender split is going to be very important among younger voters. We have constantly started seeing that men and male voters are going towards slightly more conservative politics, whereas female voters are going through, slightly more progressive politics. Female voters want to break out of their lives. They want to move away, whether it is from their cities to another city, whether it is from this country to another country, while men at this point of time are looking at local places and trying to figure out what can I do to make the place that I am at better. What can I do? They are smart enough now to realize that maybe spending X amount of money and going to the big cities may not work out for me. Make in India has helped, Atmanirbharta has helped, they are trying to start their side hustles, they are trying to start their businesses, but at the same time, it doesn't matter if it's the national leaders telling them that I'm going to do it, whether it's a local leader, they're going to go whichever way is going to make their life aspirational, not polarized.
Chaitanya, we're going to take last two questions, where we talk about the informed or the influenced, and we talk about trends coming in for 2024 in terms of which way the voters might go. At one level, where you talk about informed, when we are talking about my own issues, there's unemployment, there's this, it's a tough life, and these are my main issues. Then there is also falling into narratives, which is, we are going to see a highly polarized election, which is going to be very big on religious polarization as well. The writing's already on the wall. Do you see what he's talking about, a gender split there? Is that what we're talking about, the gender split?
So I think that, of course, I agree to what Nikhil sir has to say. Even if you look at data, Maharashtra has close to 98 lakh voters, close to 1 crore of voters. Of that, majoritively of those voters, women are registered more than men, but are not coming out to vote as much. This is also a fundamental problem. Second, going on to the influencers issue of getting influence, the influencers are becoming the actors are then becoming the politicians, and they are overall having this nexus wherein they're influencing a lot of people. But let me assure you with this, that the young mind is very revolutionary. They think differently, they walk differently, they will hear what you have to say, but still go out to vote in a very, very different way. You can't buy a young person's vote, at least in today's time. That's what I believe in. There is obviously a divide, and we hope that voter education becomes part of the syllabus. It is something that everybody should learn, should understand, because in the larger perspective, it is important to have a democracy with informed voters.
Right. Nandini, do you see, all right, so we're going to quickly wrap up. Just a quick question on that. Do you want to take that conversation further in terms of trends coming in?
I just want to
where 2024 is concerned.
So I just want to talk about the women representation also. Since the women representation is so low, but the women participation is so high. In the last Lok Sabha elections, women voted more than men. So it's also about that when these politicians, political leaders are coming and talking about are being relatable. Why are not they being relatable by giving tickets to more young candidates and especially women? So now that the women reservation bill has happened, let's see. Now it has become a law. Let's see what happens. I hope that changes. So maybe voting behavior will change also eventually when more women candidates will be there.
We don't know when that's going to happen, because yes,
Can I add one point to what Chaitanya said?
Quickly.
I think that while Chaitanya also said, I think young people can see through some of the bullshit that comes across to them, because ultimately you are seeing
the bullshit that we're talking about.
No, ultimately we talk the bullshit that a lot of people try to influence them with. I think while of course there's no doubt that lives of young people have been steadily since liberalization getting better, but today you see the same divides. Where a startup leader today we are turning into unicorns, the CEOs are getting the same amount of in insane amount of money. Gig workers today are still fighting for labors and still trying to, and they're also young. The same 19-year-old Zepto person is getting a crazy amount of unicorn money. At the same time, unfortunately, the gig worker who works for him is still struggling to put money on the table. So the divides of rich and poor are still very much the same. And if you're not going to if you're going to look at youth as a monolith, and you're only going to look at the people who have the money, we're going to have a problem.
It's an intersectional lens. You've got to look at it at that. Appreciate all three of you for joining us. Thank you. We do know that the vote of the youth is important. Let's hopefully, see that materialize in terms of participation, both in politics and voting. Thank you. Thank you for joining us. Thanks. All right, with that, may I please call upon stage Rishali Malpekar, Motwani Jadeja Foundation, to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation to our three panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, please raise a warm applause to our panelists. All three of them working very closely with the youth voters across the country. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. Let's quickly now move on to our next session this evening. Can the men in blue bring the cup home? Well, that's $1 million question. To take it from here, this session sponsored by Radico Khaitan. All right, to take it from here, let me call upon stage sessions moderator Rajdeep Sardesai, consulting editor, India Today.
Very much, ladies and gentlemen. Please welcome our two guests, very special, both World Cup champions of different generations. Please welcome Harbhajan Singh, winner of the 2011 World Cup, and the one and only Sunil Gavaskar, winner of the 1983 World Cup. Please give them a big hand.
Thank you, whoever you are, Paji.
यार ओरिजिनल पाजी भी उस तरफ बैठा है. He's a member of parliament also.
नहीं उसने एक ही नाम में बोल दिया, सनी पाजी.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome once again to the India Today Conclave in Mumbai. Cricket is in the air. The World Cup is here, and it is in India. And there is every hope that the men in blue on the 19th of November will lift the World Cup trophy. Will they actually do that? Who better to answer that than two World Cup champions themselves? Sunil Gavaskar, who won the World Cup in 1983 when the team of Kapil Dev defeated the mighty West Indies. And Harbhajan Singh, who was part of that glorious day here in Mumbai at the Wankhede Stadium in 2011, now a member of parliament as well. Give him a very big hand. Direct question, simple answer. Is this Indian team good enough, and do you think they will win the World Cup? Mr. Gavaskar.
It is definitely good enough. Firstly, good evening, everybody. Thank you all for being here. And I do hope that when the India matches come along, you will say a silent prayer on the day of the match so that India gets a little bit of luck.
Hold it a little closer.
Believe me, prayers do help, and all your prayers will make a big difference. Yes, India can win the World Cup, no question about it. India has got a very good team. They've been in tremendous form. Look at the way they won the Asia Cup, beating Pakistan by, I think, almost over 200 runs, dismissing Sri Lanka for 50 in the finals. On a pitch, there was nothing in the pitch really, but it was just top-class bowling that helped India to register that big win. So the kind of form they are in, then when Australia came in, they beat them in the first 2 games. So clearly India is in very good form.
No, can they, but will they? They can, but will they?
That I told you a little bit earlier inside as well, that I haven't really had a look at Rohit Sharma's palm, so I really can't tell you. Because, I have not read his lines in the palm, so it's very difficult to say that they will win, because if I look at the palm, then I might be able to tell.
Baji, will they win? Is this team good enough to win the World Cup, and will they win the World Cup?
Well, as Sir mentioned, I don't read palms or I don't read faces. Yes, definitely they have the team to win the cup. They have great batters in the team, and everybody are in form, which is more importantly, a great factor. Coming into a World Cup, everybody, coming into form was a great sign. And of course, look at the bowlers also. Siraj taking those 6 wickets in just no matter of time. And Shami in the next game, whenever he played, he took 5 wickets. And Bumrah coming in form. So I think team looked really good. But all I can say, they definitely will go till the semi-final. And after that, it just comes down to some of luck as well. On those days, on those 2 days, semi-final and final, if you have luck on your side, you can go on to become a champion. But yes, I do believe we have the team to win and repeat same what happened in 83 and 2011.
You mentioned 83 and 2011, and you are, in a sense, faces from both those winning teams. In 83, let's be honest, no one expected you to win, or very few gave you a chance. What is it that you believe is that X factor that enables you to win the World Cup? You said, a bit of luck, of course, but is there something that you think the 83-2011 team had that this team can learn from? Is there some magical quality in a World Cup that decides which team will win?
I think what both these teams had was, not only world-class batters and world-class bowlers, but they had also world-class all-rounders, both these teams. So they had in the batting lineup batters who could come and bowl a bit. They had down the order bowlers who could bat a bit. And that made a big difference, because at the end of the day, when you look at, say, the last maybe 5 or 6 overs, when your numbers 8, 9, 10, 11 are to bat, if they can, in those 5, 7 overs, if they can add about 30, 35 runs, what it does, it not only, cushions up your total, whatever your total is, but it also, particularly if you're batting first, it also makes that fielding side just that little bit, disappointed, because they're hoping to dismiss those 9, 10, 11 in a jiffy. They don't do that. And so, you go in with a buoyant feeling, when in the change room, that look, we've got these extra 30 runs, which you didn't actually expect your numbers 8, 9, 10, 11 to get. And that can make a big difference in terms of the feeling.
In fact, now that you mention it and I think about it, 17 for 5 against Zimbabwe in 1983. And Kapil Dev still had Roger Binney, Madan Lal, Kirmani to come in. And that was the match that really turned India's fortunes. A match that none of us, unfortunately, could see. But that match at Tunbridge Wells was arguably the greatest innings played by an Indian in one-day cricket, because he had 8, 9 and 10. And Bhaji, you scored 2 test hundreds, which people sometimes forget. But is that the critical factor, that you need to have people right down the line who can bat a bit? And that's the one thing that the 2023 team will have to look at. People who can bat at 8, 9, 10, certainly 8 and 9 in a big match.
Well, it certainly makes a huge difference. When you're 8, 9, 10 can bat a bit, you feel more confident. And, England had that kind of edge, in the previous World Cup. And even, in this team, England present team, they bat down the order till 10. They bat till 10. And even Australia, they bat very down. And if you see Team India, they have also got a long batting lineup. If they play Shadu Thakur at 8, he's someone who can hit the ball, and then Kuldeep can also bat a bit. So batting down the order, obviously a big advantage and a big bonus if you can contribute with the bat. As a bowler, my job was to not just to take wicket, but when I get the chance to bat, just make sure just I bat sensible enough to see those overs through and get the partnership right.
Okay, World Cup at home. 2011, the last time the World Cup was at home, Mahendra Singh Dhoni and team, including you, won the tournament. Handling pressure of home expectations. Is it true that during that World Cup, Gary Kirsten did not allow you to read any newspapers or watch TV? What was the country thinking? Is that true, or is that simply a story that we are told, that the players were told, you're not going to read what Indians are thinking about the World Cup?
See, those times were different. You can get away with without reading a newspaper those days. Nowadays, everything is there on your phone, and the kind of things you see on social media, you can't. I don't know how you're going to control that, because those days, of course, it was a rule made by the team, and of course introduced by Gary. Said, why don't you guys give up reading newspaper or TV, for that matter?
So would you advise the players, don't look at your mobile for 6 weeks? Just stay off your mobile or switch off all social media.
Well, I don't think that's what is going to happen. They're not going to do that. But of course, if they can do it, it will help them. Of course, on social media, if you don't perform well on one particular day, or you drop a single catch, or you let the 4 go, no matter how hard you have tried, but if the 4 went, you'll see next day what people will do. This social media is good, and also it can bring you down as well. So to the player, I can just advise, stay as away as possible. Even yesterday, Virat Kohli mentioned on his social media, don't disturb me for the tickets for next 2 months. I want to focus on cricket. So I would advise, don't see your phone for next 2 months. It'll be easier for everyone.
That's good piece of advice, Mr. Gavaskar. You share that. Don't see your phone for the next 2 months. Someone knocks on your door, match, India-Pakistan match, hai, ticket de do, just do not disturb.
But that's not likely to happen, because, you ask room service, for example, and the room service guy comes in and he's going to ask you, he's going to serve you, and then he says, sir, 2 ticket mil sakta hai kya? That's a given. So you can't avoid, the request for tickets. You can't avoid, if you're a batter, the room service guy, the laundry guy, whoever comes to pick your clothes up maybe for laundry, him either asking for tickets, or if you're a batter saying, sir, tomorrow century, tomorrow century. So that little bit of pressure will be there always. So you can't avoid it.
How do you handle home pressure? Because the last 3 World Cups, interestingly, have been won by the host nation. India 2011, Australia 2015, England 2019. So luck, 4th time lucky, but how do you handle home pressure then? Well, what's the advice?
Obviously to try as much as possible to just, block yourself from everything, which is not easy. I know that Sachin Tendulkar used to put, headphones on. So when he got off the team bus, going into the change room, coming out from there, he had them on, so he couldn't hear anybody saying anything. And they would all be wishing him. Nobody would be saying anything wrong to him. But sometimes even just that wish, if we want 100, we want, that can, add a little bit to the burden of expectation, the pressure of expectations. That can be just sometimes a little hard. So if you can block yourself off, nothing like it. And everybody, I think, today does that. In your own room, tough. But when you're coming out, I think everybody who comes in, before they hand over their phone to the guy who collects the phones from everybody as soon as you get off the team bus, you put your headphones on and you can block anybody off.
By the way, I want to tell you, Mr. Gavaskar, on the morning of the 1983 World Cup, says he was less tense facing the West Indies fast bowlers, was more tense about the number of people who wanted a ticket to the match. Is that right?
Absolutely, and that is exactly what I think Kohli has said just now, that don't disturb him for tickets. Even now, I think when people are asking me for tickets, all I say to them is, you're 479th in the queue. Once I take care of 479, then I will look at your request as well.
Harbhajan, we mentioned Kohli a couple of times. All-time great. could become the first Indian cricketer to win 2 World Cups. No one has done that. Ashwin and he have that rare opportunity. You played a lot with Virat Kohli. I'm told in the 2011 World Cup, a lot of you wanted to win the World Cup for Sachin Tendulkar, someone whom you admired and adored a lot. Do you think this team could think about, yaar, Virat Kohli ke liye ye karna hai? Because in many ways, Virat has changed Indian cricket.
उस टीम में और ये टीम में अंतर बहुत है.
क्या है?
वो टीम एकजुट बहुत थी. वो टीम में सचिन तेंदुलकर की जो रिस्पेक्ट थी वो बहुत बड़ी थी और एवरीबडी वांटेड टू विन फॉर सचिन तेंदुलकर. इस टीम का मुझे पता नहीं है हु ऑल वांट टू विन फॉर विराट, बट यस दे वांट टू विन फॉर इंडिया फॉर श्योर. ये बहुत बड़ा एक मैंने आपको वो चीज बताई है अंतर.
नहीं आप एक ऐसी चीज कह रहे हो जो अब ट्विटर पे वायरल होगी,
हो जाएगी, कोई बात
2011 की टीम एकजुट थी, यानी कहीं ना कहीं आप कह रहे हो वो रिस्पेक्ट नहीं है.
वो ड्रेसिंग रूम में जो सचिन तेंदुलकर की जो रिस्पेक्ट थी वो शायद ही किसी प्लेयर की उसके बाद हुई. हम महेंद्र सिंह धोनी ने बहुत रिस्पेक्ट कमाई है ड्रेसिंग रूम में, बट उसके बाद मुझे नहीं लगता है कि टीम उतनी एकजुट, मतलब यहाँ एक चलता है वहाँ 10 चलते हैं. बट येस दे ऑल वांट टू विन फॉर द कंट्री बट नॉट फॉर वन इंडिविजुअल, आई बिलीव. एंड ऑफ कोर्स विराट भी चाहेगा कि वो कंट्री के लिए जिताए. वो अपने लिए तो जीतेगा तो बोनस है, तो ये मेरा मानना है.
Okay, interesting. Maybe it shows the way the game is changing. Each player, in fact, our Ashwin hinted at something like this in an interview he did, that we are not in that sense, that whole notion of a team working, in a lot of great individuals, but the notion of a team. 83 was all about teamwork. Kapil Dev was the star, but each one contributed in his way. Do you believe that will be critical also to handle pressure? That you've got to play this World Cup not for an individual. It's not about who scores. It's about how the team does.
It's for India. Simply, you play for that flag. It's simply for that. I played every game, for India, not for any individual. मेरा कप्तान सौरव गांगुली हो या राहुल द्रविड़ हो या महेंद्र सिंह धोनी, it didn't matter to me. All it mattered to me was that I am playing for India, and this is the greatest satisfaction I can get कि हाँ मैं भारत के लिए खेल रहा हूँ और मेरे लिए ये मौका दोबारा आएगा या नहीं, इससे बड़ी बात क्या हो सकती है. तो मैं भारत के लिए खेल रहा हूँ. ये सब मेरे लिए दुआएं मांग रहे हैं, प्रार्थना कर रहे हैं कि मैं सक्सेसफुल हूँ. आज की डेट में किसी के पास इतना समय नहीं है कि कोई किसी के लिए प्रार्थना करे, बट जब भारत का मैच होगा सब जुड़ जाते हैं प्रार्थना करने में भी और दिल लगा के ये शिक्कत में कि मैच जीत जाए, भारत मैच जीत जाए. वो कोहली मैच जीत जाए नहीं होता है, राहुल द्रविड़ मैच जीत जाए नहीं होता, भारत मैच जीत जाए.
That's very well put. It's a way in which perhaps you want to build a team. You think that's critical, Mr. Gavaskar? Or do you think that this team has so many individual superstars that we as fans will keep saying, yaar, Shubman Gill, will he be the highest scorer in the tournament? Or will Kuldeep Yadav be the highest bowler? Is there that sense that we've got to stay away from and look at how the team does, not individuals?
I think that really is up to those who are covering the game, because they are the ones who are talking about Shubman Gill. Will he score 600 runs to go past Sachin Tendulkar? Or, we are right now looking at individual records, which really shouldn't be the case. We should be looking at, will this team, be able to get that kind of start, say, even a 70 or 80 start, say, in 12 overs, after which, say, the Kohlis and the Shreyas Iyer, whoever plays, or Surya Kumar Yadav, or KL Rahul, whoever plays will be able to propel the team to 300 plus in every game. That is what we should be thinking. But we are not. We are only thinking, whether, somebody will go past somebody. That is an Indian sort of speciality, peculiarity, whatever you might call it. But that is what it is.
India versus Pakistan. That's part of the problem is there's so much attention focused on this game that we forget it's only one game in the World Cup. India start as favorites for you, Harbhajan Singh?
Most definitely. I don't see Pakistan going forward in this tournament. The kind of team they have, they are good for T20. This is what I believe. And they are very good when it comes to T20 format. But what I've seen them recently in Asia Cup, and also the 2 practice matches they played against New Zealand and Australia, they look below average team to me. We were talking about their bowling lineup as if Waqar Younis and Wasim Akram, they have made a comeback with Shoaib Akhtar. this is a normal team, and I do feel that India, any day, whenever they play against Pakistan, especially World Cup, India have got great record, and I don't see it changing. India will start favorite and come out with the flying colors on that day.
For you too, Mr. Gavaskar, India starts as favorites in that game against Pakistan, or is there a danger that we will end up focusing so much on that game on Pakistan, we forget we've got to win a World Cup?
Oh, of course, I think we've got to win the World Cup. This match becomes an important thing because in terms of the expectations, you ask the common man, he will turn around and say, no, we must beat Pakistan. We don't know what happens in the World Cup, but we have to beat Pakistan. So winning against Pakistan will certainly boost India's morale up considerably.
But we are
No
favorites.
question. Oh, definitely, yes. I think the kind of cricket we played, recent cricket that we played, we definitely are the favorites, no question.
But one thing has changed, Mr. Gavaskar, is that it appears now that all the foreign teams, a lot of them who come to India know Indian conditions. All of them play the IPL. Unlike in the past where Australians and English rarely came, they now are here every year. Is that one reason why these two teams in particular, I mentioned these two, Australia and England, remain our primary challengers? They've got all-rounders and they know how to play in India now. Is that a big difference, you think, from the cricket which you played with them and now in 2023, when they're as familiar with butter chicken as perhaps they are with the Indian bowlers?
Definitely, yes. I think it's a big plus as far as these teams are concerned. Most of their players have played in India for the IPL. They know Indian conditions, they know Indian pitches. More importantly, I think, having played for whichever franchise and gone somewhere else, playing in a away game to kind of get the hostility, face the hostility of the other franchises' fans is something that will mean that when they are playing in India against India, they will be used to it. So yes, it's not just the pitches, it's not just the conditions, it's just that feeling sometimes of hostility which is there, which earlier on was tough for them to overcome. Now they've got used to it, so that is going to be the big difference.
4 semi-finalists. Who are your 4 semi-finalists, Baji? Because this all boils down to semi-finals and then the 2 big games. Your 4 semi-finalists. We are saying this on October 4th. So I'll remind you on November 12th, 13th.
I can give you 3 at the moment. India, Australia and England. And 4th one could be New Zealand. That's what I feel. New Zealand or either South Africa.
Many people are saying this is a good New Zealand team. They've got 2 good spinners. They look pretty well equipped. They unfortunately lost the World Cup last time on a boundary count rule. Your 4 semi-finalists.
I think pretty much the same. Pretty much
That's
the same.
what? India,
England, Australia and New Zealand. New Zealand, keep on surprising people because nobody really expects them to win because they don't seem to have the superstars, but they are a magnificent team. They are a magnificent team of top class players who like to play under the radar. And speaking of being under the radar, the one team that because nobody really, every World Cup everybody talks about them. This World Cup nobody is talking about them, and they are in my book the dark horses is South Africa. South Africa are the dark horses because they played exceptionally well against the Australians coming back from having lost the first 2 one-days, winning the next 3 one-days. The South Africa are the team to watch out for.
Interesting. So South Africa become your dark horses, and both of you have roughly agreed that India, England, Australia and New Zealand possible 4 semi-finalists. The players that you are looking forward to in this World Cup, Baji, both first and Indian, who is that one Indian player, and I know that we are going back to individuals, but who is that one Indian player that you are looking most forward to shining in a World Cup, and is there a global star also out there who you are looking forward to?
I'm looking forward to see Surya Kumar Yadav plays and perform, because I believe that he is one of those guys who's an X factor. Who can win you a tournament, not just 1 or 2 games. जिस दिन वो चलेगा, वो आपको मैच नहीं, वो टूर्नामेंट ही जिता देगा. क्योंकि
आप उनको खिलाओगे फर्स्ट मैच अगेंस्ट ऑस्ट्रेलिया, अगर आप सिलेक्टर होंगे, सूर्य कुमार को खिलाओगे नंबर 5?
मैं कप्तान के बाद दूसरा नाम उसका लिखता, सूर्य कुमार यादव का.
अरे वाह.
क्योंकि एक्स फैक्टर है, एक्स फैक्टर आपको खिलाना चाहिए, क्योंकि आपके पास यू हैव गॉट विराट कोहली, ग्रेट बैट्समैन, यू हैव गॉट रोहित शर्मा, ग्रेट बैट्समैन, केएल राहुल गेटिंग इनटू द फॉर्म, 15, they bat like, very similar, run a ball, and they know how to, build their inning. When you have three guys like that, then of course, then Hardik Pandya is there, who's as good as anyone when it comes to hitting ability, and also if you have to play normal cricket, he's as good as anyone. So you need to have an X factor, which is Surya Kumar Yadav, who will play 30 balls, 70 runs, 60 runs, can take the game away from the opposition. So I would play him if I was part of the management or part of the team. I would insist them to play Surya Kumar Yadav. But who knows whether they'll play him or not. But sir, अगर आप होते तो खिलाते ये बड़े हैं, ये ज़्यादा बता पाएंगे.
He's stuck his neck out. I'm liking the fact that he's putting his neck out on a number of issues. He's put Surya Kumar Yadav out there, someone who should be picked. Who's that Indian X Factor player? The X Factor that we keep talking about that you need to win a World Cup.
Hardik Pandya. Hardik Pandya at 6. With the bat, he can make the difference. He can play the finisher's role. If India have lost 3-4 wickets early, he's got the ability to dig in a little bit and play according to the situation. He can come in and bowl. I don't expect him to bowl 10 overs. I expect him to bowl maybe 6 or 7 overs, pick 2 or 3 wickets in that. And so he will be the game changer as far as India is concerned.
Harbhajan Singh, global star. Is there somebody out there who you think is today the player who can light up a World Cup? Is there a player that we should be watching out for, that you will be watching out for globally? Anyone from any country who, whenever you see him on TV, you say, wow.
That's Surya Kumar Yadav.
Really?
There's no one better than him.
What is it about him?
I don't know, but the
How
way...
are you as a bowler, would you be frightened bowling to him?
Well, at my prime I wouldn't, but yes, today I will.
You would be frightened?
Today I will be, because the way he bats, I believe, we used to see A.B. de Villiers does what he does now, Surya Kumar Yadav, and he's been doing it for many years now for Mumbai Indians, and now he's showing it even for Team India. So I believe this is the time. We need a player like him to play the games, and even if he gets flopped for first 2-3 games, the day he will score runs, he'll take the game away from the opposition. And one more guy
Yes.
I want to mention, Shubman Gill. He's going to be a big star in future, and it could start from this World Cup. Yes, obviously he's a star today also, but ये मौका है उसके लिए वो कुछ कर जाने का, कि जब उसको शुभमन गिल को याद रखा जाएगा, जैसे सनी सर को रखा गया है. इन्होंने तो बड़े साल मुशक्कत करके बिना हेलमेट के वेस्ट इंडीज़ के बॉलर्स को खेला है, बट ये मौके बनते हैं, ये बड़ी चांसेस हैं. शुभमन गिल के लिए अगर कुछ कर जाना है तो ये वही मौका है.
Mr. Gavaskar, any global star, anyone who stands out for you when you see occasionally TV, you do a lot of commentating, but see less of TV, you say, wow, that's a real player.
I'll take 2 names, and they're both from England, Joss Butler and Ben Stokes. These are the players, I'd go a long way to watch. I haven't seen anybody after the West Indians, the Greenwiches, the Clive Lloyds, Viv Richards, anybody hit the ball harder than Joss Butler. He really can tonk the ball. And Ben Stokes, I mean, what a player he is, anything. The best part about Ben Stokes is whether he has contributed with the bat or the ball, you see his efforts on the field. I mean, that is where you actually know what a team person a player is. He's diving, throwing himself around everywhere, trying to stop every run and trying to lift the team up. He may not be the captain of this team, but make no mistake, if England are in a crisis, a lot of players are going to look at Ben Stokes to get some guidance as to what to do.
There's one name that we haven't mentioned, and Bajji, since you are here and you are one of the greatest spinners this country has produced, both in one-day and 5-day cricket, is someone who seems to be coming into his own in Kuldeep Yadav. You watch him bowl and you think there is something exciting about this young kid from Kanpur. You get excited watching him. Do you think he can be the kind of sort of match winner? Will spinners, let me even take it, will spinners decide this World Cup? The team with the best spin attack on Indian conditions, even in 50 overs, will probably decide the World Cup.
Provided they bowl like spinners. Most of the spinners in young generation, they don't bowl like a spinner. They don't look to spin the ball. That is the biggest mistake, I have seen over the years now. Spinners are not bowling like spinners. Kuldeep Yadav, it's so good to see him. Why? Because he's bowling like a spinner. He's bowling slower in the air. asking the batters to come out of the crease. Let the batsman take those chances rather than giving those, easy ball for him to score those runs. So look to spin the ball, and of course, spinners are going to be the key. Agar aap wicket nahi loge in middle overs, you will find yourself in a position where you are not winning the game. But agar aapki team के स्पिनर्स अच्छा कर रहे हैं, 2-3 विकेट मिडिल ओवर में लेके दे रहे हैं, तो यू विल ऑलवेज सी कि आपकी टीम अच्छा खेल रही है, आपकी टीम जो है वो आगे की तरफ बढ़ रही है. सो कुलदीप विल बी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट विद जडेजा ऑल्सो. ही इज नॉट पिकिंग as many wickets as we would have liked to see him picked, in the previous games in Asia Cup and also 2-3 games against Australia. But I hope he get that form, and with Kuldeep, he'll be very important.
We've got good spinners, but we've also got these 3 world-class fast bowlers, which is something which is rare. Shami, no one bowls seam up better than him. Bumrah is magic in all forms of cricket, and Mohammad Siraj. I mean, he seems to be, have energy of a kind that I haven't seen on a cricket field in a long time. Is that the big difference when I look back at the teams of the 80s and the teams today? India with 3 fast bowlers capable of taking on the best in the world.
Yes, I think you get the early wickets, you push the opposition back. So if in your first 10 overs of the power play, when only 2 fielders outside the 30-meter circle, if you get a couple of wickets, then the opposition is thinking of consolidating, not looking to go over the top and put pressure back on the bowling. So that is where India has an upper hand in recent times. Mohammad Siraj, one of the biggest hearted bowlers you can come across. Mohammad Shami, another fantastic bowler, and Jasprit Bumrah. I mean, Jasprit Bumrah is just from another planet.
Best bowler in the world in one-day cricket, according to you? Fast bowler?
I think Jasprit would be right up there. I can't see anybody better than him. Yes, there will be others from other countries saying our man is better. But Jasprit, because nobody bowls a Yorker better than him. Nobody bowls a slower bouncer better than him. Nobody bowls the quick bouncer better than him. Nobody bowls the back of the hand better than him. And he can get the ball to swing both ways. So,
okay, we've just got a minute left on the show. I'm going to ask you a bit of a googly question. You have the 1983 team, you have the 2011 team, and you have the 2023 team. Which, according to you, is if they were all 3 playing each other, who would win? Who would win between Kapil Dev's team, Dhoni's team, Rohit Sharma's team? All 3 of you are there playing each other. Who, according to you, would win that match?
Kapil Paji's team. They'll always win. Because they are the one who started this. और ये हमारे हीरो थे, हैं और रहेंगे. कपिल पाजी's team, सनी सर's team.
ये आपने मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट की तरह से बोल दिया.
देखिए, मैंने क्रिकेट शुरू करी थी जब मैं बहुत छोटा था, तो मैंने वो तस्वीरें देखी. वो हमारे लिए एक प्रेरणा स्रोत है कि चीज़ जब आप कुछ देखते हो उन्हीं की तरह बनना चाहते हो. और जब वो सपना पूरा हुआ 2011 में, तो लगा कुछ ज़िंदगी में किया है. तो वो सपना लेके चले थे, वो पूरा हुआ था. तो टीम इनकी ही जीतेगी क्योंकि शुरू इन्होंने किए थी. तो कहते हैं ना, शुरुआत जहाँ से होती है वो बड़े होते हैं और बड़े हमेशा बड़े रहते हैं.
Mr. Gavaskar, who would win? Dhoni's team, Kapil Dev's team, Rohit Sharma's team. We have a 50-over match. You're even getting the bigger bats we'll give you, which you always missed in your days. Who would win?
Well, I mean, on the field, it's hard to...
No diplomatic answer.
No, I'm not giving a diplomatic answer. Listen to the answer first. No? On the field, difficult. But off the field, 1983, hands down will win.
1983?
Will win hands down off the field.
See, now you're getting into trouble. What did you do in 83 that Harbhajan couldn't do? Now, what did you do? When you say you're going to win hands down, you've got to tell us why do you think you would win hands down?
Because we had a team which had so much fun off the field that when they came to play the next day, they all had that feeling, listen, we've got to make up for the fun that we've had last night.
Baji, you didn't have fun? I was told that when we won the 2011 World Cup, you were dancing and partying all night. No one could find you.
नवर सर ने कहा है जो बिल्कुल सही कहा है. ऑन एंड ऑफ द फील्ड 83 जीतेगी.
Okay, we'll leave it there. Either way, sport is a baton relay. It's carried forward by one generation to the next. Sunil Gavaskar's generation handed over the baton to Harbhajan Singh and his generation, and hopefully they will hand it over to the generation, the men in blue, who will represent us at the World Cup. To all of you, all I can say is we will remain fans forever. So thank you for the memories and thank you for being true icons of the game. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Harbhajan Singh and Sunil Gavaskar.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please raise a warm applause for our panelists. May I please call upon Pradipta Basu, Head Marketing, Radico Khaitan, to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation to our panelists. We'll stick with that. Let's quickly move on to our next session this evening, 100 Years of RSS, Why Golwalkar Endures. To take it from here, our session's moderator, Rajdeep Sardesai, Consulting Editor, India Today.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I please first welcome the guests that we have on the show today. Please welcome Swapan Dasgupta, BJP's leader, right-wing intellectual, author, comes straight off a flight. Please give him a big hand. Dr. Vikram Sampath is an author of best-selling book on Savarkar and has much to offer. Please give him a big hand, dressed appropriately. Sudhindra Kulkarni joins us. And for those who don't know Sudhindra, he's been someone who's been associated with the BJP over the years, but has written extensively on Gandhi as well, and is a real public intellectual. Also joining us is Dr. Shamsul Islam, author and retired professor of political science at Delhi University. Please join us, Dr. Islam. You have your mics next to each of you. Thank you. There is perhaps no bigger cultural, political organization in the country at the moment than the Rashtriya Swayam Sevak Sangh. Certainly none more powerful and possibly none more inscrutable. The Prime Minister of the country, Narendra Modi ji, was himself an RSS pracharak. A number of leaders from the RSS today have dominant positions in the government. And in 2025, the RSS will complete 100 years. A large part of that had Guru Golwalkar or MS Golwalkar as the RSS Sar Sanchalak. We are going to revisit Golwalkar today and try and understand his relevance to the politics of today. What makes the RSS the kind of force that it is? What are the questions that need to be raised about the RSS that are often not raised in public conversation? That's the question we are going to raise. We are joined by Swapan Dasgupta, Dr. Vikram Sampath, Dr. Shamsul Islam, and by Sudhindra Kulkarni. I want to start with you, Swapan Dasgupta. RSS to complete 100 years in 2025. Do you believe that the RSS as an organization is to still be seen through the lens of a Hindu nationalist force that advocates a Hindu Rashtra, which its critics say is against the constitution of the country? And where do you see Golwalkar in this context?
Well, thank you, Rajdeep. Well, I think, if you were to look at something, an organization, a formidable organization, which is about to reach 100 years, you can approach it in two different ways. Now, one is to take a strand from the middle and then say that defines the whole thing. I mean, it's like suggesting that the Congress, as of today, should be defined by the Avadi resolution, which said a socialistic pattern of society. There's no doubt that Guruji Golwalkar was a very important person who created the RSS. His personal contribution was seminal. He also had a certain inspirational role, and if you meet any of the old-timers, they will all tell you how Guru Golwalkar knew everyone's name, their family things, and there was a certain personal touch about it. But the point is, he also had a certain perspective on India. Now that perspective is far more contentious, and it's not necessarily something which has continued over into the 21st century. A few years ago, I think three years ago, Mohan Bhagwat, who's the present Sarsanchalak of the RSS, gave a series of 3 lectures in Delhi's Vigyan Bhavan. What was interesting about those 3 lectures, that they mentioned the founder of the RSS, Dr. Hedgewar. They mentioned various other things. But throughout the 3 lectures, the name of Guruji Golwalkar was conspicuously absent. Now, these sort of things don't happen as a matter of coincidence.
No, so
there's a certain premeditation about this.
No, so is the RSS, is the BJP or indeed even the RSS trying to disown Guruji Golwalkar, who we were told in the 1990s was one of Prime Minister Modi's heroes? Is he just a minute. Is he disowning someone who was seen openly as an admirer of Adolf Hitler, who in his bunch of thoughts, controversial as it was, said that Muslims, Christians and communists are our 3 enemies who must be rooted out? Is the BJP of today disowning the RSS as Golwalkar saw it, his vision of Hindustan or a Hindu Rashtra?
Well, disowning is a journalistic expression.
You're a journalist.
I would say that the term would be that Guruji Golwalkar is a bit dated.
Is dated?
Yeah.
Interesting. Vikram Sampath, you want to step into that? Swapan Dasgupta suggesting that Guruji Golwalkar is dated. What does that mean? I mean, are we saying that someone who controlled the RSS for the longest time, for well over 3 decades?
So judge him from the perspective of the 1940s, 50s, 60s.
Okay, please go ahead.
Thank you, Rajdeep, and I think I agree with what Swapanda said, and I'm talking about this as an outsider who's not part of the RSS. I've not even attended a Shakha, and I don't know how things operate there. But as a scholar who's looking at Hindutva movements right from the time Savarkar coined the word Hindutva or popularized it, I think we in academic circles or in media circles, we conflate Hindutva and look at it as one monolithic entity. There is a very fundamental, to understand the RSS, and that's what is my understanding over the several years I've tried to research about the phenomenon, is that there's a huge difference between a Savarkarite version of Hindutva and the Hindutva that the RSS practices. In the Savarkarite version of the Hindu Mahasabha, and we conflate the two as being the same, it was a very person-centric movement. You needed a hero who needed to be adulated, hero worshipped, and the philosophies and the fortunes of the organization were tied up very closely to the rise and fall of that hero. So as Savarkar became unpopular following his implication in Gandhi's murder, you had the Hindu Mahasabha's fortunes go down. But it is the opposite when it comes to the RSS, where yoking the philosophy to one individual or what he or she says is not important. The larger cause was important. And so it could be the Sar Sangchalak himself. You can say he was there for 33 years. But it's this flexibility which gives the RSS. Some can call it opportunism, some can call it adaptability, but it is flexibility, and the proof of the pudding is in the eating of it, that after 100 years, and after facing so many problems, so many bans, so much demonization, the RSS continues to thrive as probably the world's largest NGO, while so many, the Hindu Mahasabha too dwindled away after Savarkar went away. So this fundamental importance which gives them the flexibility to own, disown, what you can call appropriate different people and ideologies. So even Gandhi and some elements of Gandhi can be very easily adapted by the RSS, and he becomes one of their Pratah Smaraniyas. But that would be anathema to a Hindu Mahasabha Savarkarite, for whom, if Savarkar hated Gandhi, I as his follower cannot idolize Gandhi. So that is one important point. The other important point which I must emphasize to know the difference between these organizations is, even when constantly it is said, what did it do for the freedom movement and so on. So I think a very controversial answer to that is, yes, the Sangh's role in the freedom movement is perhaps zero, but virtually zero, but then the Swayam Sevak's role in the freedom movement was very significant. And why I say that is Dr. Hedgewar, when he came up with the idea in 1925, everyone was talking about how do we get freedom, when do we get freedom, but Dr. Hedgewar's idea was, why did we lose our independence in the first place? That was more fundamental for him. So tactical, short-term approaches of agitations, taking part in that was not important. Tactical planning versus strategic planning. So we lost freedom, according to him, because of a loss of national character. And so building that national character was so much more important than taking part in short-term, agitations. And so the philosophy of the Sangh has been that once we build this national character so much, we would like the Sangh itself to become redundant. The Sangh should fold up because everyone has been aroused so much enough that there is no need for an organization which focuses on nation building. So I think these two fundamental bedrock of the RSS, and for us to understand, can they disown Golwalkar and still remain an RSS? They certainly can. Can they appropriate Gandhi and still remain RSS? They certainly can. Can they pick and choose a bit of everything and still remain? They certainly can. And that is what has made the RSS survive for 100 years and made it such a powerful and growing organization with so many offshoots, the Mazdoor Sangh, the ABVP, the Vishwa Hindu Parishad, all of this. So unless we understand that and look at it through this, it's a hero worship organization, you can't question the leader, we won't understand, I think, why the RSS thrives.
Let's get a contrarian view. Professor Islam, you want to respond to what you've just heard? Because what Vikram Sampath is suggesting, and Swapan Dasgupta, is that one of the reasons why the RSS or indeed Golwalkar endures is because the RSS should be seen as a flexible, strategic organization that over the years has been able to build itself, to use Vikram's words, into the largest NGO. Don't look at it through the narrow prism of just a political organization committed to Hindu Rashtra. Your response?
It would have been wonderful if this conclave, some RSS person, because people are denying that they have nothing to do with RSS, they are not RSS members. If some RSS person, RSS card holder, though they say we do not issue any card, so that would be better, but I don't agree to them.
But they are broadly within the church of the ideological framework. I don't think they will deny, of the Parivar. They both claim to be part of the Sangh Parivar in different ways.
Sir Desai sir, मेरा ये कहना है कि ये हम जो टॉपिक है जरा उस पर हम इसको जर्नलिस्टिक चर्चा में ना बदलें बातचीत को.
हाँ, आप बताइए.
हम जो टॉपिक है एंडोरेंस ऑफ गोलवालकर.
यस,
राइट. और मैं एक जो आई वुड बेग टू डिफर विद यू कि आरएसएस इस देश का सबसे बड़ा कल्चरल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है. ये कैसे, हाउ हैव यू अराइव्ड एट दिस कंक्लूजन? डू दे इशू मेंबरशिप? डू दे मेंटेन अ रिकॉर्ड ऑफ मेंबरशिप? What is the basis of always saying that RSS is the greatest, is the biggest Hindu organization of the world? RSS is the biggest cultural organization of India. I don't think that, I think that's not correct, because they do not give membership. They do not maintain a membership record. That is one of the organizations which has no record of membership, no transfer, no leaving the thing, and they run the government. And when you talk of our Prime Minister, 13th July 2013, talking to Reuters, he said, I am a RSS cadre and I was groomed as a political leader by Golwalkar. So that connection was very clear. But what I would like to emphasize, जिस पर मैं जोर देना चाहूँगा, और मुझे लग रहा है कि ये मैं मजाक में नहीं कह रहा हूँ, लेकिन गुरु गोलवालकर जी जिन्होंने 80% हिंदी में लिखा, उन पर हम अंग्रेजी में बात कर रहे हैं, तो ये उनकी आत्मा बड़ा परेशान हो रही होगी। मुझे लग रहा है कि ये जो है, मुझे लग रहा है कि गोलवलकर जी ने जो 80% हिंदी में लिखा और उसमें बहुत सारा मैंने जमा किया है, हम थोड़ा उनके मुंह से जानना चाहेंगे। और मुझे डर लगता है कि जो लोग नॉन हिंदी स्पीकिंग जो आरएसएस को या गोलवलकर जी को डिफेंड कर रहे हैं, उन्होंने गोलवलकर जी को पढ़ा ही नहीं है। खास तौर पर उनके 7 वॉल्यूम जो 1970s में आरएसएस ने छापे थे और वो गायब हो गए, वो कहीं मिलते नहीं है। अब वो 12 वॉल्यूम में एक सैनिटाइज्ड उनका एक 12 वॉल्यूम में है, लेकिन श्री गुरुजी समग्र दर्शन जो 7 वॉल्यूम है वो पूरा सब जगह से गायब है, तो हमको पढ़ना चाहिए। और मैं उसमें से कुछ आपको पढ़कर सुनाना चाहता हूं, मुझे लगता है जब भी उसका मौका मिलेगा। जी धन्यवाद।
नहीं, आप अपनी बात, व्हाट इज इट दैट सेंट्रल पॉइंट दैट यू वांट टू मेक अबाउट गुरुजी गोलवलकर दैट यू आर ट्रबल्ड विद यूजिंग व्हाट ही कोटेड?
जी, एक प्रॉब्लम ये है कि आरएसएस या गुरुजी को लेकर हम मुसलमान और ईसाई वाला सवाल जोड़ देते हैं, उसके बाद फिर किसी और चीज पर चर्चा की जरूरत नहीं। गुरुजी का जो आइडियाज हैं, जो देश के बारे में सब कुछ है, दैट इज फार मोर dangerous and critical, and with that kind of endurance India will not survive.
What is that idea?
26 November 1949 Indian Constitution Assembly passed the Indian Constitution. 4 days after that, RSS mouthpiece, English mouthpiece, 30th November 1949, and that is the time when Guru Golwalkar ji is Sar Sanchalak. What is the editorial? But in our constitution, there is no mention of the unique constitutional development in ancient Bharat. Manu's laws were written long before Lycurgus of Sparta or Solon of Persia. To this day, his laws, as enunciated in the Manusmriti, excite the admiration of the world and elicit spontaneous obedience and conformity. But to our constitutional pundits, that means nothing. And he himself writing in Bunch of Thoughts, page 238. Our constitution too is just cumbersome and heterogeneous piecing together of various articles from various constitutions of Western countries. It has absolutely nothing which can be called our own. Is there a single word of reference in its guiding principles as to what our national mission is, what our keynote is in life is? This is exactly what's about Congress and their so many drafts.
You're saying he had no belief in the constitution.
Exactly.
He believed in the Manusmriti, but that is 1949. We are in 2023.
But have RSS or anybody or these friends have rejected
Mr. Islam, do you want everyone to
let me finish,
this? No, please. You must answer this. Do you want what Golwalkar said in 1949 to be a defining facet of Indian politics?
Do you
want it?
No.
Do you want it?
I'm not supposed
to. That you want
Gentlemen, I'm not supposed to respond. You are supposed to respond. Have you rejected it?
Have you rejected it?
Have any forum of RSS rejected it? And about tricolor, 14th August 1947, they come out with an editorial. Those who have come to power through quick of fate may give tricolor in the hands of Hindus. Hindus will never accept it. It has 3 colors and 3 colors are bad omen.
Can I just add to what Professor Islam just said? I will I'll take 1 minute.
I think what
I'll just take 1 minute, Rajdeep.
Yeah.
These were the times that he's talking about where there was a lot of churn and discussion about this. The constitution, I'll just finish, sir. the constitution was being formulated. People had different views about it. For tricolor, I mean, Gandhiji in July 1947, just before the tricolor was being adopted, he wanted the Union Jack also on the tricolor. And in August, Gandhiji, in his collected works of Mahatma Gandhi, you can go and check it out. In August 1947, he says, if there is no charkha in the middle, and you have the Ashok Chakra and not the charkha that he, had, I will not salute this national flag because I do not consider it as our national flag. So is Gandhiji also then anti-national because he said, I don't want to accept the tricolor. So this was a time of churn. People were talking about the constitution. And how is it so bad to have a different opinion about the constitution and say we should include different elements of it? It's not the blasphemy as it is in some Abrahamic religions to talk about a holy book and say anything against it is, a renegade.
Just a minute. Sudhindra Kulkarni, you are listening patiently. You see, Golwalkar, the moment you get deeper into him, will evoke stronger responses because of some of the comments he made, especially in Bunch of Thoughts. Do you believe they are still relevant in 2023, that we should still be debating it, given the fact that the RSS completes 100 years in 2025? And the fact is, most of the people in the government, including the Prime Minister, are from the RSS. Should we be assessing the RSS more dispassionately, more clearly, even looking at Golwalkar in a more dispassionate manner?
Rajdeep, in 2 years from now, RSS will commemorate its centenary. Now, if we look at the evolution of Indian political thought and Indian political movements in the last 100 years, we see 4 distinct streams. There was the Congress, there was the Muslim stream, there was the Communist Party of India, founded in 1921, and the RSS, which came into being in 1925. Now we see that the Communist Party is almost marginalized to the extent of being invisible. Congress has declined. Whether numerically RSS is the largest NGO or not is a different matter, but the fact is that it indeed is a highly influential organization with social influence and political hegemony. And therefore, we have to understand how the RSS came from 1925 or even 1947, when it was really a marginal force, to 2023 when it is at the center of Indian politics. Both supporters of the RSS and the critics of the RSS should try and understand this objectively. In the evolution of the RSS, one person who has played a very key role, ideologically as well as organizationally, is Guruji Golwalkar. He was the Sarsang Chalak of the RSS for the longest period.
33 years.
From 1940 to 1973. And I don't agree that he's dated. Whether he was mentioned by Dr. Mohan Bhagwat in his speeches or not, the RSS does not regard him as dated. And in any case, if you see the evolution of RSS thought and RSS organization, no one can say that Golwalkar doesn't matter.
So his ideas still endure?
Huh?
His ideas still endure?
Of course, they do endure. And I'll tell you how. As with many thinkers, his ideas evolved. Some of his ideas are certainly controversial and they must be rejected, and the RSS itself has rejected. And that's why those controversial things that the Christians and Muslims are internal enemies, which appeared in his early writings, the RSS itself has disowned, and they have been removed from the collected works of Golwalkar that have been published by the RSS. But I want to show, and here I would like to differ with what Shamsul Islam Saab said just now about Golwalkar. You know, whenever we talk about Golwalkar or the RSS, we have to keep in mind, at least I think so, that there are two aspects. In one way, RSS has proved to be polarizing, which is not good for India's unity or social harmony. But the core of their ideas is also for the unity of India. And this complexity, if we don't understand, then we fall into either being rigidly pro-RSS or rigidly anti-RSS.
No, but
and
that
please
would
give
mean
me
that
2
they are
minutes.
chameleon. You know what
And
the word,
please-
the positive spin would be flexibility. The negative spin would be chameleon-like. You will change yourself to suit the conditions at that moment.
Rajdeep, please give me 2 minutes. Please give me 2 minutes.
Yes.
Otherwise, this particular point about Golwalkar's thoughts on Muslims in particular will not be properly understood.
Please go ahead.
Now, in 1972, 1 year before his death, he gave an interview to Khushwant Singh of the Illustrated Weekly of India. And Khushwant Singh, by no stretch of imagination, can be called pro-RSS. Now, he begins the interview by saying, there are some individuals whom we start to hate without even bothering to know them. Guru Golwalkar comes first in my list of such persons. Then he asks a question, what are your thoughts on Muslim issues? Golwalkar's reply, I have not the slightest doubt that historical factors alone are responsible for the divided loyalty that Muslims have towards India and Pakistan. Moreover, both Muslims and Hindus are equally to blame for this. He says both Hindus and Muslims are equally to blame for this. Nevertheless, it is not right to hold the entire community responsible for the guilt of some people. We have to win over the loyalty of Muslims with love, and certainly by not by mob lynching. I am optimistic and I believe that Hindutva and Islam will learn to coexist with one another. Okay, this is point number 1. Now there is another very important point.
Quickly,
Just give me 2 minutes. It's very important. There was another interview conducted by none other than the editor of Organizer, K.R. Malkani. K.R. Malkani asked him a question about Uniform Civil Code, which is a topic that is so current right now. Malkani's question, don't you think that Uniform Civil Code is needed to nurture the sense of nationalism? Golwalkar's answer, I do not think so. What I say on this issue might surprise you and many others, but this is my view, and I must speak out the truth as I see it. Malkani questions, don't you agree that uniformity is needed to promote national unity? Golwalkar says, harmony and uniformity are two different things. For harmony, uniformity is not necessary. There have always been limitless diversities in India. In spite of this, our nation has remained strong and well organized since ancient times. Nature does not like excessive uniformity. And one last sentence. He says, there is no basic difference between those who favor appeasement and those who favor uniformity. Those who favor appeasement and those who favor uniformity. I firmly believe that uniformity is a pointer to the downfall of nations. Now this is Golwalkar, so iconoclastic.
I take your point, sir. I have exactly 30 seconds to give the three of you to respond. I'll start with Professor Islam. Effectively, what Sudhindra is saying, these are... Sir, hold the mic. Hold the mic in your hand.
So the mic. We need to get answer that if Golwalkar was dated, RSS ever rejected him and said, we disown Golwalkar, you never did it. And when you talk of, Kulkarni Sahab, when you talk of that he united India, what did he think about South Indian Hindus? Let me read again. I had come not to talk of anything but read his writings, his speeches. Listen, he is talking in 1960, December 17, talking to School of Social Sciences, Gujarat University faculty and teachers. Listen carefully. Uniting India, uniting Indian Hindus in an effort to better the human species through crossbreeding, the Nambudiri Brahmins of North were settled in Kerala and a rule was laid down. that the eldest son of a Nambudiri family could marry only the daughter of Vash, Kshatriya or Shudra communities of Kerala. Another still more courageous rule was that the first offspring of a married woman of any class must be fathered by a Nambudiri Brahman, and then she could beget children by her husband. Today this experiment will be called adultery, but it was not so. It was limited to the first child. So he believed that...
Hold the mic, sir.
South Indian Hindus were of lower race. North Indian Hindus were superior race. The other thing, what did he say about caste? Savarkar, Golwalkar not one time, 100 times said, Hinduism, Hindu nationalism and casteism, Varna system are synonymous. You want to know this? Hundreds and hundreds of places.
Okay, you see, there are quotes of Savarkar. No, Vikram, there are quotes of Savarkar which today, if you use them, will embarrass the BJP. There are quotes, as Sudhindra has said, which can be used also to suggest that there was another side to it. Is that the reason why he endures? That because I can choose whatever part of Golwalkar I want?
Rajdeep, as a historian, for me, cherry picking quotes like this can mean anything to anyone. I think you need to see a context in which a lot of these people wrote what they wrote, and I would like to... Can I...
What was this context?
If you allow me, I will tell you the context. So, I mean...
very quickly.
Yeah, so I think what the answer is what Gandhi said, like only my latest views on any subject should be taken as my views at that time, not my earlier views. All these were political ideologues and thinkers, and their views evolved over time. That way, Gandhi in 1932, when a group of untouchables went to him, as they were called untouchables, he said, I believe in the Varna system. I don't think it is odious. I think the caste system, it's not a sin, and only untouchability is the only sin. Everybody cannot become a viceroy or a prime minister. It has to come hereditary. You can be, Varna is so important, and that was the fight between him and Ambedkar. So today, if I just pick one quote like this, I can tell you that Gandhi is also a casteist. Now, I'm telling you one thing, Rajdeep, that, Varna, can we have some civility? Can we let me finish? You're not letting me finish.
Whoever talks of Golwalkar is uncivilized.
Finish, please.
Okay, you have exactly...
I never interrupted him like this.
No, you've got... Vikram, we are running completely out of time.
I can't help that, Rajdeep. You should control this
Professor Islam, allow him to finish. No, allow him to finish, and then I'll let
See, on the one hand, you say Hindutva is an ideology that pits Hindus against Muslims and Christians. Anybody who does that, I mean, common sense logic, I'll ask the audience here. The first thing would be to consolidate all the Hindus. If you actually encourage casteism and divide the Hindus into groups, how are you going to unite them as one block against the purported enemy? So Hindutva in its own, strategic thinking, it cannot be casteist. And, in 1966, when the Vishwa Hindu Parishad was formed, at the insistence of Golwalkar, in this very city of Bombay then, with Swami Chinmayananda, it passed a unanimous resolution which said, Hindavaha Sahodaraha na Hindu Patito Bhavet. All Hindus are born of the same womb, and no Hindu can be a fallen person.
So did Savarkar also distance himself from...
For Hindutva to survive,
I get your point, but the fact is many of the RSS
are actually incompatible with each other.
Were South Indian Hindus of inferior race?
No. Many of the RSS Sarsanchalaks were upper caste Hindus, and they remained so. Savarkar wanted to reject, in a way, the caste system, which is also true. Swapan Dasgupta, while you smile, I therefore want a final word to the big question that the India Today asked there. Why Golwalkar endures 100 years? Why does he endure 30 seconds?
You can look at Gandhi as either a crank. You can look at Mahatma Gandhi as the apostle of enlightenment. Likewise, you can look at Golwalkar as a complete ogre, or you can look upon him as a Santa Claus. Now, it depends on what politics you'd like to propagate.
Okay.
And I think we would go in for the Santa Claus politics.
I wish we...
Raise a warm applause, ladies and gentlemen.
I wish we had much...
Are you giving me 30 seconds or no?
I have a job to... but go ahead. Go ahead, 30 seconds. You have to hold the mic for those 30 seconds.
The need of the hour is to unite India as a nation and Indian society across caste lines and religious lines. And the BJP, when the BJP minister says, we don't need Mia's votes for the next 10 years, This is anti-national.
When Udaynidhi Stalin says Sanatan, looks at Sanatan Dharma and compares it to dengue and malaria?
Even that's wrong. Absolutely wrong.
So you're saying reject what a chief minister says
and also reject what Udaynidhi Stalin has said.
Okay.
Both are wrong.
The challenge of our times, therefore, is to unite people. Some, like it or not, Golwalkar today is seen as a divisive figure. We've cherry-picked some of you, various quotes of him, which may cast a very different look, depending on who views it. But I appreciate all of you joining us, and I hope that this samvad continues without vivad. That's what we want. We want
if Golwalkar endures, then we do not need any foreign enemy to destroy this country. They will do it.
This is also
Thank
the
you.
time where we missed that we
much.
should have had a parallel stage where we could have moved this conversation. But ladies and gentlemen, warm applause as I call upon Mudit Dalmia, Vice President, Dalmia Education Society, to come up and present a small token of our appreciation to our esteemed panel. We can take this conversation offline when we power into our next session this evening. Move on to our next session this evening, the future of NCP and India, the alliance. To take it from here, I'd like to call upon stage our session's moderator, Rajdeep Sardesai, consulting editor, India Today, and Sahil Joshi. May I also call upon Sahil Joshi, managing editor, Aaj Tak, Mumbai Bureau and Mumbai Tak.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome once again to the India Today Mumbai Conclave. Mumbai is not just the country's commercial capital, but over the last few years, it's almost become the country's political capital, because no other state has witnessed the kind of political turbulence that Maharashtra has. At the center of it all is someone who's been in politics for 50 years and still counting, 60. As I'm being reminded, 60 years and still counting. You can call him the grand young man of Maharashtra politics, because he's still as active as ever. So it's a great delight that Sahil Joshi, our wonderful Mumbai chief, is here with me, because he follows every moment of what's happening in Maharashtra. Please welcome, ladies and gentlemen, Sharad Pawar, the Nationalist Congress leader, and the working president of his party, Supriya Sule. Welcome to the show. This is the first time they've come together on any platform. So it is a unique occasion to have them together. So great to have you, sir, with us. I don't have some good news to share with you at the start, because one of your India Alliance members, who is part of your coordination committee of your India Alliance, Sanjay Singh of the Aam Aadmi Party, has been arrested today in the Delhi excise policy case. How do you see all of this? Do you see it as the India alliance claims the Modi government being vindictive, or do you accept that the law is taking its own course? How long will you complain? ED की वजह से सब कुछ हो रहा है.
No, I know this gentleman.
Mic is there. Yeah, your mic is there. So okay, go ahead.
No, I know this gentleman very well. He's a finest person, a very straightforward, and directly, indirectly, he is not associated with the charge which is against him.
No, so are you saying that the ED has fixed him?
This is a clear-cut vindictive action against him, and indirectly Mr. Kejriwal, who happened to be Chief Minister of Delhi.
No, you're saying this is a vindictive action and indirectly on Mr. Kejriwal, but I want to know, Mr. Kejriwal is one of your India Alliance members. Do you believe that these actions are being taken to break your India Alliance? Do you believe that the ED is being used as a weapon even to break your NCP? I know after the NCP broke and Ajit Pawar moved away, the buzz in Mumbai was, Ajit Pawar was warned, if you don't break away, ED aapke ghar pahunch jayegi.
About Delhi thing I cannot tell, but it is true. Nowadays, these agencies, with the CBI, with the ED, is practically used against the political leaders who doesn't suit to present government.
So you're telling me that the ED has been used to target anyone who doesn't suit the government. Are you saying Ajit Pawar left you because of the fear of the ED? Honest answer.
At least 6 or 7 of my colleagues who are not with me today, they have gone to other side. They personally came and saw me, and they told me, we have no choice, we have to take decision. You should take decision, that is myself, and associated with us, and so forth, present set of present government. Otherwise, we have to go inside.
You are telling me that 6 or 7 of your colleagues came to you and told you, let's go and support the present Maharashtra government, otherwise you will go inside jail.
We, not me.
Not you, but the others. But then that means they must have also done something wrong. Why is ED only coming to your party or opposition parties? Kuch to kiya hoga.
Kiya hoga. So then why they are admitted? So for somebody has done wrong, then why he has been inducted in government?
So you are saying the moment they switch to the other side, all the cases are removed? It's a washing machine.
One can say that.
No, but Supriya Tai, you had mentioned this in the parliament during the debate. You reminded the BJP about the speech made by the Prime Minister in Bhopal, attacking the Nationalist Congress Party as naturally corrupt party, mentioning the irrigation scam and other scams. How do you look at it now that, do you see this as an attempt to break your family or attempt to break your party? How do you look at this?
It's on.
Okay, well, I don't look at it as an thing to break my family, because our professional relationship and our personal relationships are different. And I think the most important thing for all of us is that it's intimidating when they try this. But I think at the end what I'd like to ask the Honorable Prime Minister is there are only 2 ways of looking at it. Either what he says, na khaunga na khane dunga, and he made allegations against NCP calling it the naturally corrupt party. If we are naturally corrupt, then you must go after us and prove it. And if we are not, now he owes, and BJP owes NCP a public apology to say कि हमने जो कहा वो सही नहीं था, हम गलत है, and we are sorry about what we said, and all the allegations made against the NCP were politically motivated.
No, why I asked whether it is an attempt to break your family is because Ajit Pawar in his first speech after he joined the BJP and Shinde government, he said that because he's not his real son, that's why he did not get the opportunity, to become the chief minister. How do you look at that? I mean,
no, that's not what he said.
That's what he said.
No, he didn't say I didn't become the chief minister. He didn't say. He only
I didn't
said
get the opportunity.
No, he didn't say opportunity. It was a very generic, emotional statement. See, when people take decisions, we're all humans at the end of the day. You have a right to express your views.
No, but how do you separate? You said we keep the personal from the professional apart. That's the difference it seemed between NCP and the Shiv Sena split. When the Shiv Sena split, Eknath Shinde and Uddhav Thackeray were at each other's throats every single day, and they still are. When the NCP splits, you all meet each other cordially, you hold Ganesh celebrations, if someone is ill, you go. I am told Sharad Rao, and he can of course confirm it, spent a couple of hours with Praful Patel inside Parliament chatting. So the question is this really a break? Or are you still looking at options? Yahan bhi, wahan bhi. Ajit Pawar is with BJP-led alliance and Sharad Pawar and Supriya Sule with India alliance. What is the truth? Even your workers are confused. Which way?
Who do you want to answer?
Both of you. Both of you can answer it.
I don't think my workers are confused. They are absolutely, there is a clarity. Those who are going to associate with BJP, they doesn't belong to my party. My party workers doesn't believe them, doesn't respect them.
So no question ever of joining hands with the BJP. What if
I can't understand, this is a foolish question. You see, one should say, I am in public life for more than 50, 60 years.
Yes.
So question doesn't arise this. There is a question of going with BJP or anybody.
You're saying there's no question of going with BJP. The interesting reason I'm asking you this is just this morning, Devendra Fadnavis was at this platform. And Devendra Fadnavis told Sahil Joshi that in 2019 you are more than willing to go with the BJP. Last minute you ditched them.
20 times he has said, not only Sahil Joshi, but he has told to many people in the last 2-3 years. So I can't understand why he is making these statements without any reason.
So you're saying it's a complete lie. At no stage in your life have you ever thought of going with the BJP?
No question of going with BJP.
No question at any stage of going with the BJP. But sir,
lot of your supporters now who are your colleagues who are now with the BJP, who have taken oath in the Devendra Fadnavis Shinde government, they are saying that this to and fro policy of yours, that whether to go with the BJP or not, start talking to them, hold discussions, decide the portfolios, and then you take a U-turn. Basically, that is the reason why they have decided to go with the BJP finally.
I don't think that is correct. It is those who took decision to leave my party. They were in party for more than 30-40 years. They were enjoying many positions in government, outside government. And now they left us, they deserted us because there was a threat from various investigation agencies, and that's why ultimately I think they have taken this decision.
So you're saying they left because of a threat from the investigating agencies. You know what the buzz I heard Supriya Sule was? That you as Mr. Pawar's daughter told him, you will not join the BJP. You are the one who convinced him. This is what some NCP people told me, that the daughter exercises a lot of hold over Mr. Pawar, and you are very clear in your mind, no question of going with the BJP. Is that true? That you had any influence in this role? Or are you as committed as your father? No question. Because I was told you were even offered a union minister by Narendra Modi's government. Join the BJP, Supriya Sule will be union minister, Sharad Pawar will remain the #1 leader of Maharashtra. True or not? That you convinced your father not to go?
Well, I'm not like most people you're dealing with. My parents have taught me discretion.
No, 1 minute.
And
yes,
there's a saying in Hindi which is a very Bombay word, choron ke bhi usool hote hai. So the point is that everything that you discuss in life, right, wrong, doesn't have to be said all the time. And I have slowly learning. I mean, not because he's my father or Arjun Singh Ji or most tall leaders in the Congress party who have been exceptionally successful over the years, talk less. So the lesser you talk, the better it is.
No, but is that a denial? Is that
it's not a denial. I'm not, see, who am I accountable to? I'm only accountable to my stakeholders. So if my stakeholders ask me, of course I'll tell them the truth. And the whole point is, everything doesn't have to be worn on the sleeve, right? If you want to make things work, and is it relevant? The whole point is whether I was offered a ministry or not is irrelevant. And we don't have to be a prisoner of the past and the history. what is the moment today and what's my future today and our future today is far more relevant. I think, you know, there's a Marathi saying that Junya historycha Nandanvanat bastat. So it's like going into a safari. You're just going round and round and round in the past. So I think I'm not a prisoner of the past. I'd like to live the present, and I'm a policy maker. So I think we've all gone away from the reality of why I got elected. I have complete clarity of why I joined politics and why I am a policy maker in Delhi. Why don't you ask me what am I going to do about unemployment? What am I doing about price rise? What am I going to do about caste census? Nobody's asking me that. People are just wasting time and indulging in gossip, which is unfortunately what is happening in the Maharashtra government.
Okay, strong answer there, but not a denial. Let me ask you, though, the larger picture of the India Alliance, Sharad Pawarji, because you are in charge of a coordination committee of this India Alliance. Do you believe that this India Alliance can give a challenge to Mr. Modi in 2024 in the BJP? Or should we take it that you also accept that Mr. Modi has a huge advantage? Some believe it's a done deal. How do you see 2024 and this India Alliance, sir?
I honestly feel there is a tremendous scope for Indian alliance. If you see the entire country's state-wise position, mood of the country is definitely not favorable to Mr. Modi or his party.
You're saying the mood in the states is not favorable to the BJP, but my question to you would be, how will you all do 400 one-on-one? Yes.
You allow me to speak.
Yeah, please go ahead.
You see, now let us assess and let us study the state-wise picture.
Yes.
Let us keep whole Indian map before us.
Yes.
We start from Kerala. Is there any BJP?
South BJP?
South there is no BJP.
Tamil Nadu?
Tamil Nadu, Kerala, no BJP.
Karnataka?
Karnataka, sir, BJP is in the fight.
The BJP and JDS are in the alliance now.
As on today, Karnataka has a clear-cut majority government against BJP and pro-Congress.
Okay, a pro-Congress government was elected.
Now in Goa, there was a non-BJP government, but ultimately BJP has succeeded to break that party.
Okay,
and found government. Then come to Maharashtra. Similar situation, Uddhav Thackeray was the chief minister here. What happened, everybody knows. Situation is here also there. You go to Telangana, is there any BJP?
No, Telangana, sir, but in Maharashtra, I want to ask you, if elections are held today, can you defeat the BJP? BJP, Ajit Pawar, Eknath Shinde on one side, Sharad Pawar, Uddhav Thackeray, Congress on the other. Who has the edge?
Definitely, we will form government here.
You will form a government here in Maharashtra.
But what about the Lok Sabha? Because Lok Sabha, what about the Lok Sabha? The BJP thinks that the Lok Sabha can be fought on Narendra Modi's name, and that is where the state leadership...
In fact, we have studied constituency-wise in the state, and we honestly feel that by and large, last election, we got only 4 seats here. But this time, I will not surprised if we get at least 50% seats.
You will get half the seats, the 50%. Yeah. So you will make a 20 seats gain minimum in Maharashtra.
That's right.
The question is the Hindi heartland. And many believe the Congress, your old party, is the Kamzor Kadi. In 2019, out of 186 seats, direct fight Congress, BJP. BJP won 172, Congress won 14. Do you see the Congress under Rahul Gandhi, sir, reviving?
In Hindi belt, Uttar Pradesh is a major state. And in Uttar Pradesh, I don't expect other than Samajwadi Party. Samajwadi Party will definitely get extremely good response. Recently there was a by-election.
Yes.
In that by-election, seats belonged to BJP, but BJP lost by practically 60,000 votes margin in Vidhan Sabha. That is the trend which we have seen.
So you are saying even Uttar Pradesh you are hopeful. How do you see the Congress? Many believe, sir, without the Congress reviving, your India alliance has no chance. Do you accept that? Do you really believe the Congress will revive, or is this caste census, this OBC question now a way to try and revive the Congress?
Congress will definitely revive in Uttar Pradesh. in Uttar Pradesh as compared to last time Congress was 0.
Yes, 0.
But they will get more seats. Then secondly, Congress will definitely improve its position in Haryana. There they will either suffice if they got clear-cut majority to form government. Then other parties like Kejriwal, so in Delhi and Punjab, they can show different picture. So like that, many states, there is no BJP.
So do you see, when you say that Kejriwal, others will unite, do you see them all coming together? Do you really see Arvind Kejriwal and Congress fighting the elections together in 2024? Do you believe that is possible? Or with this ED raid now, Mr. Kejriwal will also think like your NCP people, chalo ghar mein baith jate hain, no part of this alliance, नहीं तो ED मेरे घर आ जाएगी कल.
In fact, ED की एक्शन जो हो गई दिल्ली में, इससे कंसोलिडेशन हो जाएगा.
ED के एक्शन से कंसोलिडेशन हो जाएगा.
इससे केजरीवाल and others will take a very strong line.
So you're saying ED action will actually bring Kejriwal and Congress closer together?
Definitely. In fact, I had a talk with Kejriwal on one occasion about Delhi seat. I think Delhi has a
7 seats, sir.
As on today, Congress got 0.
Yes.
But Mr. Kejriwal told me, if he discuss with Congress, out of 7, I am ready to give 3 seats to Congress and I will manage with 4 and resolve that issue. So if this is thinking of Kejriwal, Kejriwal is ready to accommodate other major parties and he is definitely thinking that we have to build non-BJP section and we have to encourage non-BJP section.
Are you saying, you're giving us an important news point, you're saying Kejriwal has told you, I'm ready to go and give the Congress 3 seats, I will fight 4 in Delhi, I'm ready to go and accommodate. Is this alliance therefore, sir, coming together out of fear of Modi and the BJP? That you all are worried ki 2024 also if you lose, that's the end of the opposition. Is that the fear?
It is politics and democracy. Nobody can say that end of this party or that party. They may lose, but they can revive. We can show many things, many parties who lost the election and next election they have revived.
So you're saying they'll revive, but what is bringing this India alliance together? What is it that brings Rahul Gandhi, Kejriwal, Sharad Pawar, all of you together? And very interestingly, sir, you didn't answer about Rahul Gandhi. How does Sharad Pawar view Rahul Gandhi?
I think where Rahul Gandhi is working, where he is traveling throughout India, definitely, I recollect, about 3, 4, 5 years back, by and large, media or even general public at large was not ready to take him seriously, just calling something to him. But nowadays, everybody started taking serious. When he has completed his Bharat Yatra, then people realize he is the person who is a serious chap, he is a gentleman who is ready to take any fail, and one should not just neglect. Today or tomorrow, you will see he can provide leadership to the nation.
You're saying that Rahul Gandhi can one day or the other or soon provide leadership to the nation?
No, but sir, still the problem lies with the Maharashtra. The way your party has been broken, your top leaders have been taken away from you, and they are now claiming that they are the real NCP. On 6th, the hearing is going to be in the election commission. Similarly, the way the Shiv Sena has been broken. Don't you think that the BJP has tried it well to break your parties and made NDA stronger? Because all these people were with you for so long.
Basically, BJP's strategy is to wreck other political parties. They are using, as I say, investigation agency. They are also, I don't know what exactly they offer, but generally discussion among the political circle. There are substantial things have been offered, but I haven't got any authentic information about that. But this is happening, and that's why the total approach of BJP is to disturb other political parties who are against them.
But now it looks like
you said that Devendra Fadnavis is been saying this since last 2-3 years. But there is a specific allegation he tried to make is that, in 2019 there was a time period came when Maharashtra was put under the president's rule. Even that was your idea. What he was trying to say is that on one side, Mr. Pawar was talking to us, but on the other side, they were also discussing an alliance with the Mahavikas Aghadi partners. And to put Maharashtra in the, under president's rule was your idea. Your comments are very important on that.
No, simple thing. If I am not in government, BJP is in government, they got more numbers, and if suppose they take decision to introduce president's rule, and they ask me or anybody from other side, why should we say no?
So you're saying they asked you whether the question came from them, it was not your idea?
No, I can't. I would like to ask one thing. They got clear-cut majority. Why they were asking me? And secondly, why they have taken decision to introduce president's rule?
Because they claim that you were engaged in back-channel talks with Devendra Fadnavis, with Amit Shah, Narendra Modi. There was back-channel talks going on.
Absolutely wrong information. But one thing, my question, if they got good number, why they listen to me or anybody?
Okay. Your point is taken. Supriya Sule, one charge, we mentioned Rahul Gandhi. The next generation often finds it difficult because the moment the next generation comes, the BJP says Parivarvad. The Prime Minister in the very same speech that you quoted in Bhopal, where he attacked the Nationalist Congress Party, also attacked parties like the NCP saying, ye to Parivarvad ke parties hai, you all are dynastical parties. How do you respond to this dynastical charge that the BJP is making? You all are all Parivarvad parties.
It's too jaded, it's boring now. He should come up with something new and innovative. Because he has more Parivarvad in his party than we have anymore. And he was going to have a Congress Mukta Bharat. He has more Congresses in BJP than in powerful positions than we have left now. So it's really a little out of context. And I think the first election, the first foot in the door is really easy for us. It's not that easy to keep up because you are constantly compared to whoever has been won. Second is that look at our parliamentary performance, no? I mean, if you take me as an example of Parivarvad, let data speak for itself. I don't rate myself, nor does my father rate me in parliament. Om Birla ji rates me in parliament. I happen to be the first number in India's parliament. I'm not rating. Narendra Modi is not my uncle or my father or my anybody. So let data speak for itself and performance be. And I'm not ashamed of being a Parivarvad at all. Because I'm proud of the family I'm born in. Why should I run away from the fact? And
But is that a minus for you in politics or not?
Not. Why should it be a minus for anybody which family you're born in? The first foot in the door, yes, my second and third election, and go by my parliamentary data.
No, but that's precisely it.
And my constituency performance.
Sure,
my constituency performance and my parliamentary performance, both.
You're a very good parliamentarian, yet people will always see you as Sharad Pawar's daughter and say she's in politics because she's Mr. Pawar's daughter. She's the working president of NCP because she's Mr. Pawar's daughter.
I absolutely hear that with open ears, arms, everything. My limited point to him is that you have to practice what you preach. I would like to quote Amit Shah ji. Amit Shah ji on the floor of the house has said to us, जब तुम सामने वालों को एक उंगली दिखाते हो तो तीन उंगलियां तुमको भी दिखती है. So when BJP shows one ungli to us, three are showing to BJP. So let's not forget that. No, and they also have Parivarvad. So it doesn't, if it's applicable to everybody, you can't have different rules. It's not oranges and peaches.
But the biggest challenge right now in front of you specifically, even as a working president, is to rebuild the party. Because almost what Ajit Pawar's faction claims that almost more than 40 MLAs are with them right at this point of time. Most of your MLAs, have been in Maharashtra Assembly since last 4 to 5 terms. So almost all the leadership has been wiped out. How do you see the revival of Nationalist Congress Party in Maharashtra? How do you see that the new generation will come and pick up the politics, specifically in state like Maharashtra? Because it's claimed that it's Ajit Pawar who was running the party in Maharashtra, beyond a point. So how do you see that? How are you planning?
Actually, I find it very interesting now because sometimes when something takes over a tornado in your life, the dust takes time to settle. And now when I look back, if you look at us as two entities, I feel we have got the better deal by default. The reason being that on that side of the group, there is everybody above the age of 65 and most have some charge or the other, which I haven't made, they have made. And if you look at our side, we have Mr. Pawar, who is young and happening at 83. Then we have Mr. Jayant Patil, who's leading from the front. We have Jiten Rawat, they are in their 60s, me in the 50s, and many youngsters like maybe Sakshana Salgar, Mehboob Sheikh, Rohit Pawar, Rohit Patil, all in their 30s and 40s.
In a way, it has given you an opportunity to rebuild the party. You were looking for it, that these people, one day...
I was not looking for it at all. Please don't live in any illusion. I was very happy being in Delhi, and I think it was very clear that they would all run the state, and I was very happy working in Delhi.
So why I asked is because the day this happened, on 2nd of July, you were there at Ajit Pawar's residence. It happened in front of your eyes.
No, it didn't happen in front of my eyes.
You were there on 2nd.
No, I was there, but each one of them denied the oath. Nobody told me there was an oath at 2 o'clock.
I want to ask you though, Mr. Pawar, are you hurt by all of this? You gave Ajit Pawar a lot of opportunities. I know in personal conversations you're very fond of him. So are you hurt or not? I want an honest answer today.
No, I don't approve his decision.
You don't approve of his decision. But are you hurt?
Not hurt.
Angry?
But I don't know, no question of angry. You see, that entire lot who left, practically, if you ask them individually, they will realize that they are the most uneasy people.
Uneasy. So if he asked you tomorrow, Kaka, mala parat yaitsa, I want to come back, what will you say?
Now, you see, those who are going to associate with BJP, I think there is no instinct of heart.
No, he also don't. But what if he says, sir, I'm leaving. I have also had enough. I want to come back to you. You are my real leader.
I said there is no exception. This rule, this approach is applicable to everybody.
Okay, I want to ask you.
But I want to ask about this. In 2019, when he actually went ahead and took oath in the morning on 23rd of November 2019, you took him back. You made him again the Deputy Chief Minister. Do you think that it was a mistake?
No.
If you wouldn't have taken him back, maybe the 2nd of July wouldn't have happened.
I discussed with my colleague, Ellis and others, and everybody come to conclusion that it was a mistake. Forget about that, give him opportunity, and that's why it was a collective decision.
So it was a collective decision of your colleagues. I want to throw one or two googly questions. So one googly question is this. About a week ago, on the very day that Rahul Gandhi was attacking Gautam Adani, the industrialist, and saying, taking him on, you were seen cutting a ribbon with Gautam Adani at a plant in Gujarat. And people said, ye kaisa India alliance hai? Where you are cutting ribbons with Gautam Adani and there Rahul Gandhi is attacking Gautam Adani. What is your relationship with Gautam Adani, and do you believe this is the way an alliance can work?
You see, regarding I am cutting ribbon, that what we are saying is absolutely right. There is a place near Ahmedabad, Sanan.
Yes, you went there near Sanan.
And one of the gentlemen from my hometown was working in that area for 10 years, in the area of cows. And he has set up one unit, and that unit was producing certain type of medicine from these cows' milk.
Right.
And that unit he has set up, and he invited me for inauguration. He also invited Mr. Gautam Adani. So Mr. Gautam Adani was also there. There are many occasions here in Bombay also. We may agree, we may not agree with anybody. But if there is a public function and invitation is not only me but other side also, we attend that. There is no question of any political issue.
So you're saying that you will attend it at a personal basis? It was a personal invite. Gautam Adani happened to be there, but you are a good friend of Gautam Adani, and you have said that in the past that you believe industrialists like Gautam Adani are good for the country. Rahul Gandhi believes that they are crony capitalists, they are terrible for the country.
I don't know what one thing about it. Now, government of Maharashtra has taken certain decision.
Yes.
Government of Maharashtra has taken decision to provide certain jobs to Mr. Adani or his company. There are forts like Mundra. Mundra fort is the largest fort of this country.
Yes.
It has started from scratch by Mr. Adani, and now it has become the largest fort. India is defending a lot of import-export, and that fort is one of the major forts which is contributing. So if suppose somebody has done such a type of work, why should I criticize?
So you're saying you would not criticize Gautam Adani, he's built the largest port, but Rahul Gandhi is criticizing him.
Let me ask question to Rahul Gandhi, not me.
No, but you all are in the same alliance. Imagine now if you all are voted to power, you will be with Gautam Adani, he will be criticizing him. How will it work?
You'll see that how it works.
No, how? You know, you don't think that it sends out the wrong signals?
No.
Would you advise Rahul Gandhi to stop the attacks on Gautam Adani?
No, why should I advise to him? He's not child. He's a leader of the party.
He says that he's not child.
He has some different ideas, which I don't believe.
So you are open about your friendships. I mean, in a way, that's your strength.
It's not question of friendship. I am open for development. Anybody is interested in development, which will be ultimately benefited for country and public at large. I am associated.
So you're saying that even if Gautam Adani is doing development of the country, you will support him for development. You're with anyone who's with development.
Anybody.
But they are making very serious charges of corruption, of crony capitalism.
You see, if they are making charges, let them go to investigation agency, let them investigate. I have no objection.
You're saying let them investigate, but you have no objections to that. The reason I asked you this, sir, is because, as I said, one of the challenges, BJP says, हमारे पास मोदी है. ये India alliance जो है, ये सिर्फ मोदी को हटाने के लिए है. And you, despite all your differences, all of you are coming together only because you want Modi out. What will bring this alliance? What is this alliance about?
The alliance ultimately will finalize the program on which direction we would like to go. That program will put before the public at large, and will collectively contest elections.
So you're saying you'll have a common minimum program, you'll contest one-on-one seats, about 400 seats, am I correct?
That is our desire.
Your desire is 400 seats. Will you also go to the people on this caste census? Do you approve of this?
100% we support that.
You believe there should be a caste census?
We demanded that.
You demand a caste census?
Yeah.
You are also demanding reservations for Marathas, sir, in Maharashtra.
You see, generally about reservation issue, those who are neglected, those who are deprived, they should get benefit.
You're saying those who are deprived should get benefit. Mr. Modi has said that this caste census will divide the country, divide Hindus.
So why his party is supporting here?
Why his party is supporting the caste census here?
Here they are asking.
So you're saying Mr. Modi in Delhi is saying caste census will divide India, and Maharashtra, he is supporting the caste census. His party is supporting the caste census.
His party is insisting also, not supporting.
Yes.
Just add one more note. It's not only the Maratha reservation. There's a Maratha, Dhangar, Lingat and Muslim reservation. So Maharashtra has 4 challenges, and the BJP had committed in 2013 for reservation for Marathas, for Dhangars, for Lingats and for Muslims. So this was in their manifesto and they had committed.
But do you believe that this type of reservation politics is good for development? Mr. Pawar, you are speaking of development and we are now fighting the elections on reservation politics.
No, this is development, will definitely continue development. But as I said, there are sections which are deprived from many things. One has to give them more opportunity.
Okay, one final question. Is 2024 your last election? Will you finally retire? Or is Mr. Sharad Pawar never going to retire from politics?
I'm not going to contest election, but I will work for others.
So you are never going to retire?
I will work for others, but I am not going to take any responsibility or contesting any election.
So you are never going to contest an election?
You had expressed on 2nd of May that you want to retire from the politics as a president of the Nationalist Congress Party. Now, are you taking it as a challenge after what happened with the NCP and fraction of Ajit Pawar has now rebelled against you?
We have, fortunately, we got a lot of youngsters who are capable to take responsibility. By and large, public doesn't know them well. But when they get opportunity, people will realize that here is a lot of capable youngsters who can take responsibility and effectively run. Now, Mr. Jain Patil is sitting here. I recollect, I think, in 1990, we came on power here. I selected a team of 10 people. All of the 10, they never joined government. They have no experience of government. But we inducted them in cabinet. And not only just inducted, but they were full-fledged cabinet ministers. And their performance for 5 years was extremely good.
So you're saying you inducted a lot of youngsters, including Jayant Patil. Their performance was very good. They are youngsters. You are still young. What is the secret of your energy?
Question doesn't
There must be some secret. What do you have for breakfast?
No question of breakfast. My basic happiness is that I travel a lot.
You travel a lot.
I meet people.
And you always travel in ambassador car. You don't want to travel in helicopter. Why?
Because on way, people stop me. I can interact with me. I can hear their grievances. I can see what is the agricultural position, how is the development is going, how are the conditions of roads. And after studying this, one can definitely realize what are the needs of the state.
So travel by road. Travel by road is your success. But can you tell us one thing about your father? What is the energy? There must be some energy tablet. 1967, this gentleman won his first election. We are now in 2023. It's remarkable. You got to give 56 years, got to give, never lost an election. Never lost an election in 56 years is quite remarkable. What is the secret? Final word from you. As a daughter to the father, you must tell us something we don't know about Sharad Pawar.
It's probably his genes and his mother's will. His mother was a very strong woman, and I think it's applicable to all the siblings. He's not the only one. The siblings are, I don't know what their mother fed them. I really don't know.
Are these siblings going to come together?
Well, let me tell you a secret which you don't know about him. When this debacle happened, all his siblings called him and said, Sharad, you can't give in, you have to fight. And I'm like, there's 83, 84, 85 calling each other and saying fight.
83, 84 and an 85-year-old.
So even that happens in the family.
And the youngest,
even that happens in the family.
And the youngest at 76 saying that he has to fight. So the youngster at 75 was clinging on to his brother, Pratap Pawar, saying you have to fight.
Wow. I don't know what kind of a family this is, where the brothers where nephews and various elements of the party have fought with each other, but they come together. It's the Pawar family which has, in a way, dominated Maharashtra politics over the last 50 years. Mr. Pawar, it's been great to have you on the show. Supriya Sule, good to have the two of you. We'll see what 2024 brings. Please make sure, though, there are no 7 a.m. swearing-ins, because that becomes very difficult for Sahil and his team to have. Otherwise, continue the turbulence. We are enjoying the ride.
That's not our fault. That you have to tell Ajit Pawar.
Okay, we'll tell Mr. Ajit Pawar.
We are the 11 a.m. oath ceremonies. We are not the 7 a.m.
You are the 11 a.m. guys. They are the 7 a.m. guys.
No, for oath, not for otherwise. Otherwise, we are available at 6:30 a.m.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Sharad Pawar, Supriya Sule joining us here at the Mumbai Conclave. Thank you both very much for being here.
May I please call upon Dr. Balwant Singh and Ayush Rajora from the Darwin platform group of companies to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation to our esteemed panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, please raise a warm applause for Ms. Supriya Sule and Mr. Sharad Pawar. Thank you, Mr. Pawar. Thank you, Ms. Sule. Thank you, Rajdeep. Thanks, Sahil. Thank you. Just a quick 30-second turnaround time and we power into our next session this evening. Right, without wasting any more time, let's quickly move into our next session. Decoding Brand Modi, the secret of its survival for 10 years. This session is sponsored by NL Dalmia. And to take it from here, may I please call upon stage sessions moderator Rahul Kamal, News Director India Today and Aaj Tak, and Executive Director Business Today. May I also call upon Sahil Joshi, co-moderating this session, Managing Editor Aaj Tak, Mumbai Bureau and Mumbai Tak.
An American consultancy, Morning Consult, has a global tracker of the popularity of different international leaders. The latest survey results say that Prime Minister Narendra Modi is the most popular global leader yet again, enjoying a popularity in the country of 76% approval rating. Those who don't want him are 18% and 6% did not give any opinion. The global leader approval rating tracker positions Prime Minister Modi as numero uno by far. Interestingly, the Swiss president comes in at number 2. Alain Berset has a 64% approval rating. The Mexican president Andrés Manuel López Obrador comes in at number 3 with 61%. For context, the American president Joe Biden has a 40% approval rating. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau 37%. The British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak at 27%. And France's president Emmanuel Macron comes in at 24%. So there's something very special at play. The question is, from a branding, marketing, communications perspective, what is it? To talk about that and to decode brand Modi, we've got Dilip Charan. Dilip, welcome. We've got India's #1 pollster, Pradeep Gupta, Managing Director at Axis My India, Santosh Desai, well-known author, columnist, marketing guru, and Sajan Raj Kakarup, founder and creative chairman of Creative Land Asia. I want to start by asking Santosh to explain what you think is the secret and behind the success of brand Modi. After 2 elections, even the likes of Margaret Thatcher or Tony Blair had a tough third election. Why is it that Prime Minister Modi, from a communications marketing perspective, seems to have a Teflon coating where anti-incumbency doesn't seem to be creeping in as far as Pradeep's polls are concerned, C-vote or any other polling that we look at?
So if you look at, any strong brand, what are the prerequisites of a strong brand? The one is that the strong brand has a very strong, coherent idea at its core. That idea must speak to some fundamental, deep motivation that connects to a lot of people. And then that brand must manifest itself in as many ways as possible, keeping itself current. So if you were to look at these three dimensions, I think if you look at brand Modi, at its heart is the idea of a certain amount of strength and clarity. I think if I was to look at it as against politicians that are seen to be compromising, waffling, unclear, hedging bets, that is their image. There is a certain decisiveness and clarity about Modi from his days as a chief minister in Gujarat. So I think there is this very strong, and that is rooted, and that idea of strength in particular takes on more than one dimension. One of them is governance, but the other is, it is the motivation it speaks to, I think, is a long sense of historical injustice that has been nurtured by the majority community in India, by the Hindu community. There is also a sense of, if I may go as far as to say, masculine inadequacy. And there is a sense of a powerful, strong, decisive leader who makes up for their own lack and their sense of insecurity. Here's somebody you can look up to. Here's somebody who's firm, clear, absolutely clear.
So that is the connection between the two, which is a visceral connection. It goes beyond the ups and downs of policy. It goes underneath that and connects Modi with a large section of India in a very powerful way. The next element I think that is important is his understanding of brands, brand building, his very powerful use of symbols, his ability to turn relatively sort of routine events into these mega promotional events. The G20 being an example, I call it relatively routine only because it's the presidency is by rotation. Last year was Indonesia, next year is Brazil. So it's hardly as if there is some great recognition of India having arrived. It's just a matter of India's time. But the way in which that is used, I think it's incredible. So I think his ability to perpetually sort of stay in the news in the right way, plus he is helped a lot by you guys. I mean, politely speaking, you are friendly to this present government. And there isn't a possibility of a counter movement. You asked me how we'll last so long without any stutters. Part of the reason, very strong reason, is the fact that there is nobody to challenge him. You guys certainly don't.
Okay. Dilip Cherian, powerful leaders, popular leaders. Sheila Dikshit, you come from Delhi. By the end of 15 years, people just had enough. There's talk of anti-incumbency against the likes of Shivraj Singh Chauhan. We'll know about this election, but last time there was. And Raman Singh in Chhattisgarh. What is it about brand Modi that keeps him fresh, relevant, and looking new and looking stronger than his opponents?
Well, we just had Sharad Pawar on stage, who's been eternal, consistent and present and relevant for whatever period. Okay? But I think brand Modi works on a very sound corporate principle. The principle is repeat, rinse, repeat. He has managed to make sure that he is on message. When he shifts message, it isn't something that he acknowledges, it's just a new message. So never concede that there was anything wrong. That's one principle of branding which he's holding on to. Santosh spoke about...
Do you think that's a good thing or a bad thing? That never concede, like this extremist, maximalist position that nothing is ever wrong.
Coke is very bad. But does Coke ever concede that sugar is bad? No. So it's that principle. If you're a great brand, you've got to take a position and you've got to keep enhancing that position. On the side, you do the other stuff to make sure that your market share is maintained. The second thing is lack of an opposition, which means no brand attempting to take his place. And number three is environment management. I won't use a more polite word than that, but the fact is that it is not Teflon coating. There's a difference between Teflon coating and not being called out for what is wrong. So with these advantages, you can keep a brand continually salient for a long period of time, and because of the fact that you are viscerally connecting to some lack in the vast majority of people, they will keep doing the rah-rah for you on a continuous basis.
Pradeep, but do you think that, in every election, he has sort of reinvented himself? In 2014, his motto was different. He built his image and his brand, on Gujarat model. He presented Gujarat model. He said that he is a Vikas Purush. In 2019, it became a decisive leader who can take action against Pakistan. Is it that reinvention of his image has always helped him, and that is the reason why he's still unchallenged by the opposition leaders?
I think he knows how to tackle every single thing as an opportunity. I remember when he started work on Vibrant Gujarat and called me to say, we have to do this, the sheer vision of it. At that time, no multinationals were looking at Gujarat. And he said, I want 18 of these companies, and he had a list of 40 and he wanted 18 of them. When he did Gift City, again, he wanted 200 journalists in the middle of nowhere.
But it is not successful. The Gift City is not successful yet.
But
despite that, he could build that.
He got them there. He made sure the event was mega. The fact is that you got to dream big and then throw the resources to make sure that it is big. What happens as a result, he's moved on already. To your point about changing messages, he's moved on but he's moving in a consistent and, shall I say, a very high-powered trajectory, almost like Chandrayaan.
Pradeep Gupta, your polls reflect why Prime Minister Modi is as popular as he is. Let me turn the proposition on its head and ask you, what do the polls reveal about the weaknesses of brand Modi?
So Rahul, before coming to the weaknesses, let me put it forward as you asked the other panelists, what is brand Modi? Why Modi is Modi? What is there, right? Modi is all about winning election after election, that's true. And in branding, the most important part is to understand your target audience. Yeah. So we need to understand first what is election. Election is nothing. Winning election is about winning hearts of the people, and it cannot be fake. I'm underlining word, it cannot be fake. That's the first and foremost thing. And now we need to understand India or electors, or the voters, who are they, which is the target audience for that matter. So every one of us knows there is construct of 70% rural India and 30% urban India. When I say 70% rural India, I am talking about 600,000, 6 lakhs plus villages. And when I say 30% contribution of urban India, which is 6,500 cities and towns. So this is the India. And 100 vote cast, those who turn out to vote, last time in 2019 election, 67% was the turnout. 80% of this 67% belong to rural and poor. What is their state? Please understand this. 10 years back, they were struggling, their smoke-filled kitchen, वो खाना जो है wood और कोल में बनाते हैं. उनके घर पे नल से पानी नहीं आता है, 2 किलोमीटर वुमेन को ट्रेवल करना होता है. आपने कभी देखा है कोई मेल मेंबर को अपने सर के ऊपर पानी रखते हुए? नहीं देखा है. आप ये देखिए कि दे गो इन ओपन डिफिकेशन, वो खुले में शौच में जाते हैं. वुमेन की हालत ये है कि दे हैव टू डील विद लॉट्स ऑफ एट्रोसिटीज एट होम. These 80%, they live less than $100 a month. This is the reality of the electors of the India. 80% I am talking about those who turn out for the vote. Now coming, what is there in Modi? So I would summarize in one word, it is intent. Intent, one point agenda, development of country and countrymen. Now what he has done, everybody knows in last 10 years. And most importantly, one side is this, the other side is, though everybody say he does not have the family, I am talking about the intent. He does not have the family. No, he has the family, he has the brothers, he has the mother. And if you see this, he is celebrating Diwali with Jawans at border. What does it mean? He is not celebrating Diwali or the festival with his mother or with his brother or the family. One. Two, when he goes abroad and meet the Indian diaspora, आप कम से कम 10-10 लोगों को इंडिया में लेके आइए, इंडिया में विजिट कर दिए. ही इज प्रमोटिंग इंडिया देयर, राइट? एंड इंटरनेशनल एंड बिजनेस अफेयर, एवरी वन ऑफ अस हियर नोज, आई डोंट नीड टू रिपीट दैट. सो दिस इज द मोदी. And he has established himself as CWE in branding sense, what we say, chief wage earner, because these 80% livelihood is largely depend on government of the day, whether it's the road, education, electricity, water, electricity and water for irrigation, PDS, everything. So he himself is positioned and established as chief wage earner of the family. So this is the Modi, and that is the reason why he ruled the hearts of the people and winning after winning.
Pradeep Gupta, you said, आपने एक शब्द का इस्तेमाल किया that he knows his audience well, right? Yeah. ये audience क्या है? What is his audience? Is it it's by and large the way people see that, a lot of his current speeches, he made it a point that he is a Hindutva icon. He speaks about that particular topic. So is it a particular audience? He means to be the majority community of this country. Is that his audience?
Audience is the whole country. Every citizen of the country is his audience. And in terms of electors, of course, those who are exceeding the age of 18 years, what is most important, it's very simple. There is no rocket science in this. If I purchase this pen to write, the moment is stop writing, I will throw it or replace it, isn't it? It is as simple as that. So he has to see to it, he address or take care all the section of the societies. हिंदू एंड ऑल दैट आप छोड़ दीजिए, यदि हिंदू मुसलमान होता तो बीजेपी जो है 90s के अंदर ही जब बाबरी मस्जिद और राम जन्मभूमि हुआ, बीजेपी कुड नॉट क्रॉस 182 मार्क्स. Forget the majority.
So you think they don't win because of Hindutva, they win because of development. That's your principal political theory?
100%. Now to give you counter, what is there with Naveen Patnaik? Where is Hindu-Muslim? Where is the visibility? Where is the organization? Where is that state, Odisha, poor or poorest state? Why is it winning after one after another, 5 consecutive elections, and every time he is winning with more number of seats? Why? You need to see this.
But दोनों के स्पीच पे तो फर्क होता है. जब जिस तरीके से नवीन पटनायक भाषण करते हैं, जिस तरीके से प्राइम मिनिस्टर भाषण करते हैं या बीजेपी से कोई भाषण, उसमें तो फर्क होता है. तो उसके हिसाब से तो ऑडियंस डिसाइड होगा. ऐसा नहीं है कि दोनों का ऑडियंस एक जैसा है. नवीन पटनायक ओडिशा में माइनॉरिटी पॉपुलेशन है ही कितना, 3 से 4%.
मैं वापस वही आपको कहना चाह रहा हूं कि हिंदू मुसलमान उस सब से किसी का और रिलीजन से भी किसी का पेट नहीं भरता है. उससे उड़ीसा में भी कुछ फर्क नहीं पड़ता है और इंडिया में भी कुछ फर्क नहीं पड़ता है और कंट्री के किसी हिस्से में भी कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता. आपको मैं एक सिंपल एग्जांपल दे देता हूं. आप किसी भी इंडिया के मंदिर के बाहर खड़े हो जाइए, आप वहां पे सुबह से शाम तक जितने लोग भी इनसाइड गए, उसमें रूरल और पुअर आप पाएंगे 10% लोग भी नहीं गए. तो ये आप या जो भी इसकी बात करते हैं कि मोदी इज विनिंग बिकॉज ऑफ HM यानी हिंदू मुस्लिम या हिंदुज्म के लिए, ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं है. ऐसा होता तो कांग्रेस 60 साल तक रूल नहीं कर रही होती. RSS जो हिंदुज्म की बात कर रहा है वो 1925 से कर रहा है.
Raj, what part of the allure of brand Modi is down to the characteristics of the personality and his messaging, and what part glitters brighter because of the lack of political efficacy of his opponents? If he was up against an equally formidable competitor, would brand Modi still look as strong, or do you think he looks stronger because of the state of the Indian opposition?
See, to understand brand Modi, you have to understand what is brand to this country. One, I feel that brand is a foreign concept, right? India as a country, there are only 2 ways that we have understood products. One, फेमिलियरिटी एंड द अदर वन इज कल्चर. आप अगर भारत में देखोगे, ठंडा मतलब राइट, नमक मतलब टाटा मतलब नमक, राइट, आपको समझ में आ जाएगा. सिमिलरली मोदी मतलब राइट, सरकार, राइट. सो देयर इज वन ऑफ द मोस्ट इनक्रेडिबली इंटरेस्टिंग थिंग्स दैट हैज हैपेंड इज द फैक्ट दैट जेनरिक्स हैव ऑलवेज वर्कड इन दिस कंट्री, राइट. पानी बोलूंगा तो आपको पता है बॉटल कौन सा याद आएगा, right? So you have to understand how this country understands brands. So the moment, and I completely agree with Pradeep ji said that when you look at, there are 2 parts to the country. There is a Vedantic concept of Samruddhi and Saundarya. Samruddhi is in the 70% that we are speaking about. This is where the prosperity comes from, the 70%. That's the mool, that's the root of this country. And Saundarya is the urbanization and our entire ambition. Here is a man and here is a brand that has been able to bridge मन की बात से लेकर मून की बात तक. जिस दिन मेरे घर जब चंद्रयान हुआ था, दूध वाला आया था बीच में पूछ रहा मेरे को कि सर लैंड हुआ. When was Chandrayaan relevant to a milkman? So the most interesting thing we talk about, every marketing room I go into, there is always a conversation about pop culture. We want to be part of pop culture. He is pop culture in 70% of this country, right? You may have multiple points of view, opinions about, where you stand, what you do, but fundamentally, the most fundamental, marketing principle that we have today, engagement, engagement, engagement. This brand has engaged you through the adverse times, to interesting times, to things that were irrelevant to you. G20 किसको पता था भाई, right? Chandrayaan when was it so relevant that India is on the moon? You know.
So do you think he's better at marketing than you?
Sir, 150%. See, and it's not marketing. You have to understand culture. See, like I told you, this country is not about marketing. This country is about culture. Look at where the man comes from. And it's very important to understand where somebody comes from, because हमारे पास opinion रहेगा. You understand these things way better than somebody like me. We are behind the scenes people, right? But fundamentally, if you look at it, for something to become pop culture takes immense amount of intent for sure. It has to be relevant. People talk about terms are irrelevant. Time. Gandhi ji ka ek time tha. He was relevant at that point in time. It was very important. He became pop culture. Indira ji ka bhi ek time tha. This is the time where, and it doesn't come out of anything else but the intent of people.
So you mentioned the moon landing episode, that how, the communist people were involved and, they were curious about what is happening there. Is it something that creating an event around a thing which even the common man can get involved? Is that the reason why this brand has been built so
big?
See,
that's what I'm saying. I always try to go away from the concept of brand. This is culture. This is pop culture. You have to understand, pop culture is always used in the urban terms, right? हम लोग rural में pop culture नहीं सोचते. What is interesting is that the fact that anything this man touches becomes a brand, right? And that is an incredibly interesting. And I'm not talking about just here. This is globally. I spend a lot of time in London. You must hear the conversation that happens. I'm amazed sometimes, saying that because when there are people who are probably walking the political corridors over there as well. It's incredible to see the point of view that people have. Never before have we seen a leader from this nation with this magnitude having such strong, diverse, whatever point of views. But the fact of the matter is that he is keeping every single person engaged.
Okay, so let's now flip the proposition on its head and talk about the weaknesses of the brand, and does the opposition have its strategy right? So for example, if this is the unassailable, super strong brand that you're up against, do you think the opposition is attacking it at the right places? What is the opposition doing right, wrong? What is the Achilles heel of this brand if you were now devising the counter strategy?
The only thing that you can devise at this point of time is rely either on the sudden emergence of a strong and, shall we say, somebody with a huge upsurge of charisma. That's one possibility. The other thing which the opposition sadly is reduced to relying on is the boredom factor. That look, after a certain period of time, every brand begins to age. Yeah. This brand has revived itself for 13 years.
Someone mentioned Coke. Coke hasn't really aged in that sense. It still is relevant.
Coke today recognizes that its competition is kombucha. It's not another drink.
Sure.
Okay. So the fact is that you are talking today of the opposition recognizing that they don't have anything to really counter it. Okay? So the sadness of being in the opposition today is that you're relying on boredom. That's dangerous.
Is that the only thing that they're looking out for, Santosh Desai? Do you see an Achilles heel? What are the weaknesses of the branding and marketing strategy?
Actually, honestly, not easy to find because I think they've got all their bases covered, and including what Dilip politely referred to as environmental management, which is important. I think that particularly for 2024, I mean, the only hope that the opposition has is not at the brand level, but at the level of arithmetic. The fact that you cobble together enough numbers and you might just pip him to the post. It's a long shot, but that's at a brand level. The problem is that, I mean, it was striking that, Mr. Pawar, the best thing that he could say about Rahul Gandhi was that people have started taking him seriously. That's a really low bar for a politician. I mean, if that is the best you can say about the leading opposition sort of contender.
No, but doesn't that happen always? When Indira Gandhi was such a strong brand, opposition struggled with having a unified brand of their own, to counter Indira Gandhi. Indira Gandhi used to always say that वो कहते हैं इंदिरा हटाओ, मैं कहती हूं गरीबी हटाओ. Such kind of slogans she used to build. Is the opposition getting into the same trap again? What they had a problem with Indira Gandhi, now looking at the 2024?
I think so. I think it's a similar structure in many ways. The fact that, see, when you are faced with a really strong leader who has mass appeal, I think it's very difficult unless you have, as Dilip said, a leader who is capable of challenging that. In Indira Gandhi's case, she made a mistake. So what you are really depending on is for the BJP to trip up. And that doesn't seem likely to happen. I mean, and that's what happened. In the Indira Gandhi's case, it is a self-inflicted kind of for her, the fact that she announced emergency and that kick-started, in a sense, a groundswell of opposition. And people who were nobody came to the fore and became
Interestingly, when she announced election, nobody realized that it has actually worked against her.
Exactly.
When the election results came, then people realized that what she had done actually had worked
unleashed
against her.
that. Yes.
And also, he is backed by a think tank which is 100 years of wanting to rule. That hunger.
Pradeep Gupta, what does the data tell you in terms of the weaknesses of brand Modi?
I think I can't say weakness, but at times his silence on certain matters, I would say that is something, is a weakness. Like, I'll tell you, in Modi 1, 14 to 19, there was cow vigilantes, he came very strongly against them. And after that, you can't see those kind of incidents. Then you saw Pragya Thakur, Bhopal MP, she used some, bad things
against
about,
Gandhi.
See, he came very strongly. But Nupur Sharma case for that, but of course there was an international pressure.
No, but sir, this is really interesting. I mean, on one hand, he said that वो मन से कभी माफ नहीं कर पाएंगे, but she was given a ticket, Lok Sabha ticket. She's still fighting a trial in MCOCA court. How do people differentiate that? What he said about Pragya Singh Thakur and giving her a ticket and getting her elected from Bhopal.
Now, that's what I'm saying, Sahil. She was given a ticket before, and after that she made this comment, and Modi and BJP was very strong against her at that point of time. So she is quite after that, And if you see the woman wrestler case against Brajmohan, then you see the Lakhimpur Kheri case against Theni. Then you see recently this Ramesh Vidudi. And Manipur also. He kept silent for a very long time. He should have taken remedial action or whatever need to be. So I think had he has taken all these things also strongly, he would have been in a totally different league altogether. I would say, though still today he is, but he would have been the real statement, I would say.
Raj, what are the weaknesses you see in the branding and marketing strategy of the Prime Minister and the BJP at the moment?
See, strategies, I always look for is there a weakness in the product first, right? Because that's what's representative of elections. Fundamentally, I feel that one of the only weakness that I see is there is an utopian sort of aspiration for this country that is in that product, right? And that is going to be uncompromising. And sometimes in politics, there is a certain amount of compromises that you make. That is the only Achilles heel that I see, because here's somebody and I've seen some from close quarters that will be uncompromising on some of the aspiration that the person may have for the larger cause, and that's the only thing that I see as playing up as some sort of a weakness. Strategies are always reinventable.
If I may just, on further thought, I think one of the potential, I don't think it's a weakness yet, but the problem with having somebody who stars over everybody else and where there is no opposition is the fact that there is absolutely no feedback. And you live in your voice is heard in a vacuum. It kind of, it dominates everything else. And there is the danger of potentially of what is the primary source of strength becoming a weakness. I don't see it happening yet, but I think the fact is that there is no media to tell him that, what he's doing wrong. There's nobody in his party who can, so this whole sense that, and there is fear. I mean, let's be very clear, let's admit it. There is fear all around. Fear hides a lot of things. So right now, I don't think it is hiding anything. I mean, I don't think so. But potentially in the future, if things begin to change, it will be very difficult to discern that very often because of the fact that there is a sort of silence which is not
It
voluntary.
happened in China, Dilip, what Santosh is saying, that Xi Jinping becomes so prominent and so powerful that he starts making policy mistakes, and he's saying that this could be one of the concerns to be on the lookout for. It hasn't happened yet, but could potentially be a pitfall going forward.
If you read between the lines of what Pradeep said, the last 3 episodes where there has been no reaction is because nobody has told him that on Manipur, on the wrestlers, you should respond. That's not happening.
No, but can I counter that to say, it is bad strategy if it hurts you. There is no empirical evidence to suggest that
it
it's
has worked
hurt him
against
so
him.
far.
Yeah.
Pradeep Gupta is saying what he is from his gut. He's not saying it from data.
No. What I'm saying
what data
is,
point do you have
See,
as evidence to
Rahul,
prove
it's not that there is no question of data. It's all about intent. You have to try things in the perspective. That's what your job is.
No, so that's your opinion, which is fine, which is different from the data, because there's no data to suggest not speaking out.
I agree. I agree. Let's assume that there is no data. But when you have a certain behavioral pattern as a brand, there is an expectation of that brand. When that weakens, it begins to crumble and you don't listen to the sounds of the crumbling cookie.
No, but can't it be a strategy, Can't it be a strategy that, sometimes deliberately the politicians do not comment on a particular issues? Because they think that if they comment, it may, backfire with respect to the people who are supporting them, with respect to the voters. Do you think it's a strategy or it is?
You're asking me?
Yeah, I'm asking anyone who wants to take this.
It's not a strategy. See, it's a party, and there are so many party men. When you say party men, they are member of your family. So at times you have to, in the interest of family, you have to sometimes keep quiet.
No,
But
so finally,
in a long term, it is not good for the brand.
If you look at it in an international context.
No, so I certainly think it is personal brand strategy for his part. Never to apologize, never to bend, and never be seen. In fact, not to be subject to questions also.
But that's not correct. On the farm laws, for example, he did backtrack.
Very reluctantly after the amount of dislocation that took place, enormous amount of dislocation, extremely reluctantly. It's the exception rather than the rule.
Okay, so in the international context, if you look at another leader, say Margaret Thatcher, Tony, anybody who's been as popular as they have over 2 terms, anti-incumbency caught up, what is it in a historical international context that you think he's done differently, which hasn't let anti-incumbency catch up with him so far?
No, I think the fact that he has, it is very important to recognize that there is a genuine organic connection that he has with people. I mean, everything else we can talk in terms of strategy, but there is, at the heart of it, is something real and something large that he has. But on top of it, there is very careful both management of the larger narrative as well as the narrative, the ground level management of each micro element. I think the BJP manages to do that extremely well. They are able to convert, and the opposition is always kept on the defensive. They can take innocuous things and turn them into something sinister. Toolkit suddenly becomes this word which is like really dangerous, some commonplace everyday word in a template that you use in presentations suddenly becomes this national conspiracy. But they have the ability to do that. So the number of devices and instruments that they bring to bear in order to continue the strength. In fact, very difficult to manage strength. Managing strength is one of the most difficult things in the world. I think Modi and BJP do it exceptionally well.
Okay, so we're out of time. We've had
Rahul, one just quick comment. Why it is not diminishing the Modi, this thing I'll tell you. People may forget what you say. People may forget what you did. But people will never forget how you made them felt. So this is what is the brand Modi. And this is where the larger section of the society is rallying behind it.
I think that's deep advice. Not just relevant to branding, marketing or communications, but to life as well. People will forget what you said or what you did, but they'll never forget how they made you feel. So we'll leave it at that. Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you for your insights. Thank you.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. This session has been sponsored by NL Dalmia, and I'd like to invite on stage Mr. Shailesh Dalmia, Honorary Secretary of NL Dalmia Education Society, to hand over a token of appreciation to our speakers. A big round of applause, please, to all of our speakers who have taken the time out to join us here at the India Today Conclave. And ladies and gentlemen, we're all set with our next session, which is on the millet revolution, which is a fad food or fab food. I'd like to invite our session moderator, Sonal Vijayved, Group Digital Editor of Lifestyle Division, on stage to introduce our speakers.
Hello, everybody. There must be something about millets that has everyone from Priyanka Chopra to the Prime Minister talking about it. Also, to have this whole year dedicated as the year of the millets. From where I see it, millet is the new turmeric. While I'm not asking you to put it in your latte or to practice yoga with a bowl full of ragi, I'm here to explore what is it about this magical grain that has it become the first thing that we served to the G20 delegates. What is it that it is the common factor between the dabbas of Virat Kohli and Kiara Advani, who probably have nothing else in common between them? So joining me today to explore this subject are doctor and independent scientist Padma Shri awardee Khader Wali, also known as the Millet Man of India, clinical nutritionist Raksha Lulla, and corporate executive chef of ITC Hotels, Manisha Bhasin. Can I please call my panelists to the stage? Hello, everybody. I'm going to start with basics first, and my first question is to Dr. Wali. Please tell us, what is a millet? What constitutes a millet, and why do they call you the Millet Man of India?
When your food is right, there is no need of medicine.
Sort the mic.
When your food is right, there is no need of medicine. And when your food is wrong, no medicine works. What is the right food? Millets is the right food, by definition. And people call me Millet Man of India because I have been working since 1991. And the corporatization of food is the reason why millets disappeared. And it was my intent to bring them back to human consciousness again, because it is the right food, and it was the food of past for not 100 years, 1,000 years, lakhs of years. And it is just the 100 years blip of the human race, last 100 years, misguided information has been unscientific way of eating of the last 100 years of human race. And I am hoping it is not just International Year of Millets. I personally declare the next century belongs to millets. So
thank
it's
you.
not a fad. It was the food of past and it would be the food of future of the planet. And there is no way the problems that are created in the last 100 years can be solved if millets do not come back to each and everyone's plate on this planet Earth, because they are the only ones which can save the planet from all its problems.
So thank you, sir. So while you've told us why millets are important for this country, for the body, let us understand. Raksha, tell us, how are millets healthier than rice and wheat, which is something that all of us eat probably every single day of our life? What is the nutrition component of a millet that makes it superior to the other things that we eat?
Sure. Thanks for your question, Sonal, and thank you for everyone to be here. I love the word human consciousness and the fact that millets are ancient grains. Are they healthier than rice and wheat? Well, yes, in some aspects they are absolutely abundant. So let's start with, are we seeing those little droppers we get sold, apply niacin on your face and, everyone's like glowing these days. So that's an abundance in millets. So you have niacin, which is vitamin B3. Then you have zinc, which has become super famous since COVID. So we know that works for our immunity as well. And then we have beta carotene, again, something that we've, heard of, because it translates into vitamin A in our body. So now that kind of a cocktail with vitamin A, niacin and zinc, it's a power combination for skin. So definitely when we have an epidemic of skin disorders, we have acne, we have hormonal issues, this is something that comes as a blessing for a lot of women and the society at large. The second, definitely it has something that I would say 100% of the population needs, which is magnesium. Magnesium is so little and it in all the other meals, and it is not even celebrated. You need it for, at a cellular level, your ATP can get activated by magnesium. You sleep better, you poop better, you look better, you feel better. It has magnesium, which works as a muscle relaxant along with a lot of fiber. Now this combination is something that works to regulate blood sugar levels. And this is not just a message to diabetics. No, this is to everyone. It's to all four of us sitting here. It's to the entire audience as well and everyone watching us. This is a combination that will take care of how your sugars as well as insulin levels, which means how your stomach looks, which means we're going to control obesity. All of that comes under this, and this can actually save the entire population from all the lifestyle disorders, inclusive diabetes, blood pressure, PCOD, and all the other hormonal bits there.
Can I just add?
Sure.
Basically, the food that we have been eating is causing imbalance of the blood, what is called homeostasis. And the release of sugars, carbohydrates, into glucose is slow and steady when you eat millets. And all the other foods do not have this capacity, and it's because of the fiber. And the fiber is two types, soluble and insoluble. So this is the most important aspect, that your blood doesn't become thick. And the thinness of the blood is maintained when you eat millets, homeostasis of the blood. So glucose imbalance is the source of all the diseases. And glucose imbalance is completely eliminated when you eat millets.
So I have a question for Chef Manisha. Now we just spoke about brand Modi. And the things that are being done to make him exciting. I think millet right now has a very Doordarshan vibe to it somehow, and I think it needs a little bit of a Netflix vibe. So Manisha, tell us how, like I know how to have millet in my roti and in my upma. How do I make millet exciting? And not for the millennial, but for the generation after that.
You're so right, to move away from the Doordarshan vibe to the Netflix vibe.
So when we did G20, the challenge was given to us to add millets in the menu. So we all sat down and we thought through the whole thing and we said, let's look at the menu from a new dimension. So we looked at something, I thought Indian but cooked global. That was the whole mantra. So we went to the...
Beautiful. So think Indian but cook global.
Because I was catering to 42 heads of state from across the world and we were putting India on the stage. So I had to put the humble grain, which is millet, on the global plate. So it was important for me to bring that millet goodness forward, but in a very interesting and a unique twist to it. If I was to just make a millet khichdi, maybe it wouldn't have resonated very well with my audience at that point of time. So we all saw what happened, with the millet menu. It got rave reviews, so that's what we did. So we incorporated millet in each course, but not very on the face of it. People didn't even know, didn't even think that they were eating millet. It was so tasty and so well presented.
So what are the kind of things that you made?
So we made a 3-course menu because the time limit is a little tighter for this kind of state dinners. We had to finish it within an hour. So we did a starter, which was called Patram. So I took the theme of Sharad Ritu because autumn had only started, about to start. It was the end of September. So we took the autumn theme, and so that was falling leaves. So I started with the patram. So patram was served on a millet papdi. So it was a spherical chutney, which was enrobed in the yogurt sphere. Of course, put with the chutney dust, which was dehydrated. So like I'm saying, I'm thinking global at that point of time, but I'm cooking Indian. So that's what we did, and we presented the food, and the main course was, again, we wanted to showcase the indigenous ingredients that India has to offer.
So Chef, when you say indigenous ingredients, we just had this discussion off stage about how millet is not technically indigenous because it has certain African roots. I have a question for Dr. Wali here, saying that, the grain fossils that they found in Mehergarh, which is conventionally the first Indian civilization, was mostly emmer wheat and barley, and ancient Hindu scriptures mention the presence of, again, a lot of barley. So where are millets mentioned in terms of Indian history, and can we as a country take ownership of millet being indigenous?
No, I disagree that millets are indigenous. Millets are universal. That brown top millet is called American millet. Foxtail millet is called Italian millet. Little millet is called African millet. Barnyard millet is called German millet or Japanese millet. What it means that millets were there everywhere, everywhere and everywhere. So Jesus Christ ate unleavened bread. Muhammad Paigambar drank barnyard porridge. Like this, I can go on rambling, and our Srinivas, our Balaji, Timmappa, down south, Tirupati, he was cured of his injuries by giving little millet porridge by Vakula, his mother. And Varahaswami was, after fighting 18 years or 18 days, we don't know exactly, his lungs were so udveg and angry. So the bhaktas asked, what do we do? He said, give me Priyangu Paisa, Priyangu Kheer, that is foxtail millet. So, and pyramids, you find not wheat and rice, you find the millets.
Millet.
And come down, we have wonderful temple sculptures where you find these wonderful millets in the hands of the women sketched on the temple walls. So, these millets were the only food that humans ate, because when they could walk, they could get to their hands. Is 90% of the land is covered by these wonderful grasses called C4 grasses. Out of 6,000 varieties, humans used more than 200 millets all over the planet, So, it's to our luck and credit that we have in the last 100 years not lost all the seeds of these grains. And luckily, I came back in 1991 recognizing that we are losing the biodiversity of food because corporatization of food made it monoculture, because New York people eat pizza, and in Chamarajanagar, a small town in my Mysuru district, also eats pizza. Absolute nonsense.
So,
There is no. So these are the kinds of things that we have lost.
So one of the things that I think that is preventing this generation to indulge or like experiment with ingredients like millet is not knowing how to cook them or not knowing the variety. So sure, we need to educate ourselves there. But I have a question for Raksha here. So with dry fruits and nuts, you have to soak them to extract the anti-nutrients. What is the ideal way to cook millet, and what are the ingredients you can or cannot pair it with for benefits?
Thanks again. So yes, anti-nutrients are present in millets as well, and the best way to destroy them is by soaking them. A lot of people traditionally soak it overnight, but even soaking them for just 4 to 6 hours is great for cutting out the anti-nutrients and making them more bioavailable. By bioavailable, we mean that all its minerals and nutrients will be available to you for absorption in a very easy way. So 4 to 6 hours is great. Besides that, when it comes to pairing, like we know when we make idli traditionally, we use things in a 3:1 ratio, where 3 is rice and 1 part is dal. When it comes to millets, we do a 2:1. So that's the way they should be paired. And besides that, they're so humble and they come with so many nutrients that you're not going to need a lot to go with it. A simple paneer, dahi, cashews, peanuts, seed chutneys and ghee. Any or few of these combinations work beautifully to absorb all the minerals as well as the vitamin B complex from millets. So that would be the pairing.
Can I add?
Yes, please.
In fact, there are not many anti-nutrients at all, actually. See, most of the people are under the impression that there is phytic acid, but it is less than 20 times when you compare to legumes. So you soak legumes, the things get out. Whereas you soak millets, not to remove the anti-nutrients, it is to hydrate the fiber. Fiber is like your wood. It is the precursors, lignans they call. So if you hydrate the fiber, then only it just can allow you to cook. So it is the cooking that requires the soaking of the grain, because the layers are deep inside the grain. Unlike rice and wheat, just remove the husk, you are getting rid of the fiber. 0.2 grams of fiber in the rice, that white rice. So when you soak, you are hydrating the fiber, which then weaves its magic to the extent that EMF, electron motive force, which is the source of all diseased conditions, to the level of mitochondria, to keep mitochondria young all the time. It is this dissolved fiber which mops up the EMF, because the fiber of millets has the full range of PMF. It is called proton motive force. So the disease is mopped up at the place of origin. So the disease is not generated at all. There is no free radical coming into picture. There is no superoxide radicals roaming in your body. So you maintain the balance at the energy level. This is the most important aspect of fiber that is protecting you, to see that disease is not even originating. So this is the most important crux, how millets are giving you health. So till today, all the medical world has been grappling about medicines being supplied. But when you eat millets, there is no need of any medicine.
So, okay, so I have a question for Chef Manisha. Is how do I convert a millet hater into a millet lover? Because if I make my millet roti in the morning and take it and eat lunch at 2 o'clock, I'll probably eating something that tastes like sawdust. So how do I make it exciting?
I think first of all, it's very important to take millet on the face value, rather than just getting too deep into that nitty-gritty of it. Make it very easy, make it little more interesting, make it little more fun. My take is that I don't like to cook millet in a very traditional way per se.
Can I add it to lasagna? Can I add it to lasagna? Can I add it to a taco?
Absolutely, absolutely. So if you're going to make lasagna at home and going to start the lasagna sheet at home, why don't you fortify your regular maida or atta? Doctor may not agree with me, but you fortify.
He may like the dish though.
50%
if you make it, he may like the dish.
And you put sorghum flour to that. That's what I do at home. I do not make my millet food 100% millet, but at least that 50% goodness that I'm getting from millet, that's a beginning that I'm making. Because we all know that millet you can't really make a leavened bread with millet. So there is definitely a little challenge there. So you fortify your food with the 50% or 75% of millet and move forward from there. You want to make millet pancake, by all means make it. Take ragi flour, take 20% of whole wheat flour to that. Your texture will be brilliant and you will not compromise on the taste at the same time.
So I think you would say that it's easy to start small, it's easy to start with these experimental dishes before we commit to that diet.
Absolutely. Find your own answers in your own pantry.
Okay, so
I do want to add here that because of gluten, that easy to cook nature comes when you have the wheat. But then there are many more wonderful food items on this planet called tubers. Instead of gluten, you can go to glutinous carbohydrate. So this has been worked out. Lot of Colocasia family tubers add that not gluten, it is glutinous. That means the wonderful texture that you want by adding to 20 to 30% of tuber glutinous carbohydrate, you can make better chapati, better pizza base, whatever you want, better noodles. That we have done already. All these things are worked out. So please do get away from gluten and wheat. Wheat is a big no for human gut.
Okay, so now we know why he's called the Millet Man of India. And if he ever has a biopic, it should be Akshay Kumar playing him, for sure.
But at the same time, gluten, of course, the wheat till 1960s was absolutely... we have seen the gluten allergy coming off late because the wheat has been really, modified at a molecular level. That's why post 1960 or 1970, the wheat that is come to India also is genetically modified, and that's why you see so much of gluten intolerance happening. However, having said that, you move back to the ancient grain, the ancient wheat, which is emmer.
Right.
That is what you can replace your millet with that and go ahead with your food production.
Okay, on this note, I'm just going to ask Raksha to sum this up for me and tell me what is it that one nutrition advice you will give our audience today.
Okay, so I'm first going to start off with something really important at a practical level, is food relationship and food freedom. Okay, we can have a lot of advice to give on what you should and shouldn't do, and then people start really holding that up in their mindset, and then they make enemies out of just simple grains. So I absolutely agree with you when you say that maybe we could switch back to like varieties of wheat that actually work for us. Diversity is key in it's for your gut health. The number of bacteria and the intelligence of every kind of soil that can come into your body, you should be welcoming. 1. 2, you must definitely incorporate millets at least in one meal in the day. But besides that, you must be inclusive of rice and wheat. They're not your enemies. And people who have celiac disorder, who have been identified as the people who cannot digest because they do not have the enzymes for it, they're patients. You don't need to make yourself a patient. No, it's not going to lead to bloating. It's not going to make you allergic. It's not going to do any of that. So please be very welcoming to all the grains, inclusive of millets. Sure, millets being the star of the show. But we must ensure that we're not creating enemies with any kind of food. Food is God. Anna Devta, we must respect that and definitely take in all the abundance that millets get in. I completely believe that millets are like mamas. It's because they're absolutely resilient to whatever climate changes are happening. They'll take very few resources and still give you back in bounties and abundance. It's also a sign of fertility. It has so much folic acid and a lot of other minerals that I mentioned about. So definitely make the most of them and incorporate them and keep yourself super open to diversity. Make no enemies out of food, ever.
Thank you. On that note, thank you very much to all my panelists. Thank you, audience.
And they're the
Thank you
most
so much.
sustainable grains on this planet.
Just before we conclude, we also have a very important announcement to make. We're absolutely thrilled to announce our partnership with ITC for our Mission Millets campaign. Our mission essentially is to shine a spotlight on millets, not only as a nutritious and sustainable crop, but also as a source of empowerment for farmers across India, as all of you have been highlighting. So we're very excited, Chef Manisha, of this collaboration as well. And with that, I'd like to invite Pradipta Basu, Head of Marketing, Radico Khaitan, to hand over a token of appreciation to our speakers. Thank you very much. A big round of applause, please, for our speakers. Alright, we're all set for our next session, which is on the unlikely heroes and how OTT platforms are championing them. I'd like to invite on stage now Tushar Joshi, Chief of Entertainment Bureau, to introduce our next speakers.
In the world of entertainment, there is a phrase that says that एक्टिंग तो अच्छा कर लेता है, अगर एक्टिंग अच्छा कर रहा है तो इसको वापस एक फिल्म में कास्ट करो, वापस उस फिल्म में कास्ट करो, लेकिन पैसे थोड़े कम करो. अगर पैसे कम ले रहा है तो इसको कास्ट करो. I think the two talents that I have in front of me right now, and our title says Unlikely Heroes, are a testament to the fact that the definition of heroes has changed and evolved. The success of their work is a testament of that fact. I quickly want to call on stage the cast of Janeja, director Sujoy Ghosh, Vijay Verma, and Jaideep Alawat. Hello and welcome to the India Today Conclave Mumbai. You know, every time this name, the name of Vijay Verma, Jaideep Alawat, Sujoy Ghosh is taken, there is so much excitement in the audience. There is excitement to see what next do you guys have to offer. What, like chameleons, what roles are you going to get into? I have to start by asking you, unlikely heroes, you both have proven that. Vijay, do you think that the definition of heroes has changed and evolved? In today's day and age, how would you describe a hero?
I think we had all kinds of heroes ever since the movies have been making. I don't think we've redefined it. It's just that, you know, when I went to the film school, I found a different kind of heroes. I grew up on a staple diet of either Hollywood actioner with my father. Then I went to the film school, I discovered, and I'd seen enough Bollywood movies when I was growing up. And then I went to the film school, I saw movies by Mr. Shyam Benegal, Mr. Govind Nehlani, Sai Paranjpe, and so on. And I found a great treasure and a very new perspective and a new way of looking at cinema. So I feel like we had all kinds of heroes all along. It's just that with OTT platforms, there's a torch being put on our faces now.
Oh, there's a spotlight for sure. Jaideep, not a lot of people in the audience know this, but you and Vijay, obviously, you have a history, you have a past, you are both from FTII. When you see success, you see shows that are super hit, films that are super hit, you get papped when you go outside. You can't do normal things like you used to do before. What's the one memory from those FTII days you wish you could relive with him again?
I think we still relive many moments together. We still are in very much touch. We play cards and meet almost regularly. But in FTI days, I would say that they used to be very interesting. Vijay was staying in A block and I was in the C block, and they are opposite each other. And the bathrooms are like ground floor and the first floor. So we used to shout Hasil's dialogues. Him from that bathroom. And
like what would it sound like if you had to recreate that moment?
Sorry? all the dialects. Like that kind of thing. But that was amazing. Yeah.
Sujoy, the film has top charts. I was just telling you congratulations, and I know how little you speak and how humble you are when somebody comes and tells you, yeah, your film is #1, it's trending or it's getting all these rave reviews. You in your own way will try to underplay it. But I want to ask you, after so many years, I've known you for the longest time, for years and years, what is it in you that has kept you going, that has made you hungry for sort of taking up work, becoming selfish about that work and wanting it to go out in the audience?
I think it's the audience. I think the way audience has been changing, the way audience has been accepting of the new story that we are trying to say. I think that's what keeps me going. I mean, that's what keeps most of us going, the hunger to tell a new story, to create new characters. Like you were asking, what is a hero? Right now, when we had heroes, when we were growing up, they were very black and white. Heroes can only do good. Now heroes can do bad. So, it's just that acceptance and that allowance of audience which keeps us going. The more you want to see, the more we will work hard to make you see.
Sujoy made a very good point right now about, you touched a little bit about the vanity part of acting and the industry and the norms that perhaps the industry has set up. And here we have two people on the panel, fantastic actors. It doesn't matter what they do with their faces, what prosthetics they put on, what age group they play, whether it's dark, grey, white, blue, you name any character. Jaideep, I want to speak to you about that vanity part, is when you would do auditions or when you would get called for them or when you were hungry chasing for work and that vanity part came in and they said that, हाँ ये बंदा तो acting बहुत सही कर रहा है लेकिन perhaps he doesn't look like the actor, he doesn't look like a main lead. Do you remember those days? And you want to share that experience?
Yeah, I remember those days, but I think there's no need to, for actors who are coming, for actors who are aspiring acting, I don't think they should be, feel bad about it. Because I personally feel that if you are being rejected also, most of the time it's because you are not the character. They are not rejecting you as an actor, maybe. But शुरुआती दौर में मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि जब हम शहर में आए तो आपको लगता है कि यार मैं कर सकता हूं पर ये लोग शायद देख नहीं पा रहे हैं. बट वो उनकी गलती नहीं है. मैं कहीं बहुत गहरे में तो क्योंकि बहुत सारे लोग हैं जो उनसे बात कर रहे हैं उस काम के लिए, उस बात के पार्ट लेने के लिए. बट दैट्स पार्ट ऑफ योर लाइफ. यू साइन फॉर इट. इट्स ओके टू बी रिजेक्टेड. That's fine, because I'm sure it makes you much better person. Handling rejections is an art, to be very honest. So it's good. It's okay.
Yeah, that's a part of all our lives. And Vijay, do you still have women who come up to you? Because I know on social media you're very active when somebody says that, yaar, I have to be away from this guy because I don't know what's the next thing he's going to do to anybody in the family. You know, you've sort of epitomized that grey underlining. You don't know what's he going to do next. Is there a genre or a role that you're hungry for right now that could be comedy, for example? Let's try and do that. Is there a genre or a character?
Yeah, I really am quite desperate to do a comedy because I think it'll be change of pace for me. I think, you know, I want to try at least and maybe fail miserably, but I want to give it a shot because it's I'm a big watcher of comedies. I watch a lot of stand-up comedians. I like the way, you know, they make stories and small anecdotes turned into great insights into humor. So let's see.
You want to give it a shot, and I think the India Today Conclave could be the best place ever because everybody is watching. If I had to quickly give you a character, a comic character, a guy who forgets what he says every 3 seconds. He says a line and then he forgets what he said before. If you had to audition for it, Vijay, and your take is lights, camera, action.
I'm done past the audition days, guys. Sorry.
I wouldn't say audition, but say there's a producer or a director watching this right now and, you know, just could be any part.
Okay, so you know, a lot of people have been asking on the social media and everywhere after watching Jaane Jaan ki body kahan hai. So I'm going to tell you. So this morning when I woke up, sorry, what was I speaking? What was the question?
That's Vijay Verma for you guys. It doesn't get more versatile than that. Similarly, like he said this, Jaideep, I want to sort of recreate and put you in a tight spot and become a producer for a second. Okay? I have met many producers in my life and interviewed them. I want to give you a Ghisa-Pita dialogue, and I know Sujay is already grinning and smiling at me. I want to give you a very Ghisa-Pita dialogue of producers which says that एक्टिंग तो आपने बहुत अच्छी कर ली यार, हमने आपकी पहली फिल्म भी देखी थी, क्या एक्टिंग करी थी, 4 स्टार रिव्यूज मिले थे, आपको अवार्ड भी मिला था, लेकिन हम पैसे नहीं दे पाएंगे आपको बॉस, वो आप थोड़ा ना उसमें थोड़ा कट शॉर्ट कर लो. व्हाट वुड योर रिस्पॉन्स टू हिम बी? एंड अ लॉट ऑफ प्रोड्यूसर्स आर वाचिंग दिस.
फिल्म इंस्टीट्यूट के दिनों में एक बहुत अच्छी बात हम करते थे. एक कहावत थी कि या तो काम अच्छा दो या पैसे अच्छे दो. तो अगर पैसे कम है तो काम बढ़िया दे दो. I'll handle the money.
That answer in itself says it a lot. Sujoy, you know, you've worked with so many people. Sorry?
I thought you were going to give me one of these tasks also.
No. If you're asking for it, then there's a task for you.
Thank you.
I can put you on that spot.
He'll do the dialogues, yeah.
I think he wants to break into a little dance.
Yeah, I know he's good at that. But Sujoy, talk to me about the fact that do you feel that whole, you know, films are working, people are back in theaters.
Yeah.
It's one of the bestest times for the industry. Whether it's OTT or theaters, audience is back in a very big way. When that narrative of, theaters, industry is shutting down, films are not working, pitting a region against another was going on, what was going in your mind? What were you going through in that phase?
You know, I wasn't really... I was more worried about the other side, you know. Oh, sorry, the mic. I was more worried about what's happening otherwise, more than the films in terms of COVID and all the other issues that were happening. So that, to me, felt like a very natural reaction to what was going on in our lives. You know, people not going into the halls, people not going into malls, people not doing a lot of public activities. So what theek tha, and it took a while to get back. I never lost faith, actually. I'm just me. I could be wrong, but it didn't scare me that much. OTT was there, yes. We were definitely looking at new content. You know, it gave us a lot of scope of looking at various different contents across the world. But film was always there. You know, film was always in the back of the mind. So it didn't really bother me that much, personally.
You know, Kareena in a recent interview said that Saif told her that, you know, she has to be on her toes because she has to work with Vijay and Jaideep. And coming from a Kareena, I mean, she's a superstar. When you get to be in a frame with her, or when she walks into the room, she spells superstardom. What do you make of that comment of hers? I mean, that says a lot, right? Vijay, you want to take it?
I mean, yeah, when she spoke about this a few times, and me and Jaideep would get so embarrassed because, you know, here's a person, an actress who we grew up watching on the big screen, and you know, we had our own wide-eyed, you know, staring at her and do marvelous things. And when somebody like that speaks so highly of you and many times, so we got really embarrassed and we didn't know what to do. We just look down, we look here, we look there. We just, but I think I would like to thank Saif because had Saif not told her about us, I don't think she would have known.
Yeah, Bebo perhaps would have stayed living under a rock and been on Instagram. That's her for you. But Jaideep, given the fact that, you know, versatility is a tag that you often get attached with, and it's loosely used, oh, he's a versatile actor. But tell me, is there a certain myth about yourself that you want to perhaps break, that you feel that has come on to you unknowingly? That there is this myth about Jaideep Ahlawat, the persona, the figure. And if you were asked that there's one myth that you would like to break today, what would it be?
I don't know. मुझे लगता है लोगों ने बहुत सीरियस आदमी समझ लिया मुझे. उनको लगता है कि बहुत ही ज़्यादा टेंस रहता हुआ सारा दिन. मुझे लगता है रोल भी ऐसे दे दिए कि आप पहचान नहीं पाते बहुत सारे लोग कि अच्छा आपने वो मेकअप वाला था इन्होंने. बट आई एम श्योर जैसे विजय ने कहा कि I would like to see myself in an out-and-out comedy, which is very difficult, but it depends on a very good script also and a very good director.
I want to play a Hindi news reporter, like the one that creates the set inside the studio कि यहाँ पर बाढ़ आ गई है और हेलीकॉप्टर में हम लोग जा रहे हैं. I would like to do a character like that.
Either out-and-out action film. We would love to do that.
So Joy, there's a checklist right now for you for the variety of roles that these guys want to play. I think you should just sort of sign them on as you leave.
Yeah. I mean, they're already signed on. I'm not part of that producer clan if I just
उसमें पैसे कम थे, काम अच्छा है.
No, but on a serious note, when you come off a Jaane Jaan, I mean, it's trending worldwide. It's sort of become a huge success. You know, one of the biggest shows for Netflix. How do you maneuver from there? Success is one thing that sometimes gets tricky to deal with because then that becomes a parameter for your next. If things don't work, then when you take on the next film or a project, then you do that well and then you're like, oh, okay, this was better than the first. How has definition of success changed for the both of you? Has it changed? How do you look at success?
I really don't understand it. I just have this feeling that, you know, when you do something, when you take certain choices, sometimes they are risky choices. For that matter, the role that I did in Darlings, which was a very abusive husband in a very toxic marriage. And in The Hard, where I'm playing a serial killer, these were very tough choices to make for an actor because, you know, the impression can be very strong in the audience's mind and the trade and the media and the producers and the directors could be extremely harsh in choosing me next time, you know. But when they connect and when you find an audience, when you take a choice, when you actually, you know, audience finds you and they like you for what you did, it just gives you a lot of confidence in believing in yourself that, you know, some part of you, you know, you put your bet on it and it worked. So right now, for me, success feels like, you know, some kind of an intuition that works for you and it connects. So that's the feeling I am living with right now. So I'm in the thick of things. I'm feeling most creative right now. And it feels amazing because there's enough money in the bank and I can afford to take a few months off.
Oh, more than a few months off, I reckon. You know, Vijay also has a very interesting social media relation with his fans. His social media pages are hilarious. I mean, you just take on people when they write something to you, and it's you who's tweeting or it's you who's putting those Instagram posts. I want to speak to you both a bit about the whole paparazzi culture and how everybody's dealing with it right now. I know Vijay recently had this, you know, sort of an encounter with a pap where things got a little awkward. Jaideep and Sujoy, you somehow managed to stay under the radar when it comes to getting papped. How have you managed that, Jaideep? Do you not step out of the house or what is it?
No, if you don't want to do it, they will never bother you. I think we make them be at some place to be clicked. And if I genuinely don't want to be seen, it's my choice, basically. But having said that, I don't think we should run away from that because that's a thing we always wanted. I personally feel very, what do you say, not so comfortable when people are around. This is the hardest part, I'm saying, sitting on this stage and talking about films. So this is the hardest part of my life being an actor. I feel so alive in front of camera when I'm working. Other than that, I'm very, I, I'm home all the time, basically, or either playing cards with FKI friends. So, of course, people around me, friends and actors, co-actors, they always say, "Yaar, do something about this, do more PR." I try, but I fail every time.
I think I was doing fairly good on my own. I think the PAP situation kind of escalated a bit as soon as I started seeing Tamanna. That's when the PAPs lost their minds. And I couldn't control it. And there were times they came right at my doorstep and nobody came to my building before that. And I walked up to my building gate, I said, "Do not ever come back. I live in this isolated part of Andheri that nobody should know where I live, and don't go tell your friends where I stay, and I don't want you outside my house." So yeah.
But you know what's interesting is how you both have navigated that, like sort of a public relationship now. You both are so popular. You both are seen at public events. You both are spotted in the city and all about. Yet the Paps and you sort of have that equation that perhaps they know where to draw the line. Is that something you both discuss, that how should we navigate our relationship?
It's just not with Paps. It's with people. Like I like to have my boundaries with people, and they're not my friends. I mean, I like them. I don't mind them. And they like me, and it's a work relationship as well. But I don't want them to ask me personal questions. Who are they? They're not journalists, right? So, and even journalists aren't allowed to ask too many personal questions. So yeah, I mean, it's an equation that I share with people, generally. And I really enjoy them because they're a lot of fun. Have you seen that thing at NMC, at the Ambani?
Yes.
It was pure joy for 3 days, just listening to them.
Absolutely. Sujoy, do you get bored of getting asked this question of Kahani, and when will the next Kahani drop, and what will happen in the Kahani universe? I mean, that's a film and a character and a premise that definitely is not going to leave you ever. And you have sort of done spin-offs, and you are perhaps creating more stories with that. Jaideep has something to say.
Yeah, Jaideep can answer this.
No, I'm saying you have two actors right here.
No, I never get bored of this. I love Kahani. I mean, I owe a lot to that film. A lot of me is that film. And yes, whenever we have a script, we will go ahead with the next installment of Kahani. But
and we have Jaideep nodding his head vigorously. Is that a sign? Is that a cue?
Yeah, they'll all be there.
I will also nod my head if that's the cue.
They'll all be there. Yeah.
Okay, so that's almost we'll take it as a casting announcement. We will love taking these things as announcements. Sujoy, what are your favorite films to sort of, what are your favorite films that you indulge in? I mean, you sort of created a signature genre in your own space, right? Cliffhanger, and then there'll be a twist somewhere, or it'll be dark in some spaces. Is there anything that you've watched of late that has sort of impressed you?
Oh, I loved Rocky and Rani.
Wow.
Yeah.
Have you told Karan that?
Huh?
Have you told Karan Johar that?
Yes. And I love Jawan. I love Pathan. Yeah. So I love any films, which keeps me invested for 2 hours or 3 hours or whatever. So yeah.
I enjoyed Jawan as well. It was wild. It was so good. And fun fact, Mr. Shah Rukh Khan enjoyed Jaane Jaan as well. He called us, he called me, and then he called Jaideep. And he's spoken to Sujoy sir as well. He congratulated us on
took your numbers from me.
Yeah, that was the moment. He called me and he said, अगर आप बहुत ज़्यादा busy नहीं हैं तो थोड़ी सी बात करनी, शाहरुख बोल रहा हूँ. मैंने उनको कहा, अगर मुझे हार्ट अटैक आया तो इसके जिम्मेदार आप होंगे.
But we have to speak about Jawan and Shah Rukh, and just the fact that magic on screen, we are living in a world that is all about the magic of Shah Rukh Khan, the reason why we make movies, why we love movies. Do you both have any favorite Shah Rukh Khan memory or a Shah Rukh Khan story to tell? We would love to hear. Vijay?
I think we are living in his phase, like we are living in Shah Rukh's shadow. Everything about this incredible man is so inspiring in so many ways. He set a benchmark right now, which only he can cross. As a person, as an actor, as a personality, as a star, and I think I've had, I can like count every opportunity, every time I've met him. It's so significant, even if it is a 5-second meeting or a 10-second handshake or whatever it is. You remember, your times with him. He's one of those people that he touches your heart. That's the thing.
Jaideep, do you have a favorite Shah Rukh film that you binge watch, or perhaps you would give your arm and leg to ever be a part of if you had to go back in time?
So many films. While we were growing up, the Bajigar, DDLJ were the huge hits, like madness. But I'm fortunate enough working with him for a very small part in Race. And it just happened. Somebody else was casted for that role and something happened. And then on the 11th hour, I was finalized 11:30 in the night and subah 7 baje call type tha. So I worked with him for like next 4 days. And it was most amazing experience. I always say working with Shah Rukh Khan is, you can't describe it. You have to experience it, as simple as that. The way he treats you, the way he talks to you and make you so important, it's mesmerizing. And then he remembers everything, like Vijay said, he remembers every single thing. The day he called me, he was talking about Race. The first day that's the only time I got starstruck. I was the first scene with him and I was looking at him and I was slow because I became an audience during the scene and I'm watching Shah Rukh Khan playing a character. So I'm 5 seconds, 7 seconds delayed of my reactions, and then somehow the director said that everything is fine, but the scene is, is going down. You have to pace it up. And King Khan understood that, and he knew that I was nervous. So he just settled everyone, 5 minutes ka break lete. 15 minutes he was talking about random things. And those 15 minutes became, like, for me, it's like, सांस आया जिसको कहते हैं ना.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, but that we are living in the love universe of Shah Rukh Khan.
Yeah, we can't sort of reinstate that word. Sujoy, whether it's Kareena in Janeja or whether it's Vidya in Kahani, you have a knack of offering actresses or female actors the bang for their buck. You just write it so really well. Is there an actor on your sort of in your radar or in the vicinity that you haven't worked with, a female actor that you are sort of raving to work with?
Can't think any offhand, but all the new breed of actors are very exciting. Whether you look at a Kriti or whether you look at a Kiara, they're all very exciting to work with. Even, I would love to work with Alia, I would love to work with Deepika. But again, you need the right script. So yeah, if given a script, would love to work with all of them.
Absolutely. On that note, I would say congratulations again on Janeja. We are hungry for more work from you guys. We look up to it every time there's a release from all of these names on this panel. Thank you for the movies and thank you for all the shows. And congratulations on the success. Thank you very much. A big round of applause, please.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vijay Varma. We've got Jaideep Erawat and also Sujay Ghosh. Thank you very much. A big round of applause, please, for them. Can I invite on stage Ayush Rajora, Darwin Platform Group of Companies, to please hand over a token of appreciation to all of our guests on stage. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for taking the time out and joining us here at the India Today Conclave. A big round of applause, please, for the unlikely heroes, as we call them.
From a land older than time, amidst the magnificent palaces, enveloped in the mystic fog, where the elusive tigers exude a timeless valor, comes India's finest yet, for connoisseurs of fine taste, Royal Ranthambore.
Our next session, the last session of the evening, which is the new kids on the block, the Gen Z of Bollywood, aka the Archie's gang. I know you've all been looking forward to this session. It's being sponsored by De Beers Forever Mark. All right, so we're all set to kick off our last session. Just want to begin here by asking how many of you have really read the Archie's comics, by a show of hands? There you have it. I think what's amazing about Archie's is that it cuts across generations, it cuts across geographies, and it's clicked with all of us one way or another. It's our absolute pleasure here at the India Today Conclave to be joined by our very own Desi Archies. For the very first time, the Gen Next of Bollywood is here, so please give them a warm welcome, a warm round of applause for all of them. I know you're all looking forward to hearing from them. We'll get to that bit in just a while from now, but we first want to focus on the brains behind the Archie series, which is coming very, very soon to Netflix. And it's my pleasure to introduce here, to bring to our stage at the India Today Conclave, Monica Shergill, Vice President of Content, Netflix India. A big round of applause, please. And also Reema Kagdi, writer and producer. Welcome, Monica. Welcome, Reema. We're very excited by the Archies because you saw there how many people have also read the books. They're so wildly popular. It's releasing in December on Netflix. Monica, December is when you see your big ticket, big bang releases. Is this going to be one of the biggest shows we've ever seen on Netflix India?
I don't think I can say one of the biggest. It will be the biggest. So that's how, yes. That's been a promise for a long time, and we've been collaborating on Archies. It's been getting incubated for a long time. Zoya's not here today, but Reema and Zoya have been at it for a long time. Our teams have been, so I'm really excited to bring this really, really big movie bang in the holiday season, so everyone can have fun. And we have the lovely cast here, who I'm sure everyone's waiting to speak to them and not us.
No, we'll get there. I know they want to know how this came about. Where did it start? Where did this germ of an idea really start from? Did it start with Rima and Zoya approaching you, or was it Netflix India's idea?
It's a slightly complex beginning. The origin story of Archie's at Netflix started in the US office when Sharad from Graphic India from the US office had approached. He had brought the IP and he wanted to do something on Netflix with the IP. They wanted Archie's to be made on Netflix. And at the same time, he had approached Zoya also to, be a part of that journey. And what was decided is that Archie's as an IP would be a great one to adapt in India. And I think what Zoya and Rima then set about doing, the way it's been a journey. It's been, I think, nearly like a 3.5-year journey from the time of getting the format rights, and really John and Sharath at Graphic India have been great partners also. And there are just so many people at Netflix, and of course at the core team at Tiger Baby. It's just been a very collaborative and delightful journey. And now I think we are just, every day I cross the airport where we have that billboard which is counting down. I think, if I'm not mistaken, I saw 64 today.
All right. Rima, what's it been like, this creative partnership with Netflix India and bringing alive the Archies? Can I refer to it as the Desi Archies?
You could. It is the first Archies movie. And Zoya and I, being Archies fans, I mean, both of us grew up reading Archies. That was really exciting for us to take something that we've loved in our childhood and reimagine it and do it, out of India. When Zoya first said, she's been contacted by Netflix and this is something they want us to do, I was like, okay, but how do we do this? Because it's a completely American IP. But I think once we started working, we surprised ourselves. And once we found the community that we were going to base it in, and when we started working out the nitty-gritties, it was a real fun ride, actually.
So you're known for your brand of filmmaking, which also involves a lot of rigorous research. From the teaser that we've seen so far of the Archies, it's based in the 1960s India.
Yeah.
Why did you choose that particular time period, and how do you really make a story like the Archies come alive in that era?
It is a comic book at the end of the day. And the film that, therefore the film is deriving from fantasy. Our efforts were more to situate these people who are primarily American characters in an Indian setting, So, yeah, you may not find that much real parallels, of what was going on in 1960s India to what is going on in our Riverdale. In that sense, Archies for us, it's universal and it's timeless. And what we were trying to do was create a Riverdale in India and make it real.
Sounds extremely interesting, but I think the focus is also on youth and bringing forward their issues. Monica, for Netflix India, and I'm thinking of a few examples here. You look at Kota Factory, you look at Class, now the Archies. Is that a specific stream that you're now focusing on, reaching out to young audiences, to youngsters, catering to their needs?
Globally, Netflix and the stories on Netflix have really been powered by a lot of young audiences watching all formats. Of stories, whether it's scripted series, the binge watch became so popular, the whole reinvention of the documentary format, the films that we started doing globally also a couple of years ago. So I think for Netflix India particularly, we have a very, very broad base of audience, and YA category is actually by itself such an exciting space to explore. The kind of stories that you can do. So like you rightly said, you know, Quota Factory, you know, Class, which talks about the, you know, social divide through the lens of youth, or Mismatched, and Archie's particularly now. And, you know, looking at what Archie's has become, like Rima rightly said, you know, initially they thought that this is so American, how will it ever get made into an Indian story? I cannot tell you guys what an amazing job, you know, they've done, the whole team, the creative powerhouse that they are. You know, they have really taken such a loved comic book with all these, like Rima said, timeless characters, and just taken that whole story of fun, friendship, a gang, something that all of us have grown with and can identify. If you're a generation that, you know, is the parents' generation, or, you know, sort of YA category, or people of today, or kids, you will resonate with this story because it's just so happy, positive. It feels like your own because you've seen that, you've experienced that, or you are experiencing that. So I think just taking that space and the freshness that, you know, a young adult category brings you in terms of storytelling themes, and the story of change that they've told through Archie's, I think that will be a surprise for everyone. And I really feel that that'll be quite a gift for people to watch, you know, in a sort of co-viewing setting, whether as friends or family.
You know, the young adult demographic, Rima, is something that we haven't covered or explored enough in cinema. Now, there are a lot of challenges that today's youth face. How do you kind of weave that and blend that into a 1960s India, the Archie story?
Well, how we've done it, I mean, that's not something for me to say. That's, you'll have to watch and tell us. What do you think of it? But in that sense, I think Archie's made Zoya and me both sort of broaden our horizon, because typically our work has always been targeted at 16 and above. But Archie, you know, we really, because we love Archie's, we really wanted to be true to the audience of Archie, and that is from age 8 to 80. So I think for the first time in our career, we were actually focusing on that age group. And normally when I write, I'm only thinking of what I think about it or what Zoya thinks about it. But this time I very, very consciously had my niece, my nephew, you know, my friends' kids in mind when I was writing.
But what do you think really makes the Archies relevant even today? You saw among the audience, you know, cutting across age groups, everyone's read the comics, and for some reason it relates to everyone.
You know, there's something very, I don't know, it comes from a time when I think less was more, and there's innocence, it's about friendship, it's about community, it's, you know, these are things that are universal. Anybody, anywhere in the world can connect to themes like this. And I think that's what the original, you know, the power of the original IP is that. So, yeah, the pressure's intense.
But Monica, I'm sure you feel a little better. Pressure may be intense. You feel a little better having Rima, Zoya Akhtar, Ayesha, Shankar Ehsan Loy, so many big names attached to this one project.
Yeah, I think the wonderful thing about Archie's as the film is that so many amazing people came together on all sides to make it. I mean, the wonderful cast, the directors, the writers, the whole team at Tiger Baby, the team at Netflix, and you know, the music of the film. Like, really, Archie's is about the whole world that has been created, you know, where it's shot. It was putting together of this entire world where these characters live, and you as an audience are going into that world and you really don't want to come out of that world. You know, it's that fun and emotionally engaging and universal. And I think the important thing here is that like a lot of people here have read the comic book, but for those who haven't, this film is not just for the people who've read the comic book. This film is absolutely universal. It touches upon themes that, somewhere resonate with all of us, and not just in India, all over the world. It is that perfect, fun and family and friendship and community film. Like Rima said, it's about simpler times, but it's also relevant to today. If you look at the music, it takes the music, it takes the setting of 60s, but it gives you the sound of today, which is so, fun to really enjoy. You have the choreography of those times, but you have the songs of today, the poetry of today. So it's a great mix, and really like, like Archie sings and the whole band sings in it, that Hamari Kahani Suno. So it's literally these kids saying, Hamari kahani suno, and that's what the youths want to say. Please hear our stories, We have a take, we have something to say, we have something to share. So that's what the film brings.
I mentioned all the big stars. I didn't mention the Gen Next sitting here, who are the stars of the Archies. What did it take to bring all of them together? What did you see in each of them that said that, hey, these are the 7 that we need in the Archies?
I have to give it to each one of them. They went through several rounds of, I think, rigorous testing. Once they were selected, Zoya, I think, put them in boot camp. They did all kinds of training, apart from also, just learning how to be with a camera. Things like eyeline, how to walk over a piece of track without tripping over it, I guess, in frame. They've been wonderful, and you'll see why each one just needed to be the character that they are. It's because nobody else could have done it. That's why.
Let me ask the controversial question here, Rima. Were they difficult?
No.
You can name and shame.
No, they weren't. And I hope they remain this way and don't get difficult after the first one.
I was just about to say that they
no,
should
they're a
remain
really
the
good
same.
bunch, and we've been really fortunate to have them.
Because it's not easy, these are all new stars, very raw. As you said, you've had to train them from scratch. And so obviously each of their methods, I'm sure, are very different. Each of their styles are very different. How do you bring that together and ensure that, you put out a product where everything seems seamless and there's one message being sent across?
You put a very good director like Zoya in place. That's what you do.
I'm going to ensure I ask them also about how tough a taskmaster you and Zoya were with them. But what are the memories that you'll take away with them, with the Archies, from the Archies set?
For me, I think it was on day one, I think only Aggie and Mihir were shooting. And everybody else was there early in the morning, and they stayed the whole day. Even I left for lunch and they didn't. And it was just really sweet. I think the enthusiasm and the hard work, it's just tremendous. And you'll see, I know I keep saying that, but this is something to be seen. How much work these kids have put and what they've managed to create.
Day one to the last day on set, what was their growth like?
I think that it must have taken them, some time to kind of just find their, get in the skin. But once they did, each one has been, I think, pretty much from the beginning in the skin of the character, from very early on. And we've been watching rushes, and each day makes us feel more and more inspired and motivated.
All right. Thank you very much, Monica and Rima, for joining us here.
Thank you for having us.
No, so we'll now bring in the stars of the Archies. We're just going to give our team a few moments to set up, because we also have a big surprise for the team. All right, we're all set now. I did mention a big surprise for all of you. It is that for the very first time, as the Archies is set to release in December on Netflix, we've got for all of you the first character reveal of each of the stars from the Archies. So big round of applause, please, for our stars. Who do you guys want to see first? Archie? All right. Let's begin with Archie Andrews then. I call on stage now Agastya Nanda. Big round of applause, please. So do I call you Archie? Do I call you Agastya? Which is it?
Whatever you like, whatever is easier.
All right, welcome to the India Today Conclave,
Thank you so much.
Agastya.
Thank you.
Archie Andrews, we all know of him as, the proverbial boy next door, the Casanova who's kind of, stuck between Betty and Veronica, loves music. Am I defining Archie's character or Agastya's character?
Archie, I wouldn't call myself a Casanova. I think something that we did share in common was music. Archie loves music, and I think music has the ability to make you feel a lot of emotions, deal with a lot of emotions. So I think that's where we kind of were similar, but I'm definitely not any Casanova. But yeah.
Okay, let's hope it stays that way also, Agastya. Why did you choose the Archies for your debut? Why did you choose an OTT film and not a big theatrical release?
I don't think you choose the Archies. It's Zoya who chose us, and I'm so grateful for that. And we auditioned for it, we got the part, and I think being on Netflix, it's such an exciting opportunity. You're streaming across 190 countries at once. It's different to what people usually do, but I find it so exciting. And I couldn't have asked for a better team of people to work with. These guys over here have become my best friends, and we hang actually a bit too much. And I think it's been a great experience.
Who's your best friend?
All of them, they're sitting here. You can't ask me, but we
have to put you a bit in the spot, right? Your
for
first
different things.
interview?
I would go to each person for a different issue or different reasons. Yeah.
Okay, I'm sure you had a lot of people who've inspired you growing up as well. But who's your biggest role model, Agastya?
I mean, I would say my role model is my dadi, Ritu Nanda. She's no longer with us, but she's a person I've always aspired to be like. She just had this warmth about her. If you were around her, you'd feel like you could do anything. And I wish I could do that for the people around me. Just, give them that positivity and love.
That's beautiful. So, Agastya, when I found out I was going to do this session, I was quickly checking out everyone's Instagram profile, found that you didn't have one. You're part of the Gen Z, right? How is it that you don't have a social media profile?
Everybody asks me this, why are you not on social media?
I see a lot of hashtag Agastya Nanda because nobody can tag him.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I know it's a bit, I'm just not good with Instagram personally, but never say never. I don't think that I'm going to shut off the idea of coming on Instagram. And plus I have my sister who's my greatest PR. She posts everything that I need, and my mom, and I'm sure they're watching this right now.
Do you have a secret profile that you're not telling us about?
No. Yeah, I do. But I do it so I can watch reels and, see what my friends are up to. So, yeah.
All right.
Thank you so much.
All the very best to you.
Thank you, everybody.
Agastya Nanda for you, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, thank you. All right. So let's have the next character up, starting off with the poster reveal of Ethel Muggs. Can we have Dot on stage, please? Big round of applause for Dot. Lovely look, by the way. I must say, Ethel is one of my favorite characters of the Archies. She's so quirky. She's so eccentric. Is that why, you were also really happy to play her? Are you like that in real?
I think I'm definitely an oddball. I don't think I was one of the cool ones growing up. And I think also the people who like Ethel from the Archies are some of the more offbeat kind of people. And I'm happy to serve them because, I guess want to be.
But you're saying that you're a lot like Ethel, right? Does that make it easier or harder to kind of play the character?
I think being quirky, yeah, sure, that makes it maybe easier. But I think it was a bit hard for me to, because I'm among the older side of our age, of our little group, and I think it was a little hard for me to maybe go back in time and reimagine myself as the dorky high school kid. So yeah.
You know, you're someone who sings amazingly, and we'll get to that. I know that request is coming. You sing and you act. It's something that's very common in Hollywood, but not very seen in Bollywood. So are you hoping to kind of break that, be a singer, actor combined?
You know, acting was never in the cards for me. It just sort of happened because Zoya wanted one of my tracks for this film, and I have worked with Netflix in the past with my music. In fact, Rima directed the music video to one of my songs, which is sort of how everything came about and how everything started. So music is my first love, but I'm excited to see what this world sort of has to offer me, and it's just a boundless, endless world, and I'm excited. Yeah,
you've got
I do both.
A lot of time ahead of you to
Yeah.
figure out which of the two or both, if you want. Since you spoke about singing being your first love, can you sing a song for us? Everybody dances to techno, maybe. Take it away.
This is for you, Rima. Okay. I like to sway to music that plays in the background, the kind you critique in a rosy boutique in a fancy house, and everybody dances to techno while I'm on my own with Bolero. I gave love a chance, but I'm sick of romance. I just want to dance.
What a powerhouse of talent. Thank you so much, Doc, for giving us a glimpse of what you're capable of. Thank you. Thank you. All right, who's next? I'll give you a hint. Everyone's favorite character. Betty, yeah, I heard that there. Let's give it up for Betty Cooper. Kushi Kapoor, aka Betty Cooper. And there's a poster right there. Hi Kushi, nice to have you here at the India Today Conclave. You're looking lovely.
Thank you so much.
You look a lot like the goody Miss Two Shoes in the poster that we see here. Are you like that in real life?
I'd like to think so. I mean, I think we were casted because there was so much of us that we have in our characters, and there's a lot about Betty that I see in myself as well, and I think I found that out the more I played her. I think she's very sweet and empathetic, but I think she's also sensitive sometimes. And she is really caring, but I think sometimes she can tend to put other people's needs ahead of hers. So I think I kind of identified with certain parts of her a lot, like the more I played her.
Are you a goody Miss Two Shoes? Should we ask Janvi that? Maybe she'll give us
Maybe she'll have a
answer
different answer
too.
than
And I
me.
don't think she'll say you are one. How much time, and you know, we've had 3 of you here already. We're going to have, of course, a lot more of you on stage. But I'm curious to know, how long did it really take for all of you to break the ice, for you to become a gang? Because, you know, the Archies is all about all of them feeling that friendship. Did you really feel it in real?
No, honestly, it didn't take much time at all because we were prepping all day, every day together, and we were kind of forced to spend so much time together. And I think just going through the same experience made us bond so much. And I think especially doing acting workshops together just kind of made us open up and be vulnerable with each other. And then I think towards the end of shoot, we were just kind of moving in a small herd everywhere together.
You know, getting into this and this being your debut, what's the one piece of advice that you always remember, and, you know, who told you that?
I think as cliche as it sounds, the best advice I got was to just have fun. And I think everyone on set at some point has told me this because I tend to get in my own head a lot and I get nervous sometimes. But I think just being told to relax and have fun. And Zoya especially, like so many times has come up to me and said, you know, you were meant to be Betty, just have fun and be. And I think that would just make me feel easier. Yeah.
Any lessons that you learned really from your family, from Janvi, that you feel that, you know, helped you through this journey also?
Honestly, I think it was just having that support that made it easier for me. I don't know if they gave me any particular tips specifically, but I think just having them to talk me through things and be there for me helped a lot.
You know, you've set social media on fire already ahead of your debut with, you know, how you style yourself, your fashion sense. You were recently in Paris. So what's your go-to style mantra?
I don't think there are any rules in fashion. I think if you feel good in something and if you like wearing something, then you should completely just own it and wear it. I think confidence can elevate any outfit. And yeah, I think you should just do whatever makes you feel good about yourself.
Great. Thank you very much,
Thank
Kushi.
you.
All the very best
Thank
to you.
you.
Our very own Betty Cooper here, ladies and gentlemen. All right, who do we have next for us? Let's get in Jughead Jones, shall we? Mihir Ahuja. Round of applause, please, with Jughead Jones. There you have his poster being put up.
Hello, everyone.
Apt representation of Jughead Jones with his favorite burger.
Yeah.
Are you a foodie like Jughead? Do you hate girls like Jughead?
When it comes to foodie, definitely I'm like Jughead. I think they already know I used to like hog a lot on set. But what's ironical is Jughead is a foodie, but he eats a lot of burgers and pizzas. I'm more of a healthy eater. I carry these tiffins on set with oats and fruits and my boiled eggs.
You're a salad boy.
So yeah, but I eat a lot, and I'm actually blessed that I don't know. Like people say, I'm blessed because I have a very fast metabolism, like Jughead in the comics. I don't put on weight easily, so I eat a lot, but I don't
jinx
gain
it.
weight.
Don't jinx it, Mihir. You're still young. Don't jinx it.
I really want to. I mean, yeah, it's okay. But yeah, your second question was?
I was just going to say that you conveniently avoided my second bit, which is about do you hate girls like Jughead Jones?
No, okay, no. I think I don't hate girls, of course. I think what should I say for this? I don't know. I mean, I'm open to.
Say I love girls.
I love girls. Okay.
You know, it's funny. I'm sure you're seeing me here and saying, look at this young boy. But in this set of 7, he's actually a veteran actor of sorts, of the 7, right? So did you feel that sense of experience kind of, did you try to boss over the others and say, hey, this is how it's done, not like that?
I mean, I've had some experience, but not a veteran for sure. No, like we were all together on set. We were helping each other. I was learning from them. I assumed they were learning from me, but I was definitely. And I also enjoyed the process. Like, of course, Zoya met me on the sets of Made in Heaven season 2. And that's how she told me to audition for the Archies. But I also went through the boot camp with them, the acting workshops, and the camera workshops and everything. It was a learning process for me again. It's always good to learn again. So yeah, I mean, there was no competition on set at all. We were all together in it, and I feel I just don't believe in competition, let alone on set. I think everyone comes with different values and everyone comes on board with a different skill set. So every individual has a different journey and their own path. So yeah.
What was the toughest part of this role for you, the toughest skill perhaps to learn?
So we were put through a boot camp, which was acting workshops, singing, because we are like lip syncing in the film and it's a musical. So we had to like go through proper singing classes. And then swimming sessions. I'm also playing drums in the film because Jughead was a drummer in the comics. So yeah, I am a beatboxer. I play a guitar at times. I've played a mouth organ, but drumming was something very new for me. I've tried drums in school, but this was something which I was never like very confident at. So I got drumming sessions, and I think that was one skill set which was, I won't say toughest, but yeah, it took a little bit of time. But I mean, you will see the film now.
You know, I'll tell you something, nothing gets past me. You mentioned something very dangerous. You said you can beatbox. So now you're going to have to do it for our audience here.
I'm ever ready for it. But I'll have to minus this box, sorry, for me to beatbox.
Give that to me. Hold on. Go for it.
Can we reduce the echo, please? Just beatbox. Hum plus beatbox, which goes like. Yeah. Since
That was sick.
I would like to do something more. Since I'm at the India Today Conclave, I would do an Indian
Please.
beat. If you would want to join, you can.
What do we do?
it
I
goes
can't
like,
make sounds.
yes, this is the Indian beat. Thank you.
Wow, wow. You killed it.
It's back to its place.
Thank you so much. That was amazing. You are supremely talented, and I'm glad I got you to beatbox. Thank you so much. Jagat Jones there for you, ladies and gentlemen. Extremely, extremely talented. Tough act to follow. Who's next? All right, let's bring on stage Dilton Doyley. Yuvraj Menda, come on. Let's bring you a big round of applause, please. There's your poster. All right, Yuvraj. Tough character, this one, Dilton. You know, he is a bit of a nerd, also very fashionable, also has secrets. So you had to weave all of that together.
I mean, Zoya always said that when she cast us, the one thing she made sure of was the fact that all of us have the essence of our character. And I think it's amazing how accurate she was with like meeting us like 4 or 5 times. I think all of us identify with our characters so much. That's what makes it so easy. I think there's so many things about Dilton that are just so true to Yuvraj.
That's very true. And you're someone who loves fashion. I can see that. You're looking amazing tonight, isn't he?
Thank you.
Who to you among the Archie's gang was really the most stylish, the most fashionable?
Oh, without a doubt, it's Veronica Lodge. I mean, even in the script it's mentioned, Veronica's the one that brings the trends and the fashion from London to Riverdale. So definitely Veronica.
We'll have Veronica here also very, very soon. I see you there. If you could bring back one thing from the 60s, what would it be now that I'm sure you've done all your research on the 60s?
So while filming, what I realized is that the core of Riverdale really is the fact that, you know, it's this small town where everyone knows each other. There's one diner that all the kids go to after school to hang out. While shooting it, it really made me nostalgic of the times when my entire day was just comprised of me coming back from school and then going down and like playing with my building friends or my brother. So I guess I would like to bring some of that wholesomeness back that I think we've lost.
How wonderful. I think we all agree also with that sentiment. Tell me, which is the one film, Yuvraj, that has inspired you the most, that you maybe have watched the most?
I don't know about inspired me the most, but definitely for watched the most. When I was younger, we didn't have like Netflix back then. So when I was younger, if I'm not in the theater watching a movie, it's just whatever's on television or something that my parents have like downloaded for me. My dad read this book, Coraline, and he downloaded the movie. It's an animated movie. He downloaded it for me. And I remember just watching it on repeat as a child.
just on repeat. So that's definitely the movie I've watched the most amount of times. But
It's a great story. Thank you very much, Yuvraj. All the very best
Thank
to
you
you.
so
Thank
much.
you, ladies and gentlemen. Yuvraj here, aka Dilton. Thank you. All right, it's time now for Mr. Cool, Mr. Confident, Reggie Mantle, played by Vedang Rana. Come on, Vedang.
Hello everyone. Hi. Good evening.
Now, if I had to describe Reggie, and going by this poster, I think everyone would say self-absorbed, little bit, a whole lot obsessed with himself. Is that the same character in the Archies also in the movie? Is there a different spin maybe that we can expect?
I mean, Reggie from the comics definitely thinks he's God's gift to humanity.
He's the it guy.
Yeah, he's the it guy. He is known for his vanity. But I think in the film, I think Zoya has, if I may say so, given more depth to the character. So, without giving away too much, I think he's very driven towards certain goals in the film. And he'll, you know, behind his too cool for school attitude, he has a big heart and he'll stand up for, you know, people whenever he can. So I think that's what's different from the comics.
You know, you look at a character like Reggie Mantle, it's, I'm sure, challenging to play also. And your journey is also very, very interesting. You're someone who studied management, you were in a management institute, and then you switched track into acting. How did that happen? Why did it happen?
Yeah, so I was pursuing business in a university here in Mumbai. And I think since I was a kid, I've always had an inclination for performing arts. So I used to sing and play the guitar before I started acting. So, you know, I would be part of these inter-college fests and these, you know, these events that used to keep happening. So I used to love being on stage, love performing. And I think during college that you know, passion for performing arts kind of translated into acting. And that happened because I joined an agency as something I'll do on the side, maybe make some, you know, quick buck while I was pursuing my degree, because the degree was really important to me and my family. And I don't think even I ever saw this or music or any of those things as something that could be a lucrative thing for me. So my degree was happening, that was the focus, and I was doing this thing on the side. And I joined this agency for my music actually, and they pushed me into acting. So when I started auditioning, I think I was around 17 or 18 years old. That's when I like fell in love with it. And because I was auditioning and I wanted to, you know, understand the craft more, I think I just spent so much time learning and reading, and that's when I think I feel like I found my calling with acting.
Is there one particular film that you watched that you really loved that kind of changed your thought of, hey, I can do this?
One particular film? Oh, that's a tough one.
Or a performance, let's say a performance that made you want to become an actor.
Performance. That's a really tough question. But I remember being a young kid that I was obsessed with Hrithik Roshan in Krish. So he was like I was so fascinated firstly.
In Krish?
Yes. So, you know, I was fascinated by this superhero coming from India. And I used to have that Krish mask and everything. And I was just in love with this larger than life thing who can dance and act and look good and everything. So I think that's what inspired me, I think, as a kid. But I mean, after I grew up, I think the performance that kind of changed the game for me was Matthew McConaughey in Interstellar, and also in True Detective Season 1. I think that's one of my most favorite performances. And that kind of really, you know, pushed me into doing this, you know, seriously.
This is a musical, right? The Archies. So how did you really change your perspective towards music, your inclination to music to get into this role?
I think music has always been a big part of my life. So I think from a logistical point of view, because this film had opportunities for me to lip sync, because I sing a bit myself, I think that came a bit more naturally to me in the film. And in general, I think I use music a lot just to aid my performance. So for the film also, I had a playlist called Reggie, and I had songs which I feel like kind of resonated with me for the character, songs from the 60s. And, you know, I would have certain songs for certain moments in the script that I would keep going back to, and, you know, stuff like that. So it always helps me in my performance. And also, there was a lot of dance dancing in the film since the musical. So to get that body language of Reggie and that style and that that persona and aura, I would listen to a lot of Elvis songs that John Travolta danced in, and Shammi Kapoor, and all of those things to kind of just get that that body language and style of Reggie.
I'd ask you for a glimpse, but I don't want to give any spoilers to the audience.
Yeah, I think let's keep that for when the film comes out.
All right, Vedant, thank you very much,
Thank you so much.
for joining us here at the India Today Conclave. Thank you. All right, I think we're done, right? Have we got everyone? Who have I missed? I don't think I missed anyone. Veronica, did I hear Veronica? All right, let's get Veronica on stage. Suhana Khan here, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get you the poster up on your screen. Veronica Lodge, where do we begin? She knows what she wants. She's very clear. She's confident. She's got the swag to beat everyone out there. So am I describing Veronica or am I describing Suhana Khan?
As much as I would like to say you're describing Suhana, I think you're describing Veronica. And I think what makes her so, I guess, magnetic and stand out is that she is unabashedly herself and she knows her worth, and that's something that I'm learning from her, and hopefully one day all of what you said can describe Suhana as well.
It'll come very, very soon, I'm sure.
I hope so.
You know, you've done a bit of acting. You've studied acting. You've been a part of several plays, performances as well. But I'm sure it was still very daunting to be a part of a full-fledged film, to make your debut. What was the first day of set like for you, when you first stepped foot on set?
I mean, yeah, I guess all of that is still very different from being in a Netflix film and, you know, being on a real film set as a working actor. And I think from the number of people on set to the number of lights on set and the hair and the makeup and the chaos, I feel like in the middle of it, I just felt extremely insignificant. And you know, I guess I kind of knew that everything that everyone was doing around me was to facilitate the director's vision, to facilitate Zoya's vision. And I guess knowing that on my first day and realizing that, I felt extremely nervous and at the same time incredibly responsible. So I feel like Zoya, however, made us feel super comfortable on my first day. And I think she did this for everyone. She just held our hand through it all, and she made Riverdale feel like home from the very first day. So,
wow. Whose feedback do you take in these kind of circumstances when you're working? Whose feedback matters to you? Who's your biggest critic?
I wouldn't say biggest critic, but I think my biggest source of guidance are my parents and actually my entire family. I feel like we all chip in and help each other out.
So you go back to them after every day on the set and kind of relate to them
like,
what's
Mom,
happening.
Was that okay? Is my hair okay? Is my outfit okay? So
I think your mom may be watching and approving it right now, so
yeah,
don't worry.
I hope so.
And also, finally, you're from Mumbai. Shout out to that. What do you love the most about your city, about Mumbai? Is it the food, the people? What do you love?
Yeah, I mean, I grew up here. I went to school here, and now I'm working here. And I'm also addicted to vada pav, so that's my favorite thing about Mumbai.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you so
Suhana,
much.
congratulations. A big round of applause, please. Suhana, I'll ask you to stay on. Can I have the whole team back on stage, please? All of you come back on. Rima, Monica, can we have you also here? A big round of applause, please, for the Archie's team. The film comes out in December on Netflix. We'll just get the photos done here, as we'll also play out a snippet of the teaser that we have. and a big round of applause for them for the very first time coming together here on the India Today Conclave stage. And with that, we wrap up day one of the India Today Conclave. This session was sponsored by De Beers Forever Mark. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us. We look forward to having you with us on day two of the India Today Conclave as well. Request all of you to join us for dinner and cocktails.
From a land older than time, amidst the magnificent palaces, enveloped in the mystic fog, where the elusive tigers exude a timeless valor, comes India's finest yet. For connoisseurs of fine taste,